I have no idea what's going on. Yo,
Okay, something's happening. Yo, are we live? Are we lit?
bro, I'm here, fam.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you now. Right, we lit.
Oh, round of applause for that. Fuck it all. I don't know what just happened, bro.
Brother, it took me left ways and up ways, down ways. I'm like, yo, what's happening, fam?
Brother,
It
I
took
jumped
me
onto
out of
the call.
conversation.
You know how it like calls you and that. I jumped on the call.
Yeah.
Cool. I was in it. It showed like you were connecting, like it usually does in
Yeah.
that. And then you didn't connect for some reason. So I'm just on the thing, talking, thinking, or maybe you're just gonna like dial back up to the thing, whatever. Two twos. This message comes up. There has been a network error, and it just booted me out the whole thing. Like,
But see, because I went on the call, trying to connect, and then it was like, oh, you're joining, but then it didn't join, and then I was like on some next call with some other geezers, and they were calling me, being like, oh yeah, nah, come join the call, whatever. I'm like, oh, nah.
fucking hell, man, trying to scout you off in it,
bro. Like, fam, they saw the performance the last few weeks, and they must have thought it was just
they sent some scouts to come and watch you with it. Like,
oh,
yo,
man.
come on out, bro. You know what I mean?
For real, fam.
Fucking hell. Oh shit, how are you, bro?
I'm alright, my brother. What are you telling me, man?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm here, man. You know what I mean? Glad to be speaking to you again another week and that.
Yeah,
Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
Man.
So yeah, I'm good, man.
It's good to be it's good to be discussing things with my bro, man.
Yeah, I hear that. Yo,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, for real.
Oh, man. I mean, I don't know. Even like for the environment that I'm in right now, I don't think this is a safe conversation topic. But we were talking about something earlier on with like my old cousins, and we were talking about some other stuff. And it was interesting, very interesting indeed.
But you say you can't really bring it up right now, though.
I mean, yeah, maybe in a bit.
Okay, no, that's fine. We can definitely get to that. Put a bookmark in that, innit? Put a bookmark on that still.
Yeah, I'm putting a little star next to that one.
Yeah. Fold the page, innit? Fold the page.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, man. Shit. Let's do the intros, then let's just get right into some shit, man. Peoples, This is the OnlyMans podcast, episode 91, yeah? Episode 91. We're getting close to that 100, man. We're getting close to that bill.
Man, we're getting very close to them.
Yeah, man.
We said that we was going to do something. We was going to bring somebody on 100. Who was going to get brought on 100?
It was Ultra, but I've not seen Ultra in a little while, to be fair.
Ultra was there last week still.
You know what? You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right, bro. See me? You see how niggas do for me? Man's like, in 1 week. Like, yeah, I ain't even seen him, you know. I ain't even seen him from. Nah, you absolutely right. You're absolutely right. He was here last week. So yeah, Ultra, if you down, you know what I mean? Episode 100, man. We'd love to get you on the pod, you know what I mean? If you got like topics or anything like that. Definitely bring those through, man. Definitely bring those through. But as we said, you know what I mean? This is episode 91 of the OnlyMans podcast. If you're listening on the stereo app, make sure you follow Secret Life Will. Make sure you follow myself, you know what I mean, for all the updates on here. If you're listening on YouTube and subscribe to the page, you're already there, so you might as well just subscribe in it. Do you know what I mean? And we here each and every week, or at least as much as we can be, to just talk up the things and that. Do you know what I mean? And keep it pushing. All right, man. Where would you like to start, broski? We can go straight to the list. We can go to
start with a bit of a conspiracy theory, if we permitted to do that. We go dive straight into the conspiracies.
Right before you do that, because that sounds interesting, yeah. Hold that just 1 sec. We've got a voice note in already, so just play this quick.
Yeah. Woo. Hey, shout out to Secret Life of Will and Drizz OnlyMans podcast.
Yeah.
OnlyMans podcast, man, that shit for real. Hey, man, this shit for real. OnlyMans podcast, say that shit for real. For real. Man, that shit too real. OnlyMans podcast, talking about some man shit. Ain't nobody playing around. These niggas like Marilyn Manson. Damn, man, my diamonds be dancing. Talking about investments, romance, man shit, yeah. Woo, man shit, yeah.
Hey.
None of that he say bullshit. Whoa, man shit, yeah. Man shit, yeah. Hey, real man in demand, bitch. Hey, whoa, yeah, man. Only man's.
Yeah.
Bro, what did I tell you? We've got a theme song now. That's it right there.
See, that would be so lit to have as the theme song, bro. I'm down. But you know what I mean? It's Jones, you know what I mean? You can't be trying to claim no licensing thing or nothing on that, you know what I mean? You just gotta let the boys have that one, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Listen,
like if you don't
slide that one through, bro. Slide that one through, you know what I mean? And we'll definitely bread you and look after you. Do you know what I mean?
That'll be the it right there. We started the show like that every week, fam.
Bro, I like that shit, fam. I like that. Holy, yeah. I like that shit.
Do you know what's dope about that? Yeah, it's on broadcast now, isn't it? So if you go back and download the thing, it's boom, and you can just slap that on the buttons right there, real quick, fam.
Yeah, legit. When I get the actual audio file and that, I'm gonna grab that off stuff. You know what I mean? Now, big up to you. It's Jones. Big up to you, bro. You know what I mean?
But I will say this though. I did actually like make an instrumental to be like the theme song in it. I did actually make an instrumental to be the theme song.
Aye, bro, listen, we can have 27 theme songs, bro. It don't matter, bro. All the theme songs that we have, the better, fam. You know what I mean?
And that's season 1 right there, fam. That's the season 1 theme song right there.
Yeah, I like that shit. And I want to hear the one that you've done as well, man.
I'm saying for real, hey.
For real, hey. Nah, he was sliding on that shit. He was sliding on that shit.
Word, fam.
One set. I didn't say nothing. Yeah, but nah,
we're gonna take that. We're gonna take that as a yes. I'm gonna send that.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, bet you man use it.
Yeah, that was your consent for the IP, so that's officially like to me, OM Pod IP now. We appreciate you, it's Jones, you know what I mean? We show love to the people we got, you know what I mean? Big up to you, broski. We appreciate the theme tune. We're gonna incorporate that shit, we're gonna license that shit and that. We love you for that, broski. You always have a place in our heart, fam. Big up to you, bro, you know what I mean?
Every week, your man's gonna be hearing that, like, yo, what the heck, these man run with the sauce, fam. Like, we had to run with that one.
Yeah, when you put the sauce on it, bro, you know what I mean? It's hard to avoid it. Do you know what I mean? So we appreciate that. You might have just started some history, it's Jones. You know what I mean? We could have just set pace on this thing. You know what I mean? 100 episodes down the line, we use that as a theme tune and that. We start opening, these live shows and the theme tune and that. You might have just made history, it's Jones. And I tell you this, yeah. If the thing made history like that, bro, we'll nice you in it. We'll nice you in it. So don't even worry about that. Don't worry about that. But Secret Life.
Tell them again.
Conspiracy.
We're doing historical things over here. Conspiracy.
Come on,
bro. Oh, okay. So you know me, fam. I'll be on my little internet, you know what I'm saying, and I'll be looking at things, and you know how like like the whole like symbolisms and all that kind of stuff, and how it's all like certain things are like hidden in their meaning and how they like come across. It seems like just, let's say, a logo, but then actually there's other things that logo means, or like the pictogram that they used for the logo, it means this and that and this and that, yeah.
Right.
So, I'm diving down the rabbit hole of that, trying to, I don't know, like shore up the knowledge or whatever. And I come across something talking about how at first it was the NBA and they were talking about how it's rigged, right? But not rigged like, oh yeah, they make certain, oh yeah, I mean, they do make certain things happen. But it's like it's as if there's a storyline. Do you know what I mean? And all the players play their part, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And then, so I'm looking at that. I'm seeing how they got all these kind of technologies inside like the ball and the rim and all that kind of stuff. It's like there's like magnets and blah blah blah. So I'm like, interesting. I mean, it sounds kind of techie. I mean, do you know what I mean? And it also seems like it would be a lot of work for someone to like go ahead and like do all that, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, yeah. Tell me why there's been like 3 separate NFL players or ex-NFL players that have come out here in interviews and been like, yo, at the beginning of the season, we get a script.
Right.
We get a script of how the season gonna go for y'all, and then y'all go follow that script to like the best of your thing. And obviously the refs are into it as well and all that stuff. Now these like people players that were in the thing saying like, oh, this is well gone for. Yeah. And then on the last Super Bowl, I think it was like maybe like several hours before, someone leaked one of these supposed like scripts here, and like the final score was not obviously exactly what they predicted or whatever, but it was like it went still in the direction that they predicted, and it was like 1 point off for both teams.
Right.
Like, so if it was supposed to be like 37-16 or whatever, it was like 38-17. Yeah,
Right. So not like exactly, but pretty much the same.
Yeah, right. So I'm looking, right? I'm trying to be like, yo, what the heck is going on? I'm Googling about the script stuff and stuff. And, like there's obviously a bunch of articles that are like, oh yeah, somebody tried to like predict the game, but then they didn't. And they were like 1 point off or whatever. But it's like, it's weird that somebody hours before this event, yeah, already knew the outcome of the event. They might have been like a point off or whatever, but like it's a bit weird that somebody hours before already knows how it's gonna go.
Nah, legit. And what I'd probably say, like in response to that, like the magnets bit, I think can get a bit techie. But I mean,
that part.
Shit, there's the have you seen that documentary on Netflix about FIFA? FIFA Uncovered, I think it's called. But it basically speaks about the corruption within like world football. There was a documentary before, and I can't remember what that one was called. But that one, it spoke about like, you remember that whole madness in Serie A when Juve and AC
were when these man,
like, like mafia shit. They were just like fully just paying to get like results and that. Like something like that, I see as absolutely plausible. Like I can absolutely see the NFL having certain things set up in certain ways so that this is the storyline of how the shit's gonna go. Now, whether it goes exactly to the T, as you said, like it's the exact score or not, I think it's
that's gonna be something else. Do you know what I mean? Again, it's like you're dealing with the human elements. You know what I mean? You can't like be exact about these kind of things because like people gonna be people. Do you know what I mean?
But as long as it follows like the narrative in it, as long as like it follows the narrative, whatever that script is, then you can keep it pushing. And something like that, I can absolutely like get behind.
And
not because
I've always found it. what I've always found interesting about those leagues here, like the NFL, the NBA, is like it's not like let's say the Prem, where it's like you have like the top, let's say 3 teams, and they win it every time, kind of business.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like any of them man can win that championship. Do you know what I mean? Like any of them man can win it.
But you know why though,
it's
bro?
dominated by certain teams or whatever, but any of them man can win it. Then.
You know why? Because like in a lot of them American sports, like American football, basketball, like they have that draft thing in it. It's the draft, bro.
Oh
It's literally like, as you say, not scripted, but well, let me not say not scripted. It might not be word for word thing like that, but there's kind of a semi-organized lottery where people can make deals to get certain lottery picks and this and that. You know what I mean? Like draft picks and shit in it.
Yeah.
And so imagine that in the Prem where you've got fucking, I don't know, Kevin De Bruyne, and like he's killing it 2-3 years into his Man City career. He's doing bits, and then at the end of the season, like any of the teams can get him from a draft pick. He goes into the draft, and now any of the teams can pick him up and shit. Do you get what I mean? It's like, and then he goes to Stoke because they get the right. Do you get what I mean? It's like, it's weird,
it's mad how it works. I still try to kind of figure out how it works and that. Maybe somebody could try and like explain how it works here. But it seems to me like the worst team usually get the first pick.
Yeah. The worse you are, the higher up in picks you get. And what I found a lot when they're like, trading players and shit like that, they'll trade like, say if they want to get like a superstar player, they'll trade maybe like a couple or like a good player as well as like a draft pick. So you get like our next 5 draft picks that you can pick to pick them up if you want. Plus incentives, plus, you know what I mean?
Tight ones
like,
there, fam.
It's like, it's
because they can trade draft picks as well, innit? They can.
You can trade your draft pick as well. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So in a draft, teams take turns selecting from a pool of eligible players. When a team selects a player, the team receives exclusive rights to sign the player to a contract, and no other team in the league may sign the player. The process is similar to round robin item allocation. Right. Okay. So what I kind of, my understanding of it is like, if the player, like the Bosman rule in football, like if your contract's expiring sort of shit. I think if your contract's expiring, you go into the draft. So say if they pick somebody up and they sign that nigga to a 3-year contract, he's not going to like go into the draft the next year because they've got him for the 3 years, you get me?
Right.
So I think
so after the 3 years, that's when you go into the
because you were free agent in it, so anybody can pick you up. But it's like again in football, once somebody's a free agent, any team at any point you can approach them to try and sign them. It's not like you've got to take turn shit. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just if he's a free agent, we can go holler that nigga. But like from what I'm gathering from this, it's like they go into this draft pool and then they have to be picked. You know what I mean? It's different.
It's a different thing.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, man. Hello?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold one sec, my bro. One sec.
Nah, it's calm. Yeah, it's like it just seems like a whole different thing with the draft picks and stuff. Which again, I think something like that can definitely lead more into like the conspiracy that Will presented in it, because it's if I'm a player and I run my contract down and say there's another team and they're like, yo, listen, we know your contract's going to run out in like a year, don't re-sign with them, bro. Do this. This is like the plan of how shit's going to go in that. Like, there's a lot more power for the players to have a stake in what happens. You know what I mean? It's a much higher stake in what happens. So, yeah, no, I could definitely see like the NFL running to some kind of, I won't say script, I'll say narrative. I could definitely see it running
but then this is what I mean, bro. It's like I think it's like at least two players that I know of here that
Who though? Like, who are they?
I forgot, but they were on like reputable like shows and stuff. Like like there was a one guy because I don't know these guys. Do you know what I mean? I'm not like an American football follower guy, fam. But like I remember seeing it on like ESPN and being like, "Rah, like these men are on ESPN." And then there was another one that's like quite big. I think. I don't know, like Showtime or something like that. It was like
Right.
these are not like whack platforms where people like just go. If you know what I mean. Which means like these people are not just like some washed guys that are just like out here. Like these proper geezers. They brought them to do. These are proper reputable geezers on a reputable platform that are being asked their opinion on things, and then they coming out and being like, oh, you know, like, yeah, it's a script, you know what I mean? And we all like just go to whatever the script says. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah. It also then made me start thinking about how, again, like we started talking about the FIFA thing. Like he brought up the FIFA thing of where like they had like a narrative that they were going with. And it's like, well, again, from the deep dive I've done into the whole organized sports thing and how like the symbolisms and everything and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, of course, because the whole point of that is like it's bread and circus, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, fam. When the Roman Empire fell, that was the last thing to go in it. Keep them fed and keep them entertained.
Keep that one, fam. Keep them fed, keep them entertained, and boom, yeah,
legit. And I don't know if you've ever done this, but like, if you ever get a chance, just go and look at like some of the actual crests, the badges for football clubs, and just read them. And read the little print and the little things. Like there's some like neck shit on some of these badges, you know. They say some bad things, you know.
Absolutely, a mad thing, fam. Bro, listen.
On man's chest every week, and no one even pays attention. Like.
Listen. You see, the Red Devils and them things there. All sorts, bro. All sorts, fam.
Yeah, anybody wants to just go have a quick little trip out, just go and look at some of the Premier League, Premiership football club badges and just read everything it says on there. And then go look up their old badges and what the old badges said on there too. Just, just treat yourself in it.
Man, you're gonna give up this whole football team, fam. You're gonna be like, nah, you know what? I don't even need this right now.
You can have it, bro.
Especially if you in any kind of way, like spiritually inclined,
bruh,
or like you know what I'm saying, or anything like that.
What is a crest,
spiritually kind of aware about some of these things, man.
You have to think, man. What is a crest, bro? A crest is a bearing of arms, fam. It's a flag that you wave to show what you represent and what you here for, dog. You know what I mean? Like it's a deeper thing in it. So yeah, like the only pushback I'm giving back on what you said is the word script, because I would just need to know what they meant by the word script, because I used to do drama and shit. So to me, a script is something that you have to follow, if not word for word, pretty much kind of as much as it can be followed.
When if you're an actor, peep this, because I hear what you're saying about the pushback. If you're an actor, and they give you a script, let's say like it's a stage play or a live show, and you don't have the chance to cut, reset the scene, go again until we get it perfect. Yeah, there's gonna be a couple like little discrepancies. You're gonna use a different word here. You're still gonna convey the meaning, but you're gonna use a different word here. You might like stand in a different spot on the stage every time that you do. You know what I'm saying? Like little discrepancies. But the point is, you still went with the storyline. You still like arced the narrative and landed it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. We're definitely we're saying a similar thing, because I was gonna say, I think they probably give them a thing where it's like, at the end of the shit, this team's gonna win the Super Bowl, and this other team is going to have a heartbreaking moment like 5 or 6 months into the season. And then this is like, I don't think it'll be very like, they'll tell you how to do it. They'll just be like, this is the result that needs to happen. And you'll need to kind of just, however,
something like, close to that.
Yeah, I think it's more like a coercion thing as opposed to like an out and out instruction. Do this, and this. I think it's more a thing where they're like, yo, look, these are kind of the things that we need to happen to ensure our bottom line is our bottom line. So we need you as the coaches, the refs, all it, like, you know what I mean?
I can see it being a thing of like they'll just tell them like, yo, let's say for a certain, like, let's say like one conference here, let's say, because they got like the whole North Conference, East Conference, West, blah blah, all that. They'll just be like, yo, we want all of you guys to play your games, but like make sure that, let's say, like the Ravens win in this conference or whatever, and then make sure that like New York win in that conference or whatever. And then when it gets to like the time when it's like Ravens versus like the Jets or whatever, it's like, yo, listen, you man, this is how it's gonna go, fam. The Ravens gonna be leading. The Ravens gonna be leading by a large margin. And then some things are going to happen. The referees are going to make certain decisions that are going to start to help the Jets do their thing. And it's going to make it more exciting or whatever. And then the Jets going to win it by like the smallest margin that they can win it by at the end. And then it's going to be like super exciting and we're going to make lots of money.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think like you just said, I think sort of beginning of the season, they'll kind of have their scripts for like the teams that they need to, and the rest of the teams, it's like, you're not that y'all can do what you want, but your narrative isn't as important as like the Giants or the Eagles or, you know what I mean? Like, we just need to make sure these teams get to these stages in the season, and then once they're there, we'll give y'all the rest of the shit once we get there. Just make sure that happens, you know what I mean? And like, I can definitely be in something, I can definitely see that.
Yeah. But I just thought that was a bit of a mad thing for me. I was like, because it wasn't just like one person, you know what I mean? It was like a good several people that were like, I say a good several. Two that I definitely saw. You know what I mean? Two that I definitely saw him.
Yeah. If you can, like, you don't have to do it now, obviously, but if you could, like, find the names of those, and I know it'll be hard to maybe find that, but, like, because that would just be interesting to watching it. Like, I would just like to just watch it and just, like, see what they're saying, you get me? And, like, even more, all right,
I'm gonna try to find it from.
I'll lean into what you're saying even more. When you think about like the bottom line, the big money sort of stuff, when it comes to these type of narratives, you have to understand it's not even just like the NFL. You talking like the TV license people who move big breads every year for this thing. You talking Vegas and the whole gambling industry. When you get, you know what I mean? There are so many different industries that tie into the football thing. You know, they say about LeBron James when he played for Cleveland that he was responsible for 40% of the economy in the state of Cleveland.
40.
They said he was responsible for like 40% of the economy, and not directly like he's paying money, but meaning like the TV licenses and rights deals that the Cleveland state
deals and the bets that people were putting on and all sorts of
the amount of people that would fly to Cleveland and stay in their hotels when their teams play Cleveland
because they want to see LeBron play. Exactly.
Do you get what I mean? And it's like, when you're in a position like that, it will be very difficult for someone to try and make the point like, LeBron probably just gets treated like all the rest of the players. You know what I mean? It's very difficult to try and make someone believe that. Do you get what I mean? So like, LeBron's
the man, fam. He's not like these fam. Unless you like Steph Curry, who's not even arguably now at this point. He like the greatest shooter that ever lived, fam. That's like bomb stamped. Like, he's the greatest shooter that's ever been, fam. like ever been from.
I do have a hot take. I do have a hot take about that very quickly. And before I say this hot take, like, you know, but I'll explain to the audience who may not know. Like, Steph Curry, like Chef Curry, dog. Like, I rock with Steph Curry heavy. I personally prefer Steph Curry to LeBron. Personally speaking, I prefer Steph to LeBron. Like, out of all the basketball players, I prefer Steph. What he do, like, he changed the game of basketball. Do you get what I mean?
Bro, he made everyone be shooters, fam. Yeah,
like, everyone shoots now because of him. Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's all respect to Steph Curry. Like, don't get it fucked up. But I think that Steph Curry is only as big and as household a name as he is because of LeBron James. And what I mean by that is this. I think that you have to remember, LeBron was the chosen one. Like, as a child, they said he's the one. From the youth was 12 years old, they said he is the one. There's no one else that's going to be like him. It's him. And his whole career has been the one, King James, that whole thing in it. Because in terms of basketball, there haven't been a lot of players who have not only lived up to expectation in that kind of way, but surpassed it. Like, LeBron has surpassed what he would do.
He keeps getting better every season, fam. He gets older and older, but his points average is getting better, fam. Who do that?
That's what I'm saying. It's like they said he was the golden child, and he came and he was more than that. Like, he's him. But in being that, I do think there are a lot of detractors from LeBron. There are a lot of people who are just like, fuck LeBron because everyone says he's the one. I think there's a lot of that. And I think that Steph Curry was the answer to all of the LeBron detractors. I think people gravitated to Steph so much because a lot of people just, on some hater shit, don't fuck with Bron. And I think Steph Curry was like...
Steph Curry, to me, this is my opinion, He's not like one of the greatest players that ever lived. He's not like
he's not
category. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? He's not like in the thing of like, like maybe it was Jordan or maybe it was Bird or maybe it was Wilt Chamberlain he's not that, but undeniably the best shooter that has ever played the game from. Because man can score from... Bro, you can't...
You're missing my point. All of that is 100% correct. And I am not saying anything in contrast to that. You are 10,000% correct. He changed the game of basketball in like 3 years. Like, literally, he probably changed basketball more than LeBron did. So I want to add all of those caveats because all of that is important. But to the point you made earlier, Steph Curry, as a basketball player, everything included, is not a good enough basketball player. If there was no LeBron, I don't think Steph would be celebrated like this. I think Kyrie would be the guy, or KD. I don't think people would big up Steph the way they big him up. I think because Steph was so different to LeBron, he's a smaller guy, super light skin. He shoot that bitch from anywhere. LeBron can shoot, but he was never like a shooter. LeBron's taking it to the basket. You know what I mean? He's bigger than everybody. He's faster than everybody. Like, LeBron is like the Tyson Fury of basketball. Like, he's so fast, where he's faster than like the guards and shit. But he's so big that he's stronger than the centers. Do you get what I mean? Like, he's a complete package. But I think the reason people gravitated so much to Steph is because he was so different to LeBron. And he had a unique skill set that LeBron could never match. Just shooting for shooting, LeBron can't fuck with Steph. As great as LeBron is, LeBron cannot fuck with Steph shooting. Like, on any day of the week. And that's not a slight to LeBron. It's not a slight to anybody. Like you said, he's literally the greatest shooter the game of basketball has seen since it was created.
Bro, even the other players, active and retired, are like, blood, we're never seeing anything like this, man. This guy But he's different, bro. He'll shoot from they own like free throw line, fam, and still get it in, fam. He'll be that confident that he can bang it from his own free throw line, fam. Bam, splash.
There was
and
a
he'll
video
shoot it and
around.
not even look, fam.
There was a video that was going around. I think it was like before an actual game, when they're just like practicing and shit. And he's literally like on one side of the court talking to like the coaches and shit, where like the seating is and stuff like that. So he's like down one side of the court. He literally gets the basketball and he don't even like shoot it like how you shoot a free throw, like the technique and that. He literally does like an overarm throw. Like you just throw it, like he just does an overarm one hand, overarm throw, and it goes into the basket on the other side of the court.
On the other side,
unrealistic shit, bro. Like
the man will be, like the tunnels where they come out at, he'll be standing like at the lower entrance of that, and he'll look at the thing. That's far away from him, and he's behind it. Fam. He'll be looking at it, and he'll just be like, bang, and he'll let the shot go, and then he'll turn around while the ball's still in the air, and he'll be like, haha, going by his business, celebrating or whatever, and then it will splash, fam. It's
he's different, but if you take shooting,
but he can't be the greatest player of all time. Just
if you take shooting out of his game,
he's not good enough all rounder. He's not good enough all rounder.
He's not. And I think literally just because
LeBron.
Go on, sorry. Go on.
LeBron is so good as an all because the rest of his game is so good that it's not like he's shooting his pants. He still can shoot. But
he's a good shooter.
Man's still a good shooter.
If it's FIFA rules, LeBron is like a 90 all around. Like all his stats is like 90s, 89s. Like everything is up. Steph's his shooting is 99, but the rest of the shit.
But he overall is 81 or 82.
But his overall is. Do you get what I mean? But his overall is 81. But his shooting might even take him to like an 87. But it's going to be the shooting that's so lethal that will do that. The rest of his game is not that.
When the form's up, he will go up to 91. 90.
Yeah, legit. Yeah. When you get the good run of games and shit like that, you're right. And I think that's why I don't think Steph would be as big a deal as he is if it wasn't for Bron. Because in any sport, anyone who's like that, anyone who just is the guy, undoubtedly, people are always coming for that guy. People always want to, what's the phrase? When you go against the grain or go against the status quo or something. A contrarian. That's it.
Contrarian.
People want to be contrarians in it. And so I just again, I think if there's no LeBron in this league, I don't think Steph is heralded and praised the way that he is. And I'm not saying he doesn't deserve that praise, because again, he's doing things we've not seen anybody do before him, and I doubt we'll see anybody do after him. Do you get what I mean? But I think
my only thing is, I think if there's a league without LeBron, but there's a Steph Curry, just because of how elite man's shooting is, he creeps into that conversation of this is one of the goals. But because in this same generation, we have the greatest shooter that's ever lived, and then we got a guy that has surpassed now the scoring record. And bro, he's not slowing down, fam. He's still out here, fam. He's still posting up. He's still taking.
It seems like he's getting better. To be honest with you, it seems like he's getting better.
That's what I mean, fam. It's because we have a player like that, Because, bro, okay, think about it. Man like Larry Bird and them, man, If they in the league now, you know what? That's what I was about to say is a bit mad. I'll just,
go for it, man. Do it, bro. Do it. Do it.
What I was meaning to say, basically, is that, because there is a LeBron, who is basically like an all-round geezer, fam. He can post it up. He can take it all the way there and dunk it. He can handle his man to death. He can shoot still. You know what I mean? Like, he can do all that, yeah. And it's not like this geezer just out here, like, he just all round and he just like be doing the you know what I'm saying? Bro, this guy is elite, fam. Man got the handles. He'll handles man to death. He'll spin man around and he'll break man's ankles. Can shoot from not from anywhere, from most places. Do you know what I mean? And from any position. Man can read the game beautifully, fam. It's different. It's different, yeah. There's a difference between that guy and a guy that can like pick out a scoring opportunity for himself.
Yeah. Right? Because LeBron impacts any game that he's in it. Like,
because LeBron, his vision and the way that he plays and moves the ball, it's like he can open a space for someone else and put them through, and they do the shooting or they do the dunking or whatever. At the same time, he can open that space and go through himself and do the dunking for him. But if you Steph here, you can't trust everyone. So let's say like Klay Thompson or like what was the Draymond Green, but then he had hot and cold streaks. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's not the same caliber of thing, fam. So I can't trust you like that, fam. I might could handle somebody to death here, but at the end of it, I'm the one that has to make that space for me to shoot, fam. And that's what separates Steph and LeBron, fam. It's like Steph can do that for himself and make himself look great and make himself look like a GOAT. But then LeBron can do that for himself, make himself look good, make himself look like the GOAT, but he can also make the team look good.
Yeah.
He can create those opportunities and those openings for the team as opposed to just for himself.
I think as well, like a player like Steph, you have to have a team that facilitates that, meaning you need to have guards that can protect that boy so he can do what he does. Do you get what I mean? Because if Steph ain't got no protection,
you just need man that will game the ball, bro.
No, I hear you, but what I'm saying, like, his skill, all you need is to give him the ball. But in games, in those physical contact sports, you can get a defender that isn't anywhere near as skilled as you, but he's bigger and he's stronger than you, and he can just prevent you from being able to do your shit. You get one of them big fuck-off centers, bro, put him on Steph with no protection, no Draymond or no one to protect him and shit. As dope as Steph is at shooting, a nigga that's twice his size is just running into him every time he's got the ball. And his coach is going to tell him, bro, put your shoulder in his back every time he touches the ball. Do you get what I mean?
That's what they call being pocketed, no?
Yeah. Like, Steph is a lot easier to pocket than a LeBron. I'm not saying Steph can't do his thing. Don't get me wrong. Like, he can still do his thing, but in a... Because again, we've seen some of the, not us like together, but I mean, there are some games where I've seen Steph play where man put him in their back pocket, bro, because he ain't got the right people playing, and he just can't do nothing.
Because he doesn't have the other part of the game where it's like, Like he's not big enough, or like, he's quick here. But
he's quick enough.
You know what I mean? He's not quick enough. No, he's quick enough, but he's not big enough to like burst that screen and create that extra like 3 feet so he can like do his thing, or like burst the screen and create that extra 3 feet so he can like jump at the thing and like bang the lay or drop
this
the,
is what,
you know what I mean? Like, it's rare to even see him
was
dunking.
so sick in it. That's why Allen Iverson was so sick, because
Allen Iverson, oh man!
Because again, he had the strength. He was short and shit, but he had the strength. Do you get what I mean? Like, he could stand man up. He could run at you on the ball. Like when he crossed over Jordan that time, you know what I mean? Like, he's just AI was a different breed. You know what I mean? And like,
they called him AI, fam.
Bro, AI, fam, literally.
They called man AI, fam. There wasn't by mistake, and it wasn't for
like,
no
he
reason.
was definitely before his time. You know what I mean? Like, because I think the closest player, I'm not even like a massive basketball head like that, but you know what I mean? I tap in and shit like that. But the closest player I've seen to AI since AI is Kyrie. That's the closest person I've seen who just has handles like that, who just in terms of just being a basketball player.
Uncle
It's just
Drew.
better than niggas. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, nah. To be fair, yeah, I agree. To be fair,
Kyrie's
I agree. But you know what? You know what makes the difference? The consistency, fam. So let's say Kyrie is rated a 90 for like his overall game, yeah, and you play like that. But then like he's rated a 90 for his overall game, like 75% of the time. Whereas LeBron is rated, let's say, like an 85 for his overall game, but he's rated an 85 for his overall game like 95% of the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what the difference is, man.
Nah, legit. And like you said before, the thing about LeBron is like you can't bully him on the court. You know what I mean? Where there's these other players that have these amazing skill sets where in terms of the skill, they'll badge you up, but you can just be physical with them. Like you can't bully LeBron. You know what I mean? You can't push him over. He's going to be stronger than you. And he's got the skill set. That's the fuck thing about it. And he's got
can't pocket man. He got the handles. He got the shooting. He can dunk it. Like, different, fam. Different kind of animal, fam.
Bron is certain
different kind of animal for real, fam.
And like, I think it's one of those things where, again, just from little things I've seen, it seems like the NBA are trying to franchise their way further and further, like into Europe and shit. Like you've seen a lot of like these big European players coming now, and like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no. Why you think they be bringing some of their games over here? And you know what I'm saying? Some of them NBA games, they play them over here. They play them in Spain. You play them in France sometimes. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why, fam. Yeah, because they trying.
You know what? I think it is. I think that the league, for a long time, have had the luxury of having LeBron in the league, meaning if you the chairman of the NBA and shit, and you're looking at your profit margin, you know that you have the face of the league in LeBron James, and no matter what's happening every season, if nothing else, people are gonna sign up to watch this shit because LeBron's here. Do you get what I mean? And then we can, like you said, the scripts and shit, we can create our storylines, we can create our narratives, and who's LeBron's up this year. But we have LeBron. It's the same thing with Jordan. When you have someone that people will tune into week in, week out for 10, 15, 20 years, it's a luxury.
Imagine,
you know what I mean?
Because imagine having a hero here that doesn't have a nemesis, fam. Imagine having a hero that doesn't have like an arch enemy or whatever.
Yeah.
Like LeBron, for him to elevate to the point where people are like, oh yeah, he wanted the GOATs or whatever. He also had to, because they've all had them. You know what I mean?
You have to slay the dragon, innit? You have to slay the dragon, and the people have to see you slay the dragon. Do you get what I mean? They're not going to believe in you until they see the shit. When their man went down in the finals against Golden State, and that nigga Bron said, I'm putting this whole shit on my back. Like, even if you didn't like LeBron, after that, you had to give it up. He's like, nah, he did that. Like, nah, he did that. That was a Golden State that had Steph, that had Klay Thompson, that had fucking Draymond. Was KD there at the time?
KD was there. KD was there the third time because they've won 3 now.
Yeah.
They've won 3 rings since my man. So, all right, check it out. Fam, this is what baffles me the most here. Not even that baffles me here, but this is what makes me think like, oh, nah, there's some other techie things that are happening here, fam. Ever since my man came to the league, so what, 2015, right. They've won the 3 championships, bro. And it's not all because of him, but it's because of man, innit? Like, bro, if he didn't shoot like that, these other guys don't also shoot like that because they don't have that confidence to be like, oh yeah, we shoot like that.
Nah, legit, because again, even like a Klay Thompson, like I don't think we see the player in him.
That's a nobody guy, fam.
That's a nobody.
On a normal team, yeah, that's a nobody guy.
Yeah, that's a rotation player.
You see, you know what I mean? Because he's there with Steph, yeah, and every time, let's say Steph make it open and he move over here and he doing his thing over here, yeah, these guys are going to triple up on him, double up on him, right? Which leaves Clay open or Draymond open.
And Clay, that's how Clay kind of got his shit off in it, because he was literally, when everyone's marking Steph, pass it to Clay, and then he was able to get his buckets up from there. Do you get what I mean? And all of a sudden, it's like, oh shit, like, yo, Clay's all right, you know, bro. Like, you mean, he's got some numbers on the box. Do you get what I mean? But like you say, like in any other team with like niggas ain't even looking at Klay Thompson like he's that guy.
Normal geezer for me.
Yeah, just a normal guy for me. Rotation squad player. You know what I mean? Nah,
man, I was about to diss man, but I won't diss man. I was about to say he like me, bro. He's just regular. Nah, he not.
Bro, fuck that, bro. You're not regular. Don't say that shit.
Them man are excellent players, fam. Them man are like legitimately, excellent, fam. But it's because they've got my man there. You know what I mean? It's like any team that has Messi, yeah. You're going to be a better team in it. Like you're just going to be a better team. It's just gonna be that, because there's gonna be spaces. There's gonna be 3 defenders trying to like lock man down. Yeah. And all he has to do is just put the ball in the right place for you to run through and boom. Like
and all you gotta do is be able to finish. As long as you know he's gonna pass this ball to you and you just gotta put it away, before you know you're gonna have 20 goals in a season. You know what I mean?
Your only job is to make sure that you're 100% on game day. That's it. That's it. If you Klay Thompson, you already know, fam. Every time you're stepping on the court, and Steph Curry is there next to you or behind you, it's like you just have to get into space, but because these guys are going to follow him. And
they're not even going to look at you,
like,
bro.
They're not even looking at you. They discounted you as like, you just another guy on the team, fam. But this guy, he shoot from anywhere, fam. He shoot from anywhere, fam.
Nah, for real.
So we gotta guard him. You can only shoot from like this kind of range. You know what I'm saying? That little 3-point line or whatever. Yeah, that's you, fam. But this guy shoot from like his own half, bro. So we ain't gotta cover him. In fact, as soon as y'all got the ball, we gotta put 2 geezers on him straight away, fam.
Because Steph can hit that shit from the car park, bro. He can hit that shit from across the street, bro. Like
that, fam.
Do you know what I mean? He can stand in the parking lot and hit that shit, bro. Like,
he'll be in a different state and he'll still hit that.
Bro, listen, if there was ever an argument for the magnet thing that you were saying, Steph Curry is that argument, bro. Because there's no way a nigga can just hit them shits like that and it go in like that every time. Nah,
bro. Like I've seen, like I don't know, like I've seen a couple of his like compilations of that. You know what I'm saying? Because I just like to see things done excellently, and you're like into basketball excellent every time. From
I said, and like you're more into the b-ball thing as well, innit? Like
like I mean, I like to play more so than I like to watch. You know what I'm saying? But like I like to see things done excellently, fam. You know what I'm saying? You're looking at them crossover compilations of that, and you see them like man folding their whole knees and ankles and this and that. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's mad, fam. But your man's, fam, bro, he doesn't need defenders. He doesn't need all that theatrics, fam. Just distance, bro. That's it.
For real.
Just distance.
Distance and a target.
Bro, my boy, man will be like near the changing rooms. And it'll be like, yo. And like he said, it won't even be like a shot. It will like do like an overarm.
Bro, it's stupid, fam. It's absolutely stupid. It's stupid.
He'll hit the shot, He'll be looking at the camera while he's hitting the shot, and then he'll walk away from. And then you, obviously, because the angle of the thing, you can see him walking away, but you can see the ball splashing, fam, and you know way, fam. No.
There's there was a game recently, and when I say recently, like in the last couple of months, I can't remember who they were playing, but I think it was either somebody like in the floor seats or like, you know, the other team or something, but they were basically chatting shit about Steph, like in the press conference, I believe, sort of saying something similar to the effect of like, yeah, he's sick of what he does, but that's really all he can do. And there's a shot that they've got where literally, again, like you said, he's in his own half, maybe halfway up in his own half, so pretty closer to his own basket than their basket, and he's by the floor seats in it, where obviously the subs and that sit. He got the ball, hits that shit, fam, and then walks right over to the bench that were chatting shit and just stares at him. The ball's still in the air, bro. The ball's still in the air. He just walks right over to it and he's just looking dead at the bench. And then you see him staring at the bench, and then you just like about 3 seconds later, you just see the whole crowd go crazy, and he's just stood there staring at the bench. Bruh.
Yeah, because the nigga that cold with it, fam. It's like his arms are like computers, fam. Yeah. It's like his arms are like computers, and like wherever he at, it's like they've calculated the angle, they've calculated the trajectory, and they know exactly how much force to put in. Right from the moment
different level of algebra in it. It's a different level of algebra.
He knows already that it's lit, fam. And you know what? Yeah. He's mastered it, yeah. Because like even when I'm like at the court, like on my local court, yeah, I can feel the difference between like a good shot, yeah, and not a good shot, fam. I can feel the difference when like as soon as the ball leaves my hand, I can be like, yeah, that's in. I can feel that, like, oh yeah, that's in, or no, that's not, fam.
Nah,
so
legit.
Like he got it down to such a science here that he can just slap it away and not even look, fam. He could go and shake hands and kiss babies and be like, wow, go on you, man. And then it will go, and then it'll be like, I bet we starting again now, yeah? Like,
no, for real. I heard someone listen to a pod in it. I was listening to a podcast, and I heard someone on there kind of talking about this. But obviously his dad's like Del Curry in it, or whatever his dad's called.
Yeah.
And obviously his dad was like a pretty prolific shooter in his like NBA career. Like he was good in it. And the guy was explaining, obviously Del Curry's worked with like a lot of the academies and, you know, the universities that, you know, a lot of the players that are drafted into the league like go to when they're younger in it. And obviously he helps like with their coaching regimes and shit. And the point the guy was making is like Del Curry would go to like the academies and teach these like aspiring stars like from like maybe the age of like 10, 11, 12 upwards, this shit. Like, and they're going to these special schools to learn from Del Curry. Steph Curry is his son. So imagine the fucking game that Steph Curry was exposed to.
He's already got the genetics. Bro, so you know, remember, I think it was an episode of the pod where we were talking about how DNA remembers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like everything that you do and every like thing that you like, let's say, accomplish in your lifetime, like you basically give that to your kid. So if you learn how to like play guitar real good, like your kid's just gonna be able to play guitar real good for no reason. It's just gonna happen. Yeah. If you learn how to like kickball and them things there, your kid like is just gonna be good at kicking ball for me. It's just gonna, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So worse, that like he already got that genetic disposition, but then he's got the guidance to
the actual guide. Yeah. And this is like probably before he could even like form sentences properly. His dad put a basketball.
You know what I mean? He's 3 years old, like just barely walking. He already got a ball in his hand.
Do you get what I mean? So,
like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
so he would have been like 6 years old, being exposed to the same sort of like training drills that these academy players are getting. he would have been a youth being exposed to that shit, like early doors. Do you get what I mean? So imagine Steph Curry by the time he's 16, and you have to remember when Steph first came into the league, he wasn't a superstar when he first came into the league. Like people didn't really rate him like that. He was just the guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was the guy, bro.
And then one day he let that thing go, and then he let it go again, and then he let it go again, and then he let it go. And people were like, "Wait a minute, hold on. How many threes this nigga to shoot in a row?" Wait.
Nah. They didn't realize because he was quiet in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? He would just be like, "There, boom." He'll let it go, and they'll be like, "Damn, that was a bit of a tricky shot. Yeah, can't believe he did that." And then it keep getting to the can't believe he did that. It's like, yo, how does this keep doing that?
That's what I'm saying. It would have been after like maybe a season or 2 seasons, and they would have looked back on his numbers and shit and be like, wait, yo, look how many threes he just shot in the season, bro. Like, wait, what the fuck? Like, and I think there was definitely like a season. It might have been like 2016, but that might be wrong. I think
it was 2015 because 2015 was his debut season, right?
Right.
I think by the time that we got to the end of that season, we were starting to realize
that there's something special about this unit.
Just how good this kid is at shooting.
Yeah. So
then it was like the whole thing of like, oh, can he be really one of the best players because like all he can do is shoot? But then it's like, brother, if I can shoot from the car park here and hit it every time, bro, like I don't even gotta do all that dribbling and handling shit.
Because any
I can just pull up here.
They're gonna build a team around me that's gonna allow me to do what I do. Do you get what I mean? Like any team that gets Steph, they're gonna put the pieces around him. You know what I mean?
And the wicked part is it doesn't even matter where I'm standing on the court from. Yeah, I might be at my own baseline. I'll hit a 1-2 steps and do a pull up one time. The defender keep running. Now I got acres of space, fam. And splash from my own half ball.
And even like in him doing that, and obviously a lot of other players in the league like adding the shoot into their arsenal and that, you've even seen the difference in how teams play on the defense. You know what I mean? Like you've even because like now, well, again, I'm not a basketball aficionado, so it's just from what I've seen. But it's like I remember earlier 2000s and shit when like Steve Nash and all them sort of niggas was playing that. Like the defense, a lot of time it almost would look like, you know, you play half court at the park and shit. It would almost look like that because a lot of the time the defense would just sit in their own half, they wait for you to press the ball, and then everybody would mark up and do what they're doing. Because of this nigga Steph, bro, like defenders are having to push out of their own half. You can't just leave that nigga there. You know what I mean? It's like once upon a time,
because Steph could hit.
That's what I'm saying.
Steph could hit it from his own thing.
That's what I'm saying. Once upon a time, a guy in his own half, it's going to be like, what's he going to do? Shoot the ball? Like, cool, you can just leave him there. He's going to need to get closer anyway. Because he's going to need to come a bit closer. You know what I mean? The kind of like now it's like, bro, you can't let that nigga just have space anywhere, bro. Like, we have to sacrifice a defender. Go get that nigga. In fact, 2 of you go get that nigga, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
it's a different game for that guy. Fam.
That's the thing about Steph. Like, he is so proficient in one particular skill set that it forced everybody to adapt how they play because he's so good at that one. It's like, imagine. It's not the same, so don't kill me. It's not the same. But you remember that when Toronto won the Rock and there was the Kawhi season, and how niggas were saying like, "Yo, we've never seen nothing like Kawhi, like in terms of a defender that can do that sort of shit." Like, it's a similar sort of concept where because Kawhi was a defender that could go to the rock like that, like they had to adapt how they played. The difference is obviously he seems to have fallen off the face of the earth. Do you know what I mean? Like the difference
ever since he started messing with them little Kardashians, I tell y'all niggas, man, stay away from them Kardashians, my boy. Because I don't know what
Steph,
it is, but everybody that, you know what I'm saying, they get involved with the money, all the juice gets sucked away from.
Legit. The closest thing I can think of, like, well, no, it's not the closest, let me not say that, but say like football, for example, it would be like, imagine a nigga who anywhere on the pitch, if he just tee that shit up and lick it, it's gonna go in. Like, imagine if that was what like the players had to start playing against an 11 aside. Like, most teams wouldn't know what to do with that. A nigga who can just pull up from anywhere, bro, and hit that shit, and at least test the keeper.
Yeah, from the middle of the park, fam, just bang it at the top corners, fam.
Yeah, and keep doing it, bro. Like, you would see the entire league change. It'd be the same thing. You see the entire league change. They'd have to change formations.
Because then they'd be shooting midfielders.
Bro, then they would be shooting like half
attacking midfielders, defensive midfielders. That way, fam. There'd be like attacking defense or whatever. Yeah, I'm saying
attacking holding midfielders. That's what you start to see.
There'll be attacking holders, wouldn't they? There'll be attacking holders, isn't it?
Smart, bro. Then you start to bring pieces in. It's like, all right, if my holder's gonna attack, I'm gonna have my strikers pull in a bit. You know what I mean? And it's like even that like the false
defensive strikers, fam.
Bruh,
and them things there, fam.
You think the whole league change if the nigga could do that? You know what I mean?
You know what? Yeah, like, to be fair, we were talking about a similar thing earlier on. Like with these, man, we were talking about how these games like evolve in it. And like, let's say like in the Prem, it used to be like, you need like, if your defenders are like proper staunch and strong and they just launch in and then they pass it to the midfield guys and then they like do the passing and blah blah, and then your attackers obviously got to handle business. But now it's a different thing now, you know what I'm saying? It's like your defenders even are attacking and doing the crossing and scoring, you know what I'm saying?
Flying wingbacks, bro. That's the thing now, bro. The thing now is 3 centre-backs and flying wingbacks. You know what I mean?
That part.
Because we came up in the time, we came up in the time where it was 4-4-2. You know what I mean?
4-4-2.
4 defenders,
4-4-2.
4 midfielders, 2 strikers. And that was the thing.
I remember playing in 4-4-2.
Bro, because that was the thing. I remember again back in the glory Arsenal days when Wenger first started bringing in the 4-3-3 thing. People were like, what is this guy doing, bro?
Yeah,
like,
people were a bit baffled. Like, what's happening there? Why are you putting 3 midfielders there, innit? And
that don't even make sense.
You have 3 attackers. Like, how does that even make sense? Yeah,
like, and it's just like you said, like the game evolves. Like even to now, you will very rarely see a team, especially like a Prem team, play a traditional 4-4-2 formation, because the way the game evolved is like, once you figure out, it's all hacks in it. Everything is like hacking. Once you figure out the hack of the 4-4-2, like, oh shit, all we need to do is bring out one centre back, so he's got to cover the mid, and then just put it over the top of him and have the guy run at the next defender and he can't catch him. Once you hack the formation,
it's systems, isn't it? It's all systems. Because like if I've got a system that works, or let's say like if there's a particular system that's like been adopted by everyone, and then I find a way to, let's say, breach that system, and now I can get in behind the, let's say, like the defensive line every single time. It's like everyone's gonna then adapt to that breach in the system, and then be like, whenever this happens, then we need somebody to drop back also, and then that becomes like the system, and that becomes like a system, and then now somebody else will come and somebody will come and then break that system and be like, if I put one of my strikers in the midfield, so that anytime something happens, they can just like burst through the both lines. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and then it changes again.
It's what Bayern Munich did for almost 10 years with Muller and the false 9, bro. Like, it's the exact same thing. It's like, we're going to put a guy up here who you think is a striker, but he's not actually a striker, but he is.
But he's not really. But then he can score like a striker.
So when he starts going deep into the pitch, it forces your centre back to be like, yo, do I follow this guy? Do I just let him, like, what am I supposed to do? Because my system tells me I have to stay in this area. But this nigga's gone so deep into the pitch. And now if the centre back follows him, there's a hole in the defence. If the centre back stays there, there's a hole in the midfield. Like, it's the same thing. And like, that's what I think is like cool about sports, where you see they start to create like new positions and shit. Like, because somebody can come in and like do something that you haven't seen before. Do you get what I mean? And like, they then adapt that into systems of play and shit. It's like, it's all algorithmic almost, you know what I mean? Like, it's cool.
That's why, yeah. Let's say in a team, let's say like the peak Bulls area, the one person that always gets overlooked here, that probably deserves a lot more credit, is what was my man's name again? Forgot his name. Nah, not Rodman. No, the manager. I forgot his name.
Oh, fucking. Oh, motherfucker, what's that guy's name? The white guy, man.
In it, yeah.
Jackson.
Yeah.
Phil Jackson.
Phil Jackson. Nah.
Hold on.
No, it's from 85 to 93. Jerome Richard Krause. Krause? I don't know how to say it. But you see, you didn't even know his name, fam. Phil Jackson is new, fam.
Jerry Krause, the guy that owned the Bulls, you mean?
Oh. Didn't he like executive who was the general manager of the Chicago Bulls in the NBA thing from 85 to 2003, fam?
Nah, you're definitely right. Because now I've looked at his picture, I know who you're talking about.
Because Phil Jackson was the head coach, right?
Yeah, he was like the manager who sorted the formation and he was the, you know what I mean, like what Wenger would have been or Mourinho. Like, he was the manager. Like, Jerry Krause is the equivalent of like, what's that guy that does the thing for Manchester United, like the transfer executive guy that sorts all the transfers, and that's what Jerry Krause is, in it.
So that's Phil Jackson, right? Phil Jackson was the head from 89 to 98. He then coached LA from 99 to 2004, and again from 2005 to 2011. Let's look at Phil Jackson here, and then look at the teams that he's been like involved with as like a head coach here, and then look at how prolific they were in those times, fam. Like, that's Phil Jackson, fam. That's like a Guardiola.
You know who I would liken him more so to? Pep.
That's what I mean. That's like a Guardiola, fam. Yeah.
Sorry, not Pep. Sorry, I meant to say Klopp. Sorry, not Pep. Klopp. Sorry.
Jurgen Klopp. Stop it. Phil Jackson's not a Jurgen Klopp, fam.
What I mean is the actual style of management, because Jurgen, in his good days, his thing is very like, it's us against them. Like, he's a very interpersonal kind of manager, where like Phil Jackson was kind of like, Pep is he's a system manager. I don't really give a fuck about you as a player, as long as you can do what I'm telling you to. It's like, Pep is a lot more like Mourinho. Like, it's not about the player, it's about the system. And as long as this guy does his job, then it's cool.
Then it's all going to work out. If you kind of
look at like how Klopp introduced like even like Alexander-Arnold Trent, like his role and how his role is kind of crossing the ball across the pitch because he's so prolific and shit. It's like, you need a manager like Klopp who will allow someone with that skill set to like be in the team. And because of the system Klopp plays, it's like, I can use that. Like, a nigga like Pep, he would never have Trent Alexander-Arnold in his team. Not because he's shit, because Pep's like, I can't use you in my system. Like, what you do isn't going to help how I do football. Do you get what I mean? Like, listen, Pep sold Ibrahimovic, Pep sold David Villa, like, Pep sold a whole heap of players that thought they were bigger than the game. It's like, bro, I don't give a fuck who you are, bro. This is what we play when I'm managing, bro. Like, this is what we do. Do you get what I mean? Like, Yeah, it's a mad thing. It's a mad
You
thing,
know
man.
what? Yeah? We also did discuss this before about how like in the modern era, it's almost as if like the individual player is more important than the team, and like teams are much more willing to like bend over backwards to like, you know what I mean, like
You know why I think that is
appease
though?
players.
You know, I think that's because sports became franchise, sports became marketing, and in marketing, again, we would go back to things like LeBron, like Jordan. If you become the face of the league, you become the guy. When you negotiate your contracts, you negotiate that with that understanding. Like, yo, listen, you can't
Based
pay
on the
me like
fact
you
that
pay
I'm
these
that
niggas,
guy.
bro. Like, fuck the basketball, my nigga. Like,
See, because it's like
I fill these stadiums every week. These niggas come here to see me, blood. Like, and when that starts becoming the thing, and like for teams, it starts becoming again about that bottom dollar because all of these teams are businesses now. Once upon a time, it was about the actual sport. Now it's about the business of the shit. Do you get what I mean? And like, again, that's why we even saw the Cristiano Ronaldo thing play out the way it did, because to him, he's like, bro, I don't give a fuck how shit I am or how old I am. I'm Ronaldo, bro. These niggas come here to see me, blood. Like, I've done it all, bro. Niggas can't talk to me.
Man said it doesn't matter how old I am.
And that's why managers like Sir Alex Ferguson or Arsene Wenger, that's why those kind of managers that will never get that again. Like, but that's why they were so important.
I think,
because
you know
Alex
what,
Ferguson came from a time where that didn't matter. So when David Beckham started chatting shit to him, he dashed a boot at that nigga. Who the fuck am I talking to? I don't fuck who anybody is in this room, bro.
Not
you know
only
what I mean?
that, but he dashed him away from me. He said, "Get out of here, man. Away."
But you have to remember, when he did that, Beckham was at the height of his career, if you remember, bro. Like, Beckham became, and he was one of the first players.
The time of
I was thinking about this
when
the
he
other
was
day as
doing the
well,
Emporio
randomly.
Armani thing, and he had his
He was one of the
chain,
first players
and he
that
was
really
dating
became
what's her
like
name, the Spice
a
Girl, and
celebrity.
what?
You know what I mean? He was one of the first players that really became like a celebrity outside of the sport. Do you get what I mean? And that's where what you're talking about, how players got more power, that's where that all comes into. Because even players now, there's almost like a kind of influencer thing that comes into that. You know what I mean? There are people whose job it is to help, like, literally run and market like different players so that they have like good public image and shit like that. Like, that's a thing now. Do you get what I mean? So even someone like Jack Grealish, very good footballer, was doing his thing at Villa, was the king of Aston Villa.
Yeah.
But in real life, you're not paying 100 million for Jack Grealish. Like, he's not that good. No shade, but he's just not that good. But because
there's no way
he's got a
you
name,
pay 100 mil for my man, and then you pay like what 50 mil for Jesus. How much did Arsenal pay for Jesus?
50 something around that.
Yeah. There's no way from. There's no way from.
You know what I mean?
Not. You know,
but because Jack Grealish is like, he's the one that they trying to push. They trying to make him like Harry Kane is pushing on now. Do you know what I mean? So they really want Jack Grealish to be the guy. You know what I mean? And it's like, I think he has the potential to be the guy, but it's the whole thing of when you gas somebody too early and they think they're there, but they're not there yet. Do you get what I mean? And I think the move to Man City, although in terms of being able to negotiate contracts moving forward is a great advantage, it's like in terms of your actual career, it's not good because you're not.
I think it would have been better if he stayed at the end. I think it would have better. He would have had a better career trajectory here if he'd have stayed at Villa for another couple of seasons.
Yeah, like not even a lot, like two seasons maybe. Like if he just stayed there and really,
you're gonna go to a city, isn't it? You're gonna go to a city.
It's too large of a jump, bro. It's too large of a jump, man.
And not even that, yeah. It's like you're not gonna play for them.
But no, that's what I'm saying.
City got like 4 squads on rotation deep like that, fam. You're not gonna play them.
And they all
play
ballers. You get what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Jack Grealish was the king of Aston Villa, which is cool, but Man City is a long way from Aston Villa, bro. Like, but that's the problem with the team now. A player like Jack Grealish, like back in the day, a player like that would maybe start at Aston Villa and he might go to like a Tottenham. he might go to like an Everton or you know what I mean, a kind of 5th, 6th place team to kind of establish himself in the Prem. But these days, as a player, you can't do that. It decreases your value as a player these days. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah,
so for Jack Grealish, if he's gonna move, he has to get a £100 million move because it increases his value as a player. And it's like it's fucked because it's like it's gonna decrease your value as a player because you're not gonna play. You can't get into that City team. You're good, but you're not that good. Do you get what I mean? Like, and as you said, Pep has like 4 squads deep on rotation that he's put this all in place for years to have these teams. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, you're not brilliant enough to break into this shit. So you're just going to sit on the bench, and when I need you...
We wouldn't say that you're not brilliant enough, yeah? It's like you're a wicked player, but fam, next to some of these geezers, fam, it's like, bro, like...
Listen, Grealish is dope, yeah. Grealish is dope, but next to Kevin De Bruyne, I don't want to hear that shit.
See,
do you know what I mean? Like, I want to hear that. Do you know what I mean?
It's like
next to Gundogan,
that's not even debatable, fam. You know what I mean? That's like, not even a debate thing, fam. How you gonna be like, oh yeah, Jack Grealish or Gundogan, fam?
Do you know what I mean? It's like,
well, both of them on their best day, fam. Nah, stop. Stop. Listen.
Let me bring this man.
Kevin De Bruyne or Jack Grealish, fam.
Let me look at this man.
How, fam? How?
See what players they got in this shit right now.
How's that even like an open question, fam? That's not. If I'm Pep. But then,
and there's nothing you can say to me if I'm Pep as well, like
injured or whatever.
But that's the whole point. Pep brought him to be a dope guy that he can bring on if he needs him. Like, you're good enough where if one of my guys is out for some reason, I'm gonna put you in there. But if they're not out, you're not playing, bro. Like Bernardo Silva, Kevin De Bruyne, Phil Foden, fucking Mahrez, fucking.
Oh, that's a question. But Phil Foden's sick.
To me personally, I'm biased because of FIFA and I'm biased because of Football Manager. But to me, Phil Foden is the chosen one. I think he's supposed to be the next one, and I hope that he meets his potential because he's supposed to be.
Nah, do you know what? Yeah, if he gonna really be the next one, yeah, they gotta keep that spotlight away from man and just let him do his thing.
Now, legit.
Because you see, as soon as they start being like, oh yeah, he's the next this and he's the next that, yeah, that's when everything flops.
If I'm City, Theo Walcott, right.
Yeah, like I think about the amount of potential, yeah, that there's been, yeah. Even like Wilshere, they were like, oh yeah, he's like the next whatever Lampard or whatever, and then it just couldn't like live up to that. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's an impossible amount of pressure to put on somebody that young. You know what I mean?
You know what it was? I think not even just the pressure element. I think that's true as well. But I think, and especially like Walcott and Wilshere, it was too much gas from early. They gave Theo Walcott the 14 shirt, bro. They gave him the 14 shirt, man.
They should have never had did that, fam. They should have never had did that, fam.
Do you get what I mean? And he hadn't proven himself. He hadn't because remember he had the 32 shirt when he first came. He was 32.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like he signed a new contract, whatever, and he come out with a 4. And this was like 2-3 years. No, maybe a bit longer. But like, it wasn't long after Henry. It wasn't a lot. Arsenal was still looking for that marquee striker.
Yeah, it's okay. You can say we, bro. It's cool.
We ain't speaking French, bro. We ain't speaking French. Arsenal were looking for that marquee, and like, they gave him that shirt, and you just saw it dwindle away. Because again, once you start telling these niggas they the man. Like, remember, Henry didn't really become the guy till he was about 26, if you remember.
Yeah.
He was a winger. He was a winger at Juventus.
He was a winger as well. Yeah.
He was a winger at Juve. Wenger saw him and said, "Yo,
brought him in and said, hey,
I can. The way that they play in this league, yeah, there's certain that you do. I think we can. If we adapt that, bro, I can make you a guy." And it took time, fam. Remember, Henry wasn't Mr. Gas when he got there, fam. Like
No, because people were still like, yo, who's this youth?
Yeah, this random winger.
Because remember how like people were like, oh, why does this Wenger guy always get French players or whatever? You know what I mean? That was that whole thing. Like, then they realized like, oh snap, nah.
But the reason Henry was able to become the guy was because there wasn't this massive spotlight on him, like you said. You know what I mean? He was able to actually do the work and develop. What did I say to you before about the studio shit? The studio shit we were talking about, like off the pod, where I say like, yo, you can't cheat the process in it. Like, yeah, the process is the process. You have to go through it.
You got to go through it, and you got to develop them.
And so you speak about guys like your Jack Wilshers, your Theo Walcotts. It's like it's almost like they tried to skip the process. And so they got the big number, the big contract, the big this. Jack Wilshere, you number 10 now, fam. But he hasn't actually gone to that place where you earn that shit yet. You know what I mean? Back in the day, for like your Lampard to get the number 10 shirt, bro, they had to see Lampard in the final do some shit. They had to see him save, like he had to do something to get that shirt. Do you get what I mean? Like, these days, you don't earn your squad number these days. You can negotiate in your contracts. Do you get what I mean? You can negotiate a squad number in your contract now.
Yeah, all you have to do is make sure that people talk about you and be like, oh yeah, that's the wickedest guy. And then now you better be the guy. And you're like 16. Like, bro, you're not gonna, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's so unfair that they do that. They do put pressure on these kids to like be that, when it's like even them people that you're talking about, like they had a longer trajectory before they got to that point where even like they recognized for like being that. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, he's the next I don't know, this, or he's the next that, but it's like that person that you're comparing them to at that age when they were like this, they didn't have the next blah blah to be compared to. They just were like, wow, this guy's excellent.
Nah, legit. And you know what it is as well? It's like,
excellent.
There are some outliers who were as excellent as they were gassed to be, but unfortunately made it difficult for the people coming after them. So when I think about like English football, right? No, not even that deep, bro. Not even that deep. I'm thinking like Michael Owen. Because remember, when he first hit the scene, he was like 17 and he took the world by storm. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, no one had ever seen that before in terms of like an English footballer. No one had ever seen a young English footballer playing against grown men doing what he was doing. He was a kid badding up grown men. And then you get down to 17, at 17, bro, playing against like looking like a grown man on the pitch doing his thing.
He making them grown people look like kids, fam, playing in his league. You know what I mean?
And again, you have to remember
the kid,
how like football in England and shit had gone. Like that wasn't really a thing before that. Obviously, you had young players that were good, whatever, but there was no young player that just burst onto the scene out youth team like that. Not like that. Like when he got into that Liverpool first
international level,
bro, and then he got the England cap and went even crazier. He got
the England cap, and then Madrid wanted him from not even just Madrid, Galacticos, bro.
Yeah.
This is like the peak of Madrid. Well, I mean, at the beginning of the peak of Madrid, the Galacticos, they wanted man from when he was like 17, 18.
Bro, he won the Ballon d'Or, fam. Like, fuck all this we talk. He won the Ballon d'Or as like a 19 or 20-year-old, bro. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. Like, the point I'm making is that English football had never seen anything like that before that. And so what started to happen was anytime now there's like a 17-year-old that kind of looks like he's something, they're like, oh shit, bro, this might be another Owen, fam. And they would push the kid out there before the kid ready. I even go down to the example of like Wayne Rooney, another one who at 16 was in Everton's first team. He made his debut at 16 for their first team, and again looked like a grown man on the pitch, badding niggas up. Do you get what I mean? And then got the England cap
I remember.
No, sorry.
There was a one mad goal that he scored, fam, and it was against us, fam. Like,
Yeah.
I remember this vividly, fam. He was like
that
17.
stupid
He was
goal in
still
it.
fresh, fam.
Fresh, bro.
That idiot goal, fam. I still see it now, yeah. And like, really, I'm impressed in it. But like, deep down, I'm like, yeah, nah. I
Because
can't take that. But like,
that was either his debut or his debut season.
the second
I can't remember.
it was his debut season. I think it was like the second time that he started for the first team.
And he lit that bit, And it was one of those
and
ones
he
like,
said, bang, have one of those, fam.
Hold that in your blood clot, fam. And put himself on the scene. We'll go further down the line. Fucking 18 years old. The big bid from Manchester United, and again, this is the Man U that we remember, bro. Like, this is Man United, fam. The big bid comes in and gets accepted, bro. Number 10 shirt, Wayne Rooney, 18 years old, goes out there and bads up the blood clot, fam. Because if you remember, they signed Rooney and Ronaldo. No, I'm lying. No, they might have been around the same time. Because I remember Ronaldo wasn't the marquee signing. People didn't really know him then.
Ronaldo was still new in it. He was like a flashy Portuguese guy that they just got. You know what I'm saying? He was
still
unproven. He was like 17.
Man United had played against. Was it Lisbon he played for? Sporting Lisbon.
Was it Lisbon? Yeah.
They're the green and white.
They were like, Then they were like, nah, he's something else. But I
remember they played against Sporting Lisbon, and he played like really well. And literally, like you said, like Fergie went right back for him. So like no one really knew him like that. Do you get what I mean? But Rooney came in the scene, bro, and he started badding shit up. And I think what started to happen from those points is like any young kid who was like 17, 18, who looked like something when they in training and look like something and in the youth games and shit, like they would start pushing these kids like, yo, he's sick. And a lot of those kids weren't ready for that. And obviously they try and do what they can do, but again, when you've got outliers like a Rooney or an Owen, they're outliers, they're the exception to the rule. They're just those like generational talents that you can't do anything about. Do you get what I mean? But they started treating all of the young kids like they were that. And unfortunately, like not all of these young. So I think, like as you said, a lot of these young players' careers, it almost like was sabotaged in a sense. Because even like a Jack Wilshere, imagine if he was like given the actual time and the discipline and the guidance to become what he could have become. Do you get what I mean? It's like he could have really been ting. And even someone like Cesc Fabregas was there. The thing with Fabregas, the reason why he was able to grow into that was because Wenger had faith in him and said, yo, I know you young, but I see something in you. So I'm going to go and put you out there next to Vieira. And I want you to watch Vieira. And when we training, you train with Vieira. You train with Gilberto Silva. I want you to watch these men and see what they do. I know you, because remember when Fabregas first came into the team, bro, he looked really out of place, fam. And people were like, why?
Man, he was shaky, bro. Like, yeah, I remember.
It was mad shaky,
I remember he used to start in some games, and it's like, nah, why you started my man for?
Why you starting this week, fam? But it's like he saw something in it, and he was willing to gamble on it. But in the gamble, he said, listen, there are these guys who've been doing this. I'm going to put you out there with them so you can be on the field with them. And like, because you know what it's like when you play in ball and shit, when you play with someone who's sick and you get a chance to like play with them sort of week in, week out, whatever, you can pick up a lot for your game from that. Like you can pick up a lot of shit. You know what I mean? And it's like, he was given enough guidance. But then
at the same time, you know what also happens at the same time, a wicked thing where it's like, oh, do you know what, we've got this sick guy, and it doesn't even matter if I play sick, or if I play mediocre, we're still going to win because my man in it. So, like, whatever pressure's on me, it doesn't really matter like that because we're going to be sick either way from it.
Yeah, legit. And like, that's what it's a minute. And I think just the consequence of like a lot of those special players that came out of those generations that we're talking about is that when they look at some of these youths now, they thinking that these youths are going to be as special as that. Like, And I'm not saying that they won't be. I'm not saying that they can't be. I'm just saying it's like the music business, right? You stumble across a fucking a Drake as a young artist, you Lil Wayne, a Frank Ocean, or someone like these guys who are just these generational talents. Now, what the label does, like, oh shit, bro, we just found a new formula that works, my nigga. Yo, you man, go and look for everybody whose formula kind of looks like this. If they got a little bit of traction, bring them niggas in, and we're gonna run this. We're gonna run this play again, bro.
And we're gonna run it just like that.
But the problem with that is that not a lot of artists can be a Frank Ocean. There's not a lot of artists that can be what he is. Do you get what I mean? But if you bring someone in and you set the bar like that, because remember, like, that's why even these days, okay, once upon a time in like music, the early 2000s, maybe mid 2000s, like the era of the cosign, where like if you were gonna go clear, you needed like that cosign from somebody. You know what I mean? So again, I speak to like Drake and Lil Wayne, or Kanye and Jay-Z, or whatever examples you want to think, right? Like, once you got that cosign, you were good and you were clear to go. But obviously, to get the cosign, you had to, like, there had to be something set off, something like, yo, all right, yeah, this one's going to work. This is actually going to work. Obviously, what began to happen is that when new artists were coming up and shit, new artists started chasing the cosign and doing anything they could do to get a cosign, and would get certain cosigns, but now the expectation is all the way up here. So they're an artist, and their expectation now, like, yo, 90,000 first week. Now, first time dropping shit, they might only sell 16. On your first time out as a new artist, that's not terrible. It's not.
It's not terrible. But then again, it's like with the problem with the music industry is that, like, the bar is set mad high. The bar is set.
But that's what I was going to go into in it. I was literally going to say. Sorry. I was literally just going to say, and then you go like in it. Then you go. I was literally going to say the reason why it's fucked is because the guy who sells 16,000. If he was expected to sell 90, it's a flop. And now public perception is down. And really, there's nothing wrong with what he did. His project is good and and he's just getting started. He can learn from what went wrong, since he can do better. He can grow as an artist. But because perception is down on shit, and like the way that the thing is run now off perception, it's like, oh, we don't ever want to listen to this nigga's next shit because he flopped, bro. Like, and it, like, people are put in a situation where it's like almost like a lose-lose. So you get the big cosign, you get all of this, but then if you don't knock it out the park the first time, niggas don't want to see that shit no more. Where really there's a lot of artists who could do with the time of doing the actual process. Because there's a lot of good artists, bro, that unfortunately ain't really here no more because they got put up to the bats and then they didn't knock it out the park.
Also,
you know what I mean?
Also the expectations don't really match. That's the wickedest part for them. It's like, you see, like back in the day, when, let's say, the only way that you could listen to certain songs on a, let's say, like a 50 Cent album was that, like, if you got the album, you know what I'm saying? You weren't gonna just hear track 8 on the Massacre just anywhere. Do you know what I mean? It was either going to be one of the singles you heard, or it was going to be one of the singles you heard, isn't it? Which, let's say, I don't remember the track listings and whatever, but like, you're getting deep into the album, it's like those are album cuts, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's like, you're not going to get to hear that anywhere else unless you buy the album. So man had to actually go and buy the album. So when these older artists are flexing like, oh yeah, I went platinum when man had to buy the thing, it's like, all right, cool, you went platinum when man had to buy the thing, but man didn't have the option. Do you know what I mean? Man didn't have the option to just like get this one single cut from the album, or just listen to this one single cut. They had to go out of their way to buy the whole thing for whatever it was, $12.99,
then see what they like
$15.99, or whatever it was, and then see what they like out of it. Whereas now it's much different. You know what I mean? Like, bro, I know when I put like a project, I know which songs are the ones that people are visiting the most. Because you can see the plays, you can see the amounts of the plays. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's not the same as before, where like if an artist puts something out, you gotta like buy their album to hear the album. You know what I'm saying? I could just hit YouTube and hear one song from Drizz, and then one song from Slow, and then I'll go to like another artist and listen to one song of theirs because that's just what I want to do.
Yeah.
So like when these artists nowadays, they're doing like 17K, 32K, 25K first week. It's like, it's not really that surprising. And I don't think that anybody should like be looking at that as if like them people flopped, because like they didn't really flop. They still got like, because bro, like for it to count as a sale, it means that there's been at least 1,000 plays on that single. That's how it counts as a sale towards that. At least 1,000 plays. I think that's what people don't get when they see numbers like 17K, 15K. They don't understand that for each one of those Ks, it was like 1,000 plays. So it's like 1,000 times 1,000 times 15. You see it? That's the difference now. So the numbers gonna look off because it's just not the same anymore. It's not like oh man, I'm spending $12.99 every time man want to listen to the thing, because it's not like that no more. Do you know what I mean?
But you see what's mad about it as well, though, is that I think that a lot of the labels and shit have created it to be such as a leverage point, meaning the labels understand what you're saying, and the labels know that to be true. The labels know if they sell this many, if we sell 15K first week, we could probably recoup on most of the shit if we didn't really give you that much. You know what I mean? It's not really a problem. But what they do know is that if you were popping all this big shit and we gave you a massive look before, and then you want to do 15K this time, like your demand with the public and your fan base becomes much lower, because we've pushed this narrative where if your numbers don't look like this, then you flopping. So now when you come to negotiate with us and shit, now we can say, well, actually, you know what, bro? Like your following's gone down on this and your socials, and, you know what I mean? And like now they can lowball you because you think your value is lower. Do you get what I mean?
You know what's wicked even? You know what's even more wicked about that? That's like it's exposing how predatory the business is. Yeah. Because it's like they know for a fact that the numbers are how they are because the things work how they work. They're not going to be in the business and be like blind to how things work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They know that like every 1,000 streams is a sale. Or roughly. So they know that. You know what I mean? It's not like before where, let's say, if you had 1 million streams, then that means like, oh, you got like a, they'll put that onto like your physical sales, and then that's like a couple 100,000. Look, it's not like that anymore. They know that now.
They got rid of that quick.
So
as
like
well.
when they lowballing these artists and being like, oh, you only did 17K, fully knowing that people don't really buy things like that. See, because they took away that whole. Remember when artists were doing the thing of like, oh yeah, we're selling merch.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh yeah, if you get this hoodie and you get this thingy, then you can get like a free ticket to the show or whatever. And then that would count as like 3 sales towards the album because they got merch, they got the hoodie, they got the ticket to the show, and in that bundle they would have got like access to the music or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So like that's like four different points of reference that they've got there. Yeah? So them knowing that they've removed that because they've taken that bar down themselves, them knowing that is just exposing more so how predatory that is, fam.
And you know what's wickeder even about that? You know who
They don't
invented?
care, fam.
You know who invented that? What you just said? Prince. Prince was the artist that came up with bundling his tickets with his sales with like merchandise and shit. Where like, yo, if you come to my show, I'm gonna give you a copy. Because this was before any of this language was written into any of the contracts in it. So it's like, yo,
so your man was
all I
out
need
here
to
creaming
all
it,
the contract states, all the contract states is that I need to sell at least 100,000 copies of this album. That's all I need to do. It doesn't state anything else. So it's like, yo, tell you what, yeah, if you come to my show, you get an album with it, and because you buying a ticket, that's the sale. You know what the music industry said? Fuck out here with that shit, bro. No way, fam.
That's when they brought the 360.
Lights on that, bro. Put the lights on that shit,
when
bro.
the 360 came in, fam. Because it was after Prince in it, when he was out here talking about, oh yeah, these men are eating off everything, and I'm tired of this, how they're eating off everything on me.
Came in, bro. That's why they created the 360, because he found a way to circumnavigate the contract, because he fulfilled his contract, but the money he was getting was
and
from
they still
didn't want to get.
Okay.
So they and that's why, you know, where he like drew the symbol on his face, like the artist formerly known as Prince, because they basically said, my nigga, like, fuck, you know when you say, oh, I don't know, like when you was a kid or something, and it's like, oh, you know, let's do heads or tails on a coin or whatever the fuck. Like, oh, if you win, then you get like my pack of sweets, and if I win, I get your pack of sweets. And then man flip the coin, and then thing, and it's heads. It's like, oh shit, you wanted it. And then you keep doing it, and it's like, and you find out it's a double-sided coin, like both sides are heads. That's why you keep losing. And then he goes, nah, bro, like all you said is that if it's heads, I get your pack of sweets, and if it's tails, then I don't. We didn't talk nothing about no coin. We didn't say nothing like, you know, no. The music industry said like, nah, bro, fuck your coin, fuck the sweets. I ain't giving, nigga, you ain't getting shit, bro. We locking your shit off, bro. You will never release music again. And again, the artist,
bro, when they couldn't stop man doing his thing, they said, you know what, yeah, we'll just cash in on our life insurance real quick.
Yeah, like, wig that nigga, bro. Fuck that, wig that nigga, bro. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying.
2 times, fam.
The artist formerly known as Prince, that was him circumnavigating his blackballing. Like, do you know what I mean? Because they literally were like, bro, the fact that you got one over on us, bro, you're never getting out of this contract. I don't give a fuck what, my nigga. You could bring back the baby Jesus, my nigga. You will never, because that was the whole battle of the independent shit in it. Because the whole, if they let Prince out of that shit after he pulled that shit, bro, it would have set a different level of precedent. Again, the kids that are watching, the world that's watching, bro, the young people come up and they get inspired by that shit. If a whole generation of artists come up seeing Prince not only taking on the music industry but beating it, they're like, oh my nigga, fuck them, bro. We don't need these niggas,
bro. That's why they had. That's why they had to do MJ the way that they did him. That's why they had to come out and be like, oh yeah, he was messing with them kids. But when really they don't want to come out and really say what it was, that he owned half of Sony and he controlled the majority of the music business.
He got it over on them, fam. And you know what they said? Like, fuck this, bro. At the end of the day, we'll just wig, man, bro. Like, at the end of the day, like, when shit comes to when shit hits the fan, we'll just wig, man, in it. Like, what are you on, bro? You know that one guy on the estate who just, like, he hates to lose and he's bigger and stronger than everybody. And even if you beat him fair and square, it's like, yo, at the end of the day, I'll just bang everybody, blood. Like, what a man saying, did I lose, blood? Did I lose? And everyone's like, all right, bro, like, say nothing, fam. You got it, bro. You got it. It's cool, you got it, bro. Don't worry.
Because, bro, see, I always bring this up, yeah. I think, yeah, it's so important, yeah, for anyone that's in any industry to understand that part. Like, you can get yourself in a position where you're at least a part owner. You know what I mean? Like these NBA guys and these NFL guys or whatever, like they can work themselves to a point where they're like part owners of the team. But
look at Bron. Look at Bron, innit?
You gotta understand that once you do that, yeah, that's like you're taking a step into uncharted waters where, like, again, the rules are different. You know what I mean? Like, these men will win you, fam. They're not playing with you, fam.
And again,
you own half of Sony. Oh yeah, we ain't got something to fix you, fam.
And again, it's like
to fix you,
people may not like the messenger. So, like, this isn't like an endorsement or a discredit of this person. It's just, I heard this person say it and I thought it was interesting. But obviously, there's that whole shit with, like, Andrew Tate that's going on and that. And I did hear him say something where he was basically like, yo, they're trying to get me. And when they can't stop you doing what you're doing, the first thing that they do is try to silence you. Once they do that, if that don't work, then they're gonna put you in jail. No. If that don't work, then they're gonna make you look crazy. They're gonna make people think that you're crazy and you're mad and you out of your mind. If that don't work, then they put you in jail. And if that don't work, you getting wigged. like this. It's a 4-step program, bro. You know what I mean? Like Alcoholics Anonymous. So, this is a 4-step program.
Seeing as he's come out and then said that, yeah. How long do you think that it's gonna be before he's like, do you know what? Yeah, I kind of like being alive. So do you know what? Yeah, never mind all this trying to tell these men blah blah blah. I'm just
Alright, I'm gonna give you a sick conspiracy. Yeah, in fact, shall I play these voice notes first? Small roads. Yeah, I'm going to play these voice notes and I'm going to give you a conspiracy. Out.
How y'all doing this evening, afternoon, wherever you are? They basically, or I shouldn't say they, but Prince and Michael both had that issue of kind of getting their rights to their songs and, like, you know, their masters and things like that. And Prince basically changed his name to a symbol so that all the music now that he was making under that symbol, they couldn't basically do anything about it. The record label couldn't do anything about it because it wasn't under the name Prince, you know. So he was able to, you know, get record sales and sell all of his stuff and get the money back through his team instead of his record label's team. And they was mad at that shit, you know. But he did it that way because, again, like I said before, with his label, they basically owned all of his masters. So he was like, okay, cool. You can own all the shit that is under Prince, but you're not going to get the shit that's under the artist formerly known as Prince.
You know what's proper wicked about that whole scenario here? Is that, like, you see, like, all these businesses, like, all, like, the music industry and, like, Hollywood and all that, people forget, that it was gangsters that started this thing, fam.
Yep.
It was like the mobsters that started these things, fam. So you think that they just go and let anything slide, where, like, they go and, like, you just go and take some of their bit? No, cause they go and handle that like the way they know how to handle that, fam.
Because, Will, imagine you go into Don Corleone office, bro, and you've pulled a fast one over him, bro, and you put it on the desk like, yo, just by the way, my nigga, just know that I finessed you with it. Like, just know that you got... And he look at the contract and he's like, rah, you did finesse me, bro. You really outsmarted me. Hey, Tony, get the guy. Fucking blow this nigga head off, fam.
You know what? While I'm in the office, he ain't even gonna do all that, fam. But I just know that my time on this earth is limited now, fam.
Yeah, legit, bro.
If I walk into man's office... Because that's a slap in the face. I slap man in the face and tell him, I finessed you, fam. Yeah, me, I did that, fam. Yeah, no, I'm making it to the end of the week, fam.
Trust me, fam. He's going to say, wow, you know what? You're right. You really did. I'll have to get my lawyers to look at it. I'll have to get my lawyers to look at this. That's coded language. That means that you were dead, man. Man said, get my lawyers to look at it, bro. Like.
Bro, because everyone thinks that these mobster guys, like, went away or whatever. Like, they're not there no more. They're just, like, a thing. Or they in the back. Nah. They run all this. They run Hollywood and the music industry and all the sports industries and all these things. Yeah, they run that now. That's
what the mobsters did. Yeah, is what they had been doing from their inception. They just diversified their portfolio and just have all they've done is continue to do that. You know what I mean?
And then they gave these like little gang chapters, all these like other like the street folks now, they gave those guys the other side, but those guys still paid them anyways. It's bro.
And another quick thing about the Prince symbol thing, because again, Small Road's got a couple of voice notes in it. I'm going to play in it, and then I'm going to give you my conspiracy. But like another interesting thing about that, we said obviously. He used the reason that Prince used a symbol, he didn't just like change his artist name, is because the language of the contract was basically like Prince or any like name you would be known by as a creator. So he didn't give himself a name, he gave himself a symbol. So contractually he hasn't broken the contract. Because he doesn't have a name. He's just the artist that used to be Prince, that now no longer has a name. His name is a symbol. Like the dude was on some shit, man. The dude was on some shit, man. Self-taught, bro. Like the dude is special, man.
Something else, man. But then they'll always find that guy. And they banking on the fact that guy he doesn't
know how special he is. Yeah. He doesn't know how special he is or have a brain
They banking on the fact that he's, let's say, coming from like a desperate situation and he just wants to, let's say, better himself, which is how they get a lot of even young bro. Like there's people that like signed these 360 deals for like 10 bags, man.
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
and
bro.
now they like, you know what I mean? They're like
7 album deals.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
7 album deals. We get all the merch and everything else.
If only you realize that somebody that's offering you 10 grand knows how to make 100,000 of you, or if somebody offering you 100,000, they know how to make a few million of you. Do you know what I mean? If only you had realized that and how, because like now, I'm seeing a lot of artists, like a lot of indie artists that are like holding back here so that they can have the opportunity to do better business. So when they start doing business with these labels or whatever, it's like they're in a better position for them to say, oh, yo, check it out. For the last like 4 or 5 years, I've been doing these tours by myself. And I've been getting like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people attending. Do you know what I mean? I'm not like these other guys that are like joint forces to fill it.
I don't actually need your. You guys haven't really been doing
I can carry on operating like this by myself and still put myself in quite a good position. So now we're talking a different thing. Do you know what I mean? Y'all want to tap into my thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's where, like, you know, even a guy like Russ, who established his thing independent, that's why when he goes into like any kind of joint venture with like labels and shit, that's why he can stick them up, because he's going in there knowing like, yo, I know that you need me way more than I need you. I don't need any of you niggas. So if we're gonna do something, bro, I'm sticking the place up. Do you know what I mean? Like,
so imagine you're in an interview, and you that guy, you can talk as wicked as you want, fam. You can say whatever you want about all these situations. You can say, oh, all these men that are doing it like this, they're not very smart. You know what I mean? They should get their smarts up. And you can sound like that, fam.
The deeper thing, you said interview, you know what's fucked up about it? Is the interview is the other way around, fam. So imagine, you know, like niggas apply for jobs and shit. Is it like a job shouting you saying, bro, we seen your shit and we really want you to work here? And you're like, I don't know, man, because I don't really need to work. Like, I'm cool doing my own thing. Like, working would actually take a lot of time out of my, you know what I mean? I need a lot of compensation for that. Listen, all right, if we can meet up next week, I'd really love to speak to you. You know, and it's like the job coming to you and interviewing with you to hopefully try and get you to work for them. When it's like that, bro, you can have big buds blowing in the air, blow that shit, blow dank all in their face. You know what I mean? Like you can do whatever you want, bro. Because like you niggas want me, bro. I need y'all, fam. I don't need shit from y'all, bro. So you know what? If I'm gonna come work for y'all, you don't need to empty the bank. You need to go call whoever you need to call and let them know I'm gonna need a big bag, bro. Like, do you get what I mean?
Never mind all that, fam. Y'all want to do something with me, yeah? It's a 50-50 thing or a 60-40 thing to me, fam. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's how my thing's set up, fam.
Legit.
Yeah, so y'all choose whichever one
again,
you want.
Someone like Russ, though. Someone like Russ, like a nigga in that kind of position, what a lot of them will do is that they'll have that built into their own artist contract. So Rose Garden, Secret Life of Will is signed as an artist to Rose Garden. And the contract that Rose Garden has with Secret Life of Will is that any work, any sort of musical compositions, writing, production, anything like that,
belongs to RG.
Is
like
held
the same way
retainer to RG, and the artist's Secret Life of Will always retain at least 50% of any revenue generated. So now if you go and do any work with Universal or any of that sort of shit, like
the contract still stands.
That's the
and they can't do nothing about that. They have to honor that.
If they try and break that contract, RG can now sue Universal because they tried to break a contract with their artists. Do you get what I mean?
And the wickedest thing is like contracts work like that. You try and do something that's fraudulent against my original agreements, whilst knowing that like whenever we enter our agreement, and now you trying to do some fraudulent business behind that and go try and circumvent the original agreement that you knew that there was.
Yeah. And that's all you got to do as the artist, bro. Sign yourself to them terms, go into the office and just notify them that these are the terms of a contract you've got in place. Now they have to either honor that shit or try to break it. Like, because once they know that's the case, because that's, again, most times labels like, you know what, bro, we don't allow it. We don't want to work with you, bro. Do you get what I mean? Because they can't break the contract. Do you get what I mean? Like, it's just, it's mad when you kind of just look at all of the things that have led to where, you know, artist and artist development is now and how artist development is treated. Like,
artist development is dead, fam. You do that on your own.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like,
know, fam. If they develop, because you know what was involved in artist development, fam. Artist development was not just like, make it like getting the artist hot or like making them known or recognized. It's like they teach you, or they would teach you, like what to do with the money that you get when you get it, so that you don't go broke straight away. They teach you how to elevate and then like go ahead and maybe like whenever like your streak is done, you get to sign someone else and do boom, 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 like all that. Yeah, they'll teach you all the ins and outs basically of the business, fam. But since they realize that when we do that, we empowering these men far too much, and even the little nuggets that we give them, it's like it's helping them to break the spell.
To break the hold.
Like, let's not teach these men any of that.
Even in artist development, it's like they would also have the actual musical side of it as well, where they would have you in studios for years, bro, just learning how to compose music, how to structure songs, how to just you ain't releasing shit. There's no projected date, there's no album, there's nothing, bro. You just in the studio for like 3 years, bro, just working, fam. Like, and they'd actually develop you as an artist. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. Like, so as you said, I think they realize all that shit. It's like, yo, we teach them the business, we teach them this music shit, and then they dipping the fuck out like, nah, cut all of that, cut the lights out. You know what I mean? Like,
you know what it is? I think ever since MJ and Prince, that's when they realized, like, blood, we can't, like, we can't teach these men the ins and outs like that, because if these men know the ins and outs they're gonna break away from, because they're gonna realize we finessing the thing, fam. If they really start to deep it, they're gonna be like, oh nah, how come in it? Because like, bro, imagine being a Michael Jackson, yeah, and you put out Thriller, yeah, and you sell platinum, double platinum, diamond, whatever the classifications are, yeah. But you're getting 15 cents from each sale.
Yeah.
15? Well, okay, 15 cents. Okay, let's say 15 points here, which would be like 15%. Yeah. Of which, let's say back then, albums are like 20 quid. Let's say 20 quid. The Thriller comes out and it's 20 quid. You're getting 10%, basically. Between 10 and 15% as a night. So you're getting like 2 quid for every 20 quid that these men are making from. Or you might be getting 3 quid for every 20 quid that these men are making, bro. It's like, if you're clued in and they taught you all that, like all the ins and outs or whatever, it's like, yeah, cool, you understand that like until you've recouped whatever like the advance was, then yeah, I bet you can take the 15% and now, I mean, you can take the 85% and I'll take the 15 or whatever. But after that period now, nah, I'm gonna need all that pen.
And again, remember as well, as you said, let's say Michael MJ is getting like 10% of what he's generating. Look how much he was still able to amass, right? So now imagine that guy, as you said, he looks at the numbers, he's like, yo, I'm fit, I've gone clear in it, I'm good. But hold on, there's like 85% of this shit that I'm not getting. Like, and imagine with just the 15% he was generating, the 15 that he got, he was able to acquire half of Sony, bro.
Yeah.
Even though they was finessing that nigga, he was generating so much shit that he was able to finesse the whole situation.
Drizz,
like,
imagine this you, yeah. You're MJ, right, in the 80s. And bro, like, anywhere that you go, yeah, anywhere that you show up, yeah, people are passing out, and they have to have ambulances on deck for you. Anywhere that, bro, like, anytime you even say you're gonna do a show, yeah, people just will lose their minds for like, what? We're gonna do a show. What?
You know, he used to get like escorts from the military when he would like visit certain countries and shit. Like the military of that country would have to escort him and shit.
Because you MJ, fam, and people gonna try and mob you like that way, fam. So you need a military escort, yeah. Bro, you the biggest thing, yeah. You bigger than sliced bread, fam. At this point, you bigger than sliced bread, yeah. And every single piece of, let's say, artistic something that you touch, yeah, it just goes nuts, fam. But then you've got this contract that says, okay, we've given you and your team, let's say, 750,000, because that's like the standard how much they give people, right? And we have to imagine that, like, in them days when, you know, Michael Jackson is still Michael Jackson, but then he, you know, coming from the back of the Jackson
inflation rate,
so he got he got all that. Yeah, they gave man, let's say maybe like 300 or 400,000, right? 350. Which would have been like a mil now, right? That would have been like getting the equivalent of like a million now.
At the start of his career, you're saying, yeah?
Yeah. At the beginning, when he did his solo thing, like, and he started doing his
from
thing.
Jackson 5 to Mike.
From Jackson 5 to Mike Jackson, yeah, they might have given like maybe 500,000. You know what I mean? Like he that bigger star, yeah.
Yeah.
So the label's like, oh yeah, we're giving you 500,000, yeah. But then from your first record that you put out, yeah, you've cleared that already, fam. Because you went diamond, fam, or you went platinum, and platinum
MJ
was what,
might
like
put 10 mil on that 500,000. You know what I
mean? You feel me? So now the label's scrambling, trying to do all this stuff for you, and trying to like bill you for studio time, and they're scrambling now to try and like keep you. You know what I'm saying, in that hold. But when you put that next album out, now you clear, fam. Now you clear
50 million next album,
can tell you, fam. In it, there's nothing that these men can tell you, fam. And your contract was for like 500,000, yeah. And for you to deliver, let's say, 4 or 5 albums. Let's say 5 albums, because it's like the standard kind of deal with it. So by the time you've put out 2 albums, you've not only broke even, but like you've fed them more now, fam. Yeah. And now
you've given them more in your sales than their entire roster.
And now, because you in that artist development program, you're starting to realize the business side of it and thinking, wait a second, like, bro, these man gave me $500,000, but I have given them like 30 mil now, fam. And they're still trying to pay man a local 15%. Nah, wait there, fam. We're gonna have to talk about this before I put my next thing out, fam.
Yeah. And that's
when
we
have to like renegotiate this thing.
Like later down the line, after he's done all of that shit, that's when he starts having these conversations with Paul McCartney. Like, Paul, hypothetically, bro,
how much would you sell your catalog? They say,
how much do you think? Like, he didn't ask how much he would sell it for. From what I like,
how much do you think that it would be worth?
How much do you think somebody would pay for your catalog if somebody was trying to buy it? How much do you think they'd have to pay? And Paul's like, I think it would be you know what I mean? Like, somebody from the tribe.
You know what I'm saying?
Swear down,
million.
You swear down, Paul. You know what, Paul? Listen, I got a dip in it. I got, you know what I mean? I got to go see the rest, brothers and sisters that go check to make sure they're cool. But listen, send me the track and I'm gonna get back to you in it. Paul wake up the next day.
Bro, imagine how mad you'd be. Imagine if it was me being like, yo, Drizz, how much you think like your catalog would be worth to, you know what I'm saying, to YM? How much you think that would be worth? And then you go, you know what, maybe probably like a couple, like maybe like 100 million or like 150, somewhere there, do you know what I mean? And I'm like, that's mad. Yeah, that's a lot still. I bet. That's a lot, fam. And then the next day, I'm all over Twitter like, man.
I try to log into my shit, bro. My password ain't working no more. But nah, I didn't update this password. What the fuck's going on? And then he said, man, go on Twitter. Man, shit, I'm trending. Yo, that do something sick. Yo, what I'm going from? Yo, they might listen to the new track or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're going up. Wilson Zara purchases. Wait. Now I'm trying to call Will. I'm billing the number. The number you are calling has not been registered.
It doesn't go through.
Please hang up the phone and try again. Bruh. It's a madness, isn't it? Yeah,
and now you all in interviews. Now you all in interviews being like, he didn't even ask for my permission or nothing. I'm so mad at my man. I want to buy it back. But then I'm telling you, you want to buy it back? Yeah, double that. Double that.
You can buy it, bro. Just pay for it.
That's what I paid. Yeah, I paid 150. You pay 3.
Yeah. Because you sold it to me, bro. It's like if you sell me a pair of trainers for £50, and then you go online and you realize they're going for 300, and you come back to be like, nah, bro, I'm gonna need, like, yo, can you get them back? Because I can sell them for more in it. It's like, I can get them back to you, but you have to pay me 4 for them now. Because, you know what I mean? I can sell them for 3.
You saying that, you know what's so wicked about that, In the last, I think this was like in the last week, I think I was at home, like, when the last time, like, after the last episode of the pod, I was talking to my mum, and I was like, mum, can't believe, I think it was, what was it? Canberra. Like, I can't believe that you convinced me to leave some trainers with like one of my cousins in it, because I was going to give him a different pair of trainers. I was going to give him a different, like, something else. But then Auntie, mum convinced me, nah, just leave them ones, So now we're here, and I'm Googling them specific trainers. I'm showing them the price of these things on StockX, and they're 2 bags, fam. 2 actual racks, fam. I'm like, look, this is what you convinced me to be like, no, just leave it, it'll be fine, you'll get another pair, I can't now, because they're 2 bags. I could do, like, man, by the time I'm able to afford another pair of those, it'll be some time down the line, isn't it?
But I don't want to buy them from, because being able to afford it and actually wanting to spend that money on trainers is a whole different thing.
And then the wickedest bit is she's like, "Oh, do you want to see what they look like now?" Yeah, she showed me a picture of them, bro. They was beat up, fam.
Yeah, like there was in the ring with Khabib in it. Punched up.
Even Khabib couldn't have got them to that level, fam. Khabib would have been like, "Ross, yeah, man can't handle this, fam. This is too much for me, fam."
Oh, fuck you know, that's funny.
Yeah, fam, heartbreaking. But same scenario.
And then when you look at like Michael Jackson, I think his wasn't like the masters. It was like certain catalogs or like the contract that he had to finish. And I think it was just like, you know, he even said it on, I think it was the This Is It movie that he had or a little documentary. And he was like, yeah, like Tommy Mottola's not happy. You know, I'm giving him like one more album. It's going to be like, you know, a couple of songs that I already just have. It's whatever. I'm going to give him anything. But like, they're just greedy, you know, and they want this and this from me and blah, blah, blah. And they're trying to control me. And yeah, we're not going to have that and this and this and that. And yeah, Michael's on this shit. That's why some people think that that's the reason why both of them kind of died, you know, fairly, not soon after, but, you know, after all that shit went through, yeah, both of them seemed to kind of end up like dying somehow. But, you know, they were both old.
Once they started talking
and they both died under certain circumstances, so we don't really know.
Yeah,
but, you know,
yeah, legit. Like, once they really started...
Once they started getting in their bag about them things there and started really being like, hey, artists, y'all should be aware of what's happening. That's when they were like, oh, yeah, Michael Jackson out here touching them kids. Oh, yeah, Prince is out here on drugs.
Bro.
Oh, man, Prince just died of an overdose. Oh, man, Michael Jackson just died of an overdose. Really?
Capricorn Season 2, Track 2, White Universal, fam, the start of that shit. That nigga Prince is at an award show saying that shit, fam. He's at an award show collecting an award saying, listen, as long as you're in a contract, they're going to own you, fam. You don't need them. They need you. He's at an award show, an industry award show saying this shit, bro. Do you get what I mean? Yeah.
And then what happened to man, fam?
Yeah, fam. Yeah. And crazy on drugs, isn't it? Crazy on the drugs, bro.
He wilding out here in the streets, fam. He crazy. He on drugs.
And I'll be honest with you. I think that Prince would have met an untimely demise much sooner than he did if he was like active out here. Like, I think the thing with Prince is because he didn't fuck with none of this shit anyway, and he didn't really fuck with none of these niggas anyway. He was like, blood, I'm good. I don't want to be around y'all niggas. I'm out in it. I'm just going to go into my corner over here. I'm just going to do my thing over here. Fuck you all in it. And he kind of just...
I'm going to wear my blouses and just be chilling with my ladies over here while y'all doing your thing. I don't really care what y'all do.
Bro, you know why Prince was like the illest nigga, yeah? Because this nigga would walk around with like makeup on and blouses and all this shit that guys typically just would not do, and had the baddest of them around him, bro. The baddest of them, bro.
Exactly.
And then it wasn't the clothes. It was Prince, bro. It was him. Because another nigga tried to do that for me, going nowhere near that nigga. Do you know what I mean? It was just...
I mean, the what's his name?
I know there were guys that were dressing like that, but what I'm saying is Prince was a very, like, I don't want to say effeminate, that's not the right term, but he was a very, not an archetype of what we define as masculine. Do you get what I mean? He's not like a stereotypical super masculine
same, but it's the same thing with MJ, innit? It's like, the people that knew MJ in real life, they say, oh, nah, MJ wasn't like the geezer that you saw on the TV, and he's all like, hey guys, you know, everything's cool. And
they said MJ was a rude boy, innit?
Man, they said MJ was a bad man, fam.
Yeah, they said he was a rude boy, innit?
He was out here. He was out here.
Niggas out and shit, innit?
Like, yo, what is you talking about, my boy? Yeah, all that, fam. Man's actual, like, what's my man's name? Is it DDG? I think it's DDG. Like one of these new kids, fam. Like, he was on the interview and like obviously using his like
fake
voice,
the
speaking voice, and like just the normal thing. And then they were like, "Oh, what's up with this like thing about your real voice?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's all right. You know, I speak like this."
I see that. I see that.
And he's like, no, for real, bro. Anybody that knows me know I speak like this.
Yeah, but like for my career and shit, I just talk like this for my career. You know what I mean?
I gotta talk like this for everybody, so that people, they don't feel threatened or whatever. But
bro, there's like alleged, obviously, but there's like stories of Mike like putting hands on niggas and shit. You know what I mean? Apparently, Mike was a rude boy for me. You know
bro, bad man.
Yeah, apparently he was on his shit. You know what I mean? Because you heard about that I can't remember where it was, but it was that thing where Mike and Prince performed, and like apparently like Prince didn't know it was gonna. I can't remember what the fucking event was called, man. It's Small Roads. If you know the event I'm talking about, please leave a voice note on the shit. It was basically like there was some music event going on, and obviously they had like the big wigs and the artists of the time and shit, and it was kind of like a showcase type of thing. So it wasn't like a concert. It was, but there were people and audience and people there and shit. But it was almost like a showcase music type thing. And it's like Prince was there. Obviously, you've got like people like Quincy and all the people that are supposed to be there and shit. And obviously, Mike and Prince had their tensions in it. Like it was not out and out mad shit, but they had they shit in it. Yeah. And Mike apparently, yeah. But Mike apparently like performed, and apparently like he tore it down in it. And for whatever reason, Prince was supposed to go on, but then he didn't go on next. So Mike was allegedly, he was in the back talking shit like, yeah, that nigga know he can't follow me up on no damn stage. What the fuck that nigga talking about, bro? You know he can't follow my shit. That nigga know what it is, bro. You know what the fuck it is, bro. But apparently, on some bad man thing, like Prince tried to run that nigga over, like after this event, bro. Like they outside of it, and Prince tried to run this nigga over or something like that. Like, bro, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. It's a mad story. I just remember hearing about it like on a random thing. Like Prince, Michael.
The rival snowballed in the media. Both sides challenge each other, and they both seriously dislike each other on recordings. Blah, blah, blah. He was so rude. One of the rudest people I've ever met. This is Prince saying about. This is Michael Jackson saying about Prince. He was so rude. One of the rudest people I've ever met. He has been very mean and nasty to me and my family.
Yeah, because again, Prince's thing, like. One thing that was great about him, when like they have people cover people's songs and shit like that. Prince was the type of nigga who like he always said from day dot, you niggas don't cover my shit because you don't sing as good as I do. Like no one sing my shit. I don't want no one to cover my shit in it. But they would still do it because whatever. And I think there was one with Trey Songz. He was covering, I think it was Purple Rain, and Prince is in the crowd in it. And bro, Prince watching this performance is the funniest thing. If you can bring that meme up on your shit right now, it's the fun, because Prince is just he's sat in the crowd like, what the fuck is this nigga doing to my song, bro? Like, but you know how most famous people and that they'll kind of try and put on like a front, like they're not upset. Like Prince was always that nigga who he would just be vexed in the crowd with the camera in his face. Like, look at what this nigga's doing to my song, bro. This is some bullshit. Like. And again, he was always known to give it up like that.
Man's like,
bro, he just sat there like, fam, like, what is this nigga doing to my song, bro? Like, what the fuck kind of shit is this? You know what I mean?
Cut the song, my boy.
But if you actually like watch the video of him like watching the performance, bro, he's just watching this shit like he's grossed out, bro. You know what I mean? But apparently, yeah. Trey Songz. Apparently, Prince was known for giving it up like that. Like he would just like go to the rehearsal and tell everybody that they shit blood, and then tear it down. Like I'm not. But this is how you do it. Tear it down. Then he leaves. Like I'm not even doing this shit. All you want this shit. Like how you do it? How are you the drummer and I'm a better drummer than you? But what kind of shit is that? How are you the bassist and I play bass better than you and I taught myself? Are you a dickhead? Like, apparently he gave it up like that. Do you get what I mean?
Oh, that's what man was doing.
Yeah, no, bro. Like, again, it's one of those, it's one of those YouTube sort of Google rabbit holes you can go down. But there's a lot of documented stories of Prince giving it up like that, fam. Like, just telling niggas in their face, in front of their family and shit, telling niggas that they shit
no
in front of their family
wonder
and shit.
MJ was like he rude, fam.
But that's what I'm saying. So imagine now, you're
probably
MJ
had
in it.
cussed out. What are they called? Like Randy and all them, man. And
Randy
Janet.
and Latoya and all them, like,
and all them, like, he probably had cussed them out. Like,
imagine
y'all can't sing my
MJ
song.
now, you the fucking guy in that. As you said, bro, people pass out when you come, and this nigga talking this shit to me, bro. Like, he talking to me like this, but not me, fam. Not the moonwalk man, bro. Not me, fam. So apparently that's why, again, when they was at that showcase thing, that's why apparently, like, MJ was going mad backstage in it. Because he was like, yeah, tell that pussy nigga he can't follow my shit, bro. Fuck that nigga. And he was talking crazy.
He would have been, bro, apparently he'd have been talking just like that as well, fam. Not
Give it up,
bro. On some real things, fam. Like,
Yeah, no, like I said, bro, that pussy nigga, fam, like, I'm not trying to make it funny. I'm saying MJ would have been talking like that. Yeah, you tell that pussy nigga anywhere I see him, bro, it's on film. Niggas think it's cute. Bubbles, Michael Jackson is saying, but fuck that nigga, bro. Fucky hair, fuck that nigga, like.
All that, fam.
And apparently Prince tries to run that nigga over,
fam. But you know what, you know what it is? I think they both like put on that little G thing. Do you know what I mean? I mean the little like, I'm just a guy, you know. I'm just like a just a guy. I think both, because if you think about even like the environment where Michael Jackson came up in, it's like there's him who's like the baby of the bunch, and then there's his brother's fam, and then there's his old man fam.
I was gonna say even
environment to
old
be
man, and as much
you're not gonna be soft like that. You know what I mean? Like when you're around Joe Jackson and Randy and all them, man, bro, you're gonna have to like stand your ground a bit. You know what I mean? Because in the first place, these men are gonna be getting mad at you because like you're the youngest one, but you like the hottest one out of the whole group, man. So they're mad at you anyway.
It's like even if. Say man is like soft in that environment, because I can understand if you're the baby in the family, like that's just kind of how you come up and you used to being bullied on and shit. That could even happen potentially. But do you think that Mike isn't then taking that energy once he leaves that environment? Now Joe Jackson everywhere he go, blood, because that's all he knows.
He gotta be.
Do you get what I mean?
Because
that's all he knows.
That's what was shown to him, innit?
Do you get what I mean?
If you want to survive in this thing, you gotta be Joe, innit? So
you gotta be Joe,
just like that.
Because it's like it's the whole thing of like, you know, like abused animals and shit. Like a dog that gets abused by its like say its owner, the dog will be shook as shit of the owner, fam, because the dog might have been a puppy or got it. And but anybody else come near the dog, bro, it's on smoke, fam. Do you know what I mean? Like, because that's your fingers gone, fam. Yeah, that aggression is transferred. So yeah, I absolutely believe what Mike was giving it up, fam. Again, the only thing like Mike put on like the sweet boy persona in it, because again, the era. Guys, remember this is the time of like Rick James and all these sort of guys. Like the era, the sweet boy was winning them times in it. Like the super masculine tough guy shit wasn't really a look then.
That was like So you like had to kind of tuck that away anyway, so you could like because you had to be the fly guy, you know what I mean?
The fly guy, like the fly boy shit was in. The pretty boy shit was in, you know what I mean? Like none of that tough machismo shit was in. So obviously Mike put on like the sweet boy shit, but behind the scenes that nigga was an animal, bro. Apparently,
he was like, what's up, man? How you doing?
Yo, what good, homie?
What's up, man? I heard you were saying things, you know what I'm saying? I just wanted to clarify with you. What's up? Got a problem? You don't got a problem? That's cool. All right, that's cool. Hey, man, I just heard, I heard people saying things, and I just thought I would clarify with you. But you're cool. I like you. You're cool.
Hey, I heard some things in the media, and I just wanted to see, if it's true. I just wanted to see if that was true. hey, Mike, man, you know what it is, man? Like, yeah, I think you know what I mean? Like, you sweet, man. Like, you know what I mean? I don't like that shit, dog. Oh, you think I'm sweet? I mean, I just sing my songs and yeah, man, like shit. I think that's it. Hey, my nigga, listen to me, dog. All that sweet shit, my nigga. All that sweet shit, dog, is for the cameras, nigga. I'll put it on you, nigga. It's big MJ when you hear me, when you see me, nigga. You know what the fuck it is, dog. I mean, it'd be really nice if we could just be friends. Cause I would really hate to, us not be friends. Because my nigga, if we not friends, nigga, I'm coming for your head, dog. I'm coming for your head, my nigga. I kill your mama, nigga. I kill your daddy, nigga. I kill your brother, your sister, nigga. The fuck you talking to our MJ, nigga, bitch ass, whole ass, nigga.
He ain't even gonna say all that. He gonna be like, man, it'd be so cool if we were like cool and we were friends and stuff. So that, we don't gotta get into all the ugly stuff. Cause you know what it could be, you know what I'm saying? I have people, come at you and stuff. But we don't even gotta do all that. It's cool. We're cool, right? You're Prince,
then what he do,
MJ, you can be cool.
And then what he do for him? He lean in like you're gonna give the guy a hug in it. Cause he's MJ and he's sweet. He lean in and he whisper in his ear, nigga, I kill you, my nigga. I will kill you, my nigga. I ain't playing with you, bitch ass. I ain't playing with you, bitch ass nigga. If I ever hear you say my name again, nigga, I'm gonna kill you, my nigga. You fucking heard me, dog. All right, guys, let's take pictures. Everybody take pictures. We're friends now. It's great. Let's take, like,
boy,
smooth criminal, fam. Smooth criminal, boy.
Yeah, your man wasn't. Apparently, the reason why he spoke in a high pitched voice was like that. Yeah, was like he wanted to he was training his singing voice all the time,
to retain his voice in it. Yeah, to retain his voice.
Training them singing muscles so that when he hit them high notes here, because you already tensing and you're already speaking like that in the high register like that.
You're already
so when you hit those high notes, you're already hitting the high notes already all the time. So now you can have the range where you can go all the way down and you can go all the way up like that.
Yeah. Because
that's
you're essentially speaking in a higher octaves. You're almost like talking in a sense, in it. No, but again, that's what I'm saying. It's like man who are willing to go to them sort of because they really are about what they about. You know what I mean? It's like a different level of commitment to this shit.
They weren't like us guys, fam. We live it, but they lived it, fam.
bro. As I keep saying, bro. Prince taught himself to play 4 different instruments for him. He didn't go to no school. He didn't go to no uni course. He just picked this shit up and said, I'm not going to stop playing this till I'm sick. And I'm just going to figure it out, bro. And I'm going to produce the shit myself. And I'm going to mix the shit myself. And I'm going to master the shit. But I rate it, man. Because again, bro, as you said, as much as, any of us are able to do, they really, not only did they live it, but they didn't have the option. In that time, you couldn't be a singer if you couldn't sing. There was none of this shit that goes on now. Where even if you're not a singer, we can figure it out. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? If Joe Jackson didn't force Michael Jackson to be on the stage for 20 hours a day, fam. Ain't no Michael Jackson, dog.
Yeah, no, legit.
You think the 5-year-old Michael Jackson had a choice of whether he wanted to go to practice or not? When Joe was standing there with that leather belt talking about, y'all niggas ain't on that stage. Hey.
Because imagine the level of fucking I have to get this right as a kid, where if I try and hit this high note and that shit is a bum note, this nigga might punch me in my face. It's not even I can work it out. I need to figure this shit out right now, bro. Because it's ass whoopings if I don't.
He gonna kick me in my throat, fam. And now it's a long day for everybody, fam.
You know what I mean? You're gonna kick me in my throat, and I'm gonna have to perform tomorrow. Whatever the fuck, bro.
Because if I don't recover and I don't perform tomorrow, not only he gonna kick me in my throat again, but then he gonna whoop my ass too.
Yeah,
it's
and he's gonna whoop my brothers and sisters' ass as well. Everybody getting their ass bust. If we don't perform tomorrow, everybody else getting bust.
Randy and them and Tio and all them, man, and Jamal, they all also gonna get it, fam, because I hit the bum note, fam. And now I'm gonna spend the whole night trying to sleep while these men are kicking my bed and slapping me and dashing things at me. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta wake up early tomorrow because they gotta also wake up early tomorrow. We gotta do this thing. Yeah, it's long, fam. It's long for man.
Legit.
It's long for man, fam.
Nah, and again, fortunate, unfortunate, however you want to call it. Like, I think what a lot of people, especially in the day and age we're in now, like what a lot of people kind of fail to realize is that greatness does have a cost. I think a lot of people just think you could be really good at something and then just excel, but a lot of the times, like, ascending to certain levels of greatness, not just in terms of being famous and shit, but just actual greatness. Like, a lot of times, bro, there's a big cost that comes for that, bro. Like, something has to be given for you to unlock that in yourself. Do you get what I mean? It's like, not to make it fucking... But it's like, bro, the Dragon Ball Z shit, fam. When Goku first turned Super Saiyan when he was fighting Frieza, bro, Goku had to watch his friend get wigged, bro, to unlock a different level of pain that forced him to transfer into a Super Saiyan. Do you know what I mean? If he didn't go through that pain, bro, and see his best friend get wigged in front of him, bro, he would have never been able to access that part of himself. Do you get what I mean? It's like, there's a cost to that shit, man. There's always a cost, you know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? It's like there's a. You see how people will be like, oh yeah, he sacrificed, blah 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 blah. It's like, there's always a sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? There's somewhere, somehow, some, because there's a penance. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For there to be something of that magnitude, of something that is that big, there has to be something equally of the same, I guess, nature, but on the other side, on the reverse of it. So, bro, you want everyone to adore you, but then you gotta feel like your old man hate you to the point where he kick your ass like that, fam. See, that's a sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? That's you know what I mean?
You want everyone to adore you. So the one person you want to adore you the most, you'll never feel like
because now because that's the wicked part of it, It's because like even MJ, I'm sure sometimes in some points of his like self-reflection, he'd have sat down and been like, all this that I do, all this like performing at a high level and being a perfectionist and trying to like make everything bigger and grander and make everyone like really love me. It's because I wanted my old man to see me do that and be perfect so that he could be proud of me. But then every time he'd just beat me up, or like, oh, you've not done this right.
Wasn't,
but, you know
what I mean? Like, you just
things.
And now is like, you again, as you said, like all these people you want to adorn you. You go out, these people are screaming your name, people faint. Exactly. All of these people do adorn. But the one person that you want it from, you just never get it. Yeah, that's the price. You know what I mean?
That part, you see, because sacrifice.
Again, it's like the nigga who like loses the woman that he truly loves, the only woman he truly loved in his life, and he can get all the bitches in the world, fam, but he don't really like any of them.
It's not the same. Do you know what I mean? It's like
the one that he wants, fam, because he can get bitches easy, fam, but the one that he don't want him.
Doesn't want anything to do with them.
Do you get what I mean? And it completely invalidates the rest of the shit. And it's like, as you said, it's sacrifice. It always comes at a cost. It always comes at a cost. You know what I mean? You know what I do want to do? I do want to go through these lists, man. Like, I do want to... I do want to go through these lists that we've done with, like, the films and that. There are a few more voice notes. There are a few more voice notes, and I think
I will say this. I will say this. Yeah, when I was trying to put these lists together, yeah, I realized, blood, especially like the diss tracks one, yeah, that's a mad thing, fam.
It's not as easy as you think, is it?
Yeah,
It's not as easy as you think, bro. It's not. All right, I'm going to leave the choice up to you, yeah? I can run through the rest of these voice notes. More than likely, we'll probably talk about them more because that's what we do. It's a podcast. And then we can get into the list, or I can go straight to them now. There are 1, 2, 3.
Slap the voice notes, and then we'll just like get them over and done with. I'll withhold comment until the end.
All right.
Or I'll try to withhold comment until the end.
The both of us, at the most, we will speak for 30 seconds each at the most.
Man, don't even give me no 30 seconds. I'm gonna tell you like this, fam. If I start speaking loud, I'm gonna just withhold comment until like
no, because what I'm gonna do, 30 seconds, and I'm just gonna play the next voice note. So even if man are talking, man have to just hold it. I'm gonna just play the next one, like even for myself as well. So we'll just run it like that. You know what I mean? So cool. I'm gonna play this one now. Yeah.
So yeah, for both of them, they kind of try to demonize them in some way because it gets to have people like lose credibility and have the public look at you in a certain way. So that when you start crying for help, like, they're not letting me get my master's, people will be like, but you're an asshole, or you do weird shit. Like, I feel like they did to Michael. Michael's probably having kids over because he's a weird dude because he didn't have his childhood. His childhood was him being a child star. And what have we seen in the TV, which happens to child stars? They lose a little bit of themselves, So he's probably hanging out with kids because he never had that time to be a kid. And then he tried to put it on, this nigga's kissing boys or doing shit with little boys. Right. I don't believe that shit. I really don't. But yeah, they try to demonize you first. And then they can take over with, whatever they want afterwards.
Nah, you're right, bro. Like Kendrick said, fam, that nigga gave us Billie Jean. You think he touched them kids? Man, when shit hit the fan, is he still a fan, bro? Yeah, I'm with you, bro. Mike can do none of that shit. He's probably a weird guy.
They got to do you like that. Do you know what I mean? Because otherwise, how did they take away that like credibility from you?
Legit.
You that guy,
legit.
They got to do something to you. They got to put a story on you somehow, fam.
Yeah, they have to poison you in front of the people so that when they take you down, they don't feel as bad for you. You know what I mean? Like, they have to do that.
Like man said, whenever that happens, it's like, well, anyways, he used to like mess around with kids anyway, so gross.
So both of them, Mike and Prince, had their issues. With the record industry and shit like that, because they were two amazing artists that could not be denied. Everybody liked them, especially in the era that they came out. And they weren't like, record labels were not trying to let them have more control over their music than they wanted them to. But they were both smart about how they were doing their stuff, after a while.
Yeah, this is the last breed of artists that went through that development thing, fam. Because once they started seeing that, they was like, hey, man, we can't keep teaching these men the business like that, fam. Because these men going to run off with the sauce.
Legit. Since then, niggas like Mike and Prince been trying to get the culture back. But nigga, we can't get the culture back.
You have said it, fam. You have said it enough times.
Bruh, like it's... Yeah, next one.
See, this is shit that like is annoying and sucks, and I hate about the record industry and at least how it's been for the most part. Because like the record label wouldn't be shit without the artist. So how does the artist get like dicked, and just like handled like that? It's just like it's a wrong dealing. Like, oh yeah, I manage all your stuff, I do all your this, I do all your that. But like, yeah, come on. You can't be dicking the artist like that, bro. Because then what happens when they get upset and don't want to fuck with the record label no more? What do you? I now have to pay you because I didn't like do my how many ever years or how many ever albums of music? Nah, bro. That shit's retarded.
Let an artist come out and say, I don't want to do business with the label no more, fam. They get assassinated. Either their character does or they literally do. Either way, fam. Something is dying, fam.
And all they're going to do to begin with as well, bro, to begin with, they're going to kill all of your access to revenue, fam. Oh, shit, you don't want to do business with us? You know what? Spotify, cut that nigga profile, bro. Take that nigga right off your shit. Apple, take that nigga right off your shit. YouTube, take that nigga right off your shit. Don't nobody do business with this nigga. No. Because he's big and he's bad and he's bossy, right? Cool. You don't want to do business? Cool, brother. Say nothing, yeah. You go make the music in your bedroom, fam. Play it for yourself, innit? Like, and I agree with small roads in theory. And again, I'm going to shut the fuck up in a sec. I just think the issue is ultimately, if I can pay you £1 and you do £100 worth of work for me, but you're happy with the £1, most people will continue to pay you the £1. That's the unfortunate thing about it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's where the industry is. They monopolize the board so that you have to do business with them. It's like taxes, bro. It's like it's monopolized where you have to cut something to some degree. You have to just try to find your way around it, I guess, isn't it?
Right there.
Oh, of course, we know the monsters and shit run all types of entertainment shit. Like, listen to the stories of these people that are messing with the industry, like, you know, trying to fight back, and the stories afterwards where, you know what I mean, like, it's some weird shit. That's why I'd never want to be famous like that, bro. Because then, you know, you're in an environment of just fucked up people. Like, not everyone's fucked up, but just the nature of the beast is fucked up.
It's that part.
Yeah, nah, man, I'm all right for that shit.
Hey, listen, if anyone is ever like curious about this, there's a lady called Jaguar Wright here, and she used to be a drummer for basically a bunch of artists whenever like they'd go on tour or whatever, like she'd be a thing. But like she used to work, I think, with Beyonce and some other notable folks. And she's like, all these people, you think like, they this and that, they wicked. And not even wicked like in a cool way, like, the British kind of like, wicked, that the lingo thing, like, nah, like, bad, fam, like, not good, fam. They wicked people at heart, fam. To the point where, like there's this other lady, I forgot her name, but she came out like she was on the news being interviewed about like how basically she used to be like a backup singer for Beyonce or whatever, and then they tried to like get her to like something like do some other work, but she was like, nah, you know what, I don't even really want to work with you guys like that. I'm gonna just like finish up this term and then that'll be that in it. And ever since then, it's like any work that she tried to do, she gets blocked. Any other thing that she tries to do, it's like it gets blocked because these people are connected like that. You know what I mean? Like you try and go and get a regular job at like someplace.
Bro, like even to put a name to that quickly, and again, we're going to go to the list in a sec, but Kerry Hilson, bro, like literally, he was in an interview. This was back when Kerry Hilson was like, she was bubbling and doing her thing in it. She was in an interview. So somehow Beyonce came up in the conversation. Kerry Hilson was basically said like, yo, I think people gas her a little bit. Like she's good, but I don't think she's as good as people make out. But she's good though. Like she's good. Kerry Hilson never worked again.
Still to this day from
to this day, the 25th of Feb 2023, to this day, bro, Kerry Hilson never worked again in the music industry. You know what I mean? It's different, bro. Yeah, it's different, fam.
Yeah, see, but this is what I mean, bro. It's like, that's Kerry Hilson, yeah. Imagine you just a drummer or like a backup dancer or something.
Yeah.
And now, like, you've seen these men doing wicked things. Like, I'm talking about wicked, like,
fucked up shit in it, yeah.
The kind of things that would be like, oh, that's witchcraft.
Yeah.
Or like them kind of things there, fam. And now you can't even tell anyone about these things because you start talking about that. First of all, people gonna be like, man, Beyonce ain't doing all that. Silly, get out of here.
Yeah.
right?
And now you look like the
and
crazy
you try and
person.
talk about that in your professional circles, you don't even know who's going to say something to her now. You know what I'm saying? It's all coming back now, and they're doing a mad thing, fam. They're blocking you from working. They're doing all sorts, bro. And like, what people don't get here is that, like, when, let's say, like, if let's say I'm a witchcrafter, right? I'm doing all them kind of things there. It doesn't have to be no hocus pocus mumbo jumbo here. It could just be as simple as I know people, like I know lots of people. Yeah, I'm connected on lots of different levels, and then I find out that like Drizz is trying to do a show in Nottingham, but I know most of the people that own venues at Nottingham. Yeah, you're not working, bro.
Yeah.
Not.
And all I gotta do is send a message or call.
You know what I'm saying? Or I know that Drizz trying to like shoot this video or whatever, but I'm very cool with BNV, fam. Yeah, you're not shooting a video, my guy. That's how it's gonna go, fam.
It's not happening, bro. Yeah.
So now your life look like it's in disarray and it's not moving correctly and everything keep falling apart. But it's me, fam.
And now you look like the person hating on Beyonce. You know what I mean? Like, now say if I complain about Secret Life, I'm like, yo, this nigga Secret Life sabotaging me and he doing this and he doing that.
Now, you know what I'm saying?
All
you
Secret
look
Life
like the game that's crying wolf.
Like all Secret Life got to say now is like, look at this hating ass nigga, bro. His career falling apart and he blaming me. I don't even know you, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
Secret Life ain't even going to jump out like that for me. Going to be like, yeah, man, you know,
never address
my guy, you know what I'm saying? And for real, I wish him all the best, and I hope that like everything works out for man. You know what I'm saying? I hope that
I've tried to help man as much as I can.
We had a great time.
You know what I mean?
I tried to help man as much as I could, but you know, all roads and relationships got to come to an end at some point, and I just
some people
I just hope the best for man, innit?
Can't force them. You know what I mean? People just,
all that fam.
You just start twisting narrative, and then all your fans start being like, yeah, you know what? Actually, bro, like Will has tried to help. Secret Life tried to help that nigga bare times, actually, bro. Like, and before you know it, now you just the angry guy talking about shit that happened with you. You know what I mean? So yeah, it gets creepy, man. It gets very creepy, man. It gets very, very, very creepy, man.
Because man don't get it, fam. You see what man are talking about, like these things, and we're talking about spiritual warfare and things there. They don't understand that these spiritual warfares, whatever happens here, it has to be enacted by another human being. So like even if it is another spirit controlling another human being to do a thing, it's like they have to move like that. Do you know what I mean? Spirits could probably like fight each other, but they can't do things to you in your reality without getting someone else to move and
a host body
like,
in it,
derail the whatever the movements that you're trying to make. It's people.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. It's not no spooky spookism. It's not no like mad thing like that, fam. It's people, fam.
But that's what I'm saying. The reason it's spooky is because there's some nigga that wakes up every day and his job is to be a traffic warden. His job is to just fuck people over every day as much as he can do and look for opportunities to give people tickets and give them... Like, someone wakes up every day to do that. You know what I mean?
Bro,
and so when I say spooky... When I say spooky, it's to say like somebody wakes up every day and their job is to disrupt what you doing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like that's what they focus their full time on, is to find a way to fuck over your shit. And people are like, oh, no one actually does that. But like, no, they do. They really do.
But imagine this someone that is so connected here that, let's say, if they wanted to like listen to your phone calls, they could do that. If they want to like watch your emails.
If it's funny, by the way. If is a funny word to put in that sentence.
Why?
If they wanted to. Because they be listening to everything, bro. How many times does the signal cut out when we talk about certain shit, fam? Like, they listen to everything.
That's them, man, innit? But we're talking about like a select individual. Let's say like a select individual, like in the case of, let's say, like a Beyonce or whatever, like she got enough ties and connections that like she could be like to these men at, let's say, like wherever in these little rooms that she be in, and be like, hey man, I need to find somebody that can, like, you know, tap into these phone calls or whatever. There's a certain person that I want, like, to, you know what I'm saying, keep the tabs on or whatever. I want y'all to, like, see if she ever, like, mentions me. If she ever mentions me, you know what I'm saying, let me know. Because they up there in them rooms and things, and like, they mixing with them people.
It would be a thing like, say, Kerry Hilson, we'll just use her as an example. Like, say she records at like Alpha Studios or something, like, or like the Universal Studios. She could make a call, because again, I know like what they do in a lot of those professional studios is they record all of the sessions, and I don't mean like what someone goes behind the mic and does. I mean there's like a camera
like the whole
in the room that surveils the entire session. Do you get what I mean? And like what someone like Beyonce could do is just make a call to be like, yo, anytime Shorty or any other people is in there recording, fam, I need to get that tape in it. I need to like, if they talking about like anything, bro, any messages she sends you all where they did like show me in it, it's like that kind of a reach. Do you get what I mean? Where it's just, even if you think you're saying something in confidence or in private, bro, like you.
Nah, my boy, there's a camera right there. You ain't see that?
Yeah.
There's a camera right there.
Mad.
Yeah. But you know what it is, yeah? Also, at the same time, yeah, it's like, again, we talk about these industries and these people being wicked, yeah, but then, like, when we start really talking about the wickedness that they be getting into, yeah, it then seems like, oh, yeah, nah, these men are reaching, and oh, yeah, these men are this and that. Why do you think that they all hang out with that Abramovich lady, fam?
Yeah.
With Abramovich, I don't even know her name, bro. But the one where they all go and they do the spirit cooking and all them things there. Why you think they're all at her parties, fam? You think that they're just there for the looks at these parties where they got like cakes that are shaped like children and they got writing blood on the walls and that? You thought that they were just there for the fun of it?
My nigga,
y'all gotta put the two and twos together, fam.
Some of the biggest music artists in the world are on the Epstein flight list, you know. The niggas ain't talking about it. And niggas ain't talking about it, fam. Some of the biggest musical people that we love and that people love and adore is on that flight log, you know, blood.
Because they hate the politicians, so it's cool when they there and they can say something about that. But when it's somebody that like, oh yeah, nah, they helped me through a hard time. I love Beyonce. She's so great. I keep being like Beyonce or whatever, and I feel like I keep attacking Beyonce every week. Nah, it's not that. It's not even like I got anything personal against her or nothing like that. Yeah, but it's just like, it's the best example that I can give because like it's not like she's the only
blatant. One. That's the unfortunate. It's because it's blatant. It's because it's blatant, bro. And it's nothing against her. If it was someone else doing it, we would say the same thing about them. Again, the climate is so mad now where, like, you see how you just gave that preface about Beyonce and shit? The climate is so now where people, like, feel like they have to do that. Where even if you speak on this lady, it's like, yo, let me just say, like, yo, I fuck with her, and because...
Well, man, I ain't even gonna say all that, fam. I'm
not saying that you're saying that. I'm just saying, like, people say that in it because she's created such a fear economy where niggas really won't speak on her, blood. Like, people will not talk bad on her, fam. Like, because they know they will get ended, bro. Because they'll get ended in the industry, fam. Like,
man, the business done for you, fam. You say something about that lady there, the business done for you, fam.
Do you get what I mean?
That's why.
And what I'll give to her, yeah, what's slick about what she do is, as you said before, like, you'll never hear her speaking on any of this shit, fam. She don't address none of it. Like, you would think she's never met any of these people. You know what I mean? Like, she don't ever address shit. She don't ever speak on shit. And that's, I think, the mistake that, like, someone like Nicki Minaj made. Where Nicki Minaj did a similar thing, but what she would do a lot of times is that she would openly weaponize her audience against people. And enough people kind of got sick of seeing her do that where people started to like turn the tide on her. Because no one's seen Beyonce do any of this fucked up shit, she still has like this image of like, nah, Beyonce would never do that. And do you get what I mean? It's like, it's slick, bro. It's fucking slick shit, man. It's
still holier than thou. Because like there was that thing of like, there's you know, they got the whole like Church of Beyonce thing, that thing. I don't know if people like acknowledging that right now, or like we jumping over that, or like what, I don't know, like is that like
I've never heard that before. I don't even know.
Okay, so it must not be okay to say then. But yeah, there's like a whole thing. There's like a Church of Beyonce, bro. And then like there was some people. There was like I think there was a girl that. Basically, I don't know, like, there was something that happened, and she, not that she wasn't with it, she went there, so she was with it, but then something happened, and then, she wasn't alive anymore, basically, we'll say. And then it was just like, something happened at the Church of Beyonce. Oh, suspicious.
And then never heard about it again.
And then nothing, fam.
And then never heard about it again,
Never again, fam.
It's mad.
You know what I mean? Y'all got, see, this is what I was saying. I think, was it last week when I was like, y'all be deifying these celebrities and putting them on God pedestal or whatever. They're just people. They're literally just people. They have some money and they have some things that they can say, a bit of influence or whatever, but they're just people.
But imagine how the mind of that person works who has been deified for all of these years and now walks around believing in the deity that people treat them as.
In their heart of hearts here, they know I'm just a person. In their ego, they might live there where they're like, oh yeah, I've been deified now, I'm a god now. But in their heart of hearts here, when they really get down to it, why do you think they're so depressed all the time, fam?
Yeah, it's true.
In their heart of hearts, they know I'm just a person like all the rest of these people, and I don't understand why they're looking at me as if I'm some kind of god. Bro, people be saying prayers to Beyonce. I would be damned if I ever pray to another human being.
Shit, people pray to Jesus, you know what I mean? Like, and they pray to the prophet, you know what I mean? So,
listen, listen. Aye, man.
Yo, in a couple years, she might be Jesus, bro. You don't know, fam.
Nah. At least Jesus was like a transcended human being. You know what I mean? Like he transcended being a human being, fam, to the point where like when they killed man, he was like, hey God, chill out. Like let these men be, because they didn't even know that they had killed you in the flesh. You know what I'm saying? He got to that point at least in his life, fam. Man, with this celebrity man's fam. If they were really that, fam, it wouldn't be this, fam.
Yeah.
If they were really that, it wouldn't be this, fam.
It wouldn't be about them. Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of this shit is very self-serving, innit? Yeah. And again, it's blatant. It's just in your face, innit? But enough of that shit. Enough of that shit. What I would like to do, if you're all right with it, I want to get to these lists, man. I want to get to these lists.
Painful, man.
Yo.
What? Yo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now I was saying I want to get to the lists, bro. Like these lists that we've done in it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let's go there.
Which would you like to start with?
You know what? We'll start with the diss tracks. I think that'll be the more controversial of the lot.
Okay. How do you want to do it? Because the way I was gonna do it, is I was gonna go from 10 upwards. It's not in a particular order. It's not in a particular order, but it's kind of in an order, if that makes sense. So there are some that can be swapped around, but like the one that I think is probably the most thing one is the first one I've put. Do you get what I mean? That's the number one. So
to be fair,
is yours like no particular order type of thing?
It's no particular order, but like that first one, I think that first one is like definitely the maddest one. It's like the ether of this era.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's start with maybe, again, I know it's no particular order, but maybe the one, if you had to quickly try and put it in an order, the one that you would put at 10. Again, we don't have to stick to anything, but like, let's try and work up to that mad one. Do you know what I mean? So I'll let you go first.
Damn, I think I would say the first one that I'm gonna say is Sheetha.
Okay, I've got that in there. Yeah, I've got that in there. I
thought that was like in my researches and that, you know what I'm saying? I was like, hey, that was kind of mad still, and like the fact that the reply wasn't really a reply. Again, it's like that's kind of mad. You know
yeah.
Sheetha.
Okay, I'm gonna list that. I'm gonna make a list of like all the ones we come up with as well. Okay, that's it. So the one that I've got at number 10, again, no particular order, is I put Lil Wayne Coco. So there was a mixtape called Sorry for the Wait 2, and this was when him and Birdman were going through all of that shit in it.
Oh man!
And there's a track on there called Coco, and he's just going at that nigga in it. So like, yeah, that's what I put. That's what I put as my number 10 in it. Yeah. Sorry. Back to you. So the next one.
I mean, in light of the Birdman thing, idols become rivals.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Birdman. Yeah.
That's a good one. I didn't write that down. That is a good one. Good one.
I guess the same era or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That whole time when
Ross's was definitely
when man just wasn't trying to pay
around that period. Yeah, it was around that period.
The time when man just was not trying to pay man nothing. Everyone was like, yo, you gotta pay me, fam.
Idols become rivals. Yeah, I did not remember that one, to be fair. That is a good one. Because I was about to say to you, is that a diss track? But as I thought about it, it's like, yeah, it is. Like,
You talk about man's business and how he's not trying to pay man and all sorts.
Like the whole track is about that, in it. Like, it is a diss track.
Like a direct, like no messing about, like straight down the line. Like, this is about you. I forgot what my man's name is now.
Ross.
I forgot. No, not Ross. Birdman. His actual name. I forgot. No, his name.
Oh, I can't remember. I can't remember.
Yeah, see, boom. Yeah, this is about you, my boy.
Yeah. No, definitely. All right, the next one that I've got up from there is the game Pest Control. When he dissed me.
Wow. Yeah, I ain't even have that one on there still.
Yeah. I remember like that whole period where like people weren't really fucking with Meek, and then Game got himself involved as he always does. And then
somehow.
Even though it was super corny how he got himself involved, like the diss track was hard. You know what I mean? Like, it was
yeah.
That's the fucked up thing about the Game, you know. Like, I think he's a really corny dude. Like, he just does really corny shit, but he's a really good rapper. Like, he makes good music. You know what I mean? Like, it's a weird juxtaposition. That Pest Control shit was cheeky, man. Alright, yeah. Next review.
Man, alright, so man, I hate to do this. I mean, it's gotta be up there somewhere. You know what I mean? I mean, could I put two together? Because it was like a thing and then a reply. Could I like do?
I'll let you argue the point. If you could make it make sense, then you know what I mean. We can make it happen.
Right. So I don't know what the first grievance was, but then MGK comes out and be's like, "Haha, I'm the rap devil."
I've got that one too, so I'm gonna write that one down. I'm gonna make a list of the ones we've bought as well.
And then M comes out and says, "Nah, come for your head top, my guy, because you my son, fam."
It was headshot or something it's called, isn't it?
Kill shot. Yeah.
Kill shot, yeah.
I got them like next to each other. So yeah.
Do you think M's response was as good as MGK's diss? Because I thought about that, but I didn't put M's on there. I personally, I don't think M's response was as good as MGK's track.
I mean, like, if you're measuring it against, like, how good M has been in the past, or then surely not, then. But, like, it ruffled man.
Because, again, I'm sure, obviously...
Think about it like this. Ever since then, man went over there to try and do some experimental soft rock, and he paint his nails now, and he wear pink furry coats with his girl and things like that. He finished with the rap thing. Like, he done fun with the rap thing. He like, bro, like.
Listen, so all of that is valid. Yeah, all of that is valid. The way that I try to approach it, obviously, like we do this shit in it. So I try to approach it like when you talking to a nigga. And when I listened to MGK's Rap Devil, he was talking to that man, bro. He was talking to that man. Do you get what I mean? Like, he was really talking to him, blood. Like saying, like, bro, now you got answer for this, bro. Like, he was really talking to him. Eminem's response, it was good in terms of raps, but in terms of what he was actually saying back to him, I don't think he said anything. He was just like, yo, you my son. All he really said was like, "You my son." That's basically what he said. Yeah. But like, the way that MGK talked to him on that Rap Devil track, M should have licked that nigga head off, bro. Like, M should have taken his head off. Do you get what I mean? Like, MGK was talking to that nigga. He brought up his daughter. Like, MGK. Yeah, go on.
Bro, you know the wickedest thing is, like, some people might be like, "Oh, that's disrespectful." I don't think. You know
what it is? Man. There's
all
like
the Eminem fans out there, don't take it personal, but like at this point in man's career, he can't do that anymore. He's not the toe-to-toe guy anymore, especially if it's not like, "Oh, we angry and we going and we reeling up our angry and we chopping off people's heads with chainsaws." He can't. It's not that time anymore, so he can't like come back any more than just saying like, "Yo, listen, you my son, fam."
But you see, to me, like, you don't even need to be all of that. Like, Eminem is such a good rapper. The way that I have judged these diss tracks, I've judged it off the substance of the diss track, meaning who's really talking to a nigga on a track. Like, that's what I've judged it off. Do you get what I mean? My thing, M is so good, that you can go and research this you, even if you don't know that much about it. You can go and find shit out about this you and talk to this nigga about who he is. Because the reason I put MGK on this list is because MGK was talking to M about the man that you are, blood. That's how I rate this track. I'm going to speak to the spirit of the man, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like, and MGK was talking to that nigga on that track, bro. He was talking to him, and I'm not even a Machine Gun Kelly fan to back him. Like, like you said, he's doing a whole different thing now. But the way that he was speaking to him on that track, I was like, nah, bro. For me, Eminem's response didn't match up personally. I don't think it was shit. I just don't think it matched up.
It might not have matched up, but like, we expected man to come out like it's D12 Eminem. I'll be like, God, then
see, I didn't even expect that, man. Like, I've not expected that Eminem since he released that like Recovery album or whatever, where he basically was saying like, "I'm done with all that shit." Like, he did that time ago in it, and he's because, bro, Eminem, the Slim Shady LP, was the first hip hop rap album I ever bought with my own money in my life. Do you get what I mean? That was the first album I ever went out and bought as a kid myself. So I was an Eminem fan, bro. Do you get what I mean? And I understand that the Slim Shady and this hockey mask and the shit, like, you're right, he can't do that. But he's so proficient. We spoke about Steph Curry and how he can shoot and shit. Eminem is so good at rapping. The reason why it's hard for me to fuck with him now is because he hasn't found a way to match any kind of substance with his raps. I don't need him to talk about fucking like woke political shit, but just have something to say. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Even in the MGK response, I just don't really feel like he had anything to say to him. It felt like he responded because he knew that he needed to respond for the public, how it would look.
Yeah, because the reputation was on the line.
Like the reputational shit.
After that, he went on and made this album basically to everyone and said, yeah, anybody that ever said anything about, which I thought was whack, fam. I thought that kamikaze thing was whack, fam.
Yeah, it was us. Yeah, it was hot dog water, bro. It was hot dog water, bro. It was terrible, bro.
Man, even hot dog water is even drinkable, fam. Yeah, I'm saying, whack.
Have you ever tried to taste hot dog water, bro? That shit is
basura. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's what I mean, fam. Yeah, basura. Yeah.
Do you get me? Like,
fam, even that's better, fam. Yeah.
And that's been my problem with Eminem for like a while now. It's like, for as good as an actual rapper as you are, as in the act of performing raps and being able to rhyme words at a high rate, which you do at a high rate, you're not saying nothing, and you haven't said anything for years. I don't need you to be the same pilled up white boy you were before, but just have something to say. Do you get what I mean? It feels like you don't have nothing to say. That's why I couldn't put him on the list, because I just don't feel like he said anything to MGK.
Because I think here, this might be controversial, but I think his whole thing was like, it's like the white boy against hip hop because like you're gonna accept me. But then as soon as we were like, now we love you, like you that nigga fan. Like, damn, there's nothing else that I can say now.
I feel like
you like me, it's cool now. Damn.
Like the Eminem thing is mad because, as you said, there was like that period where he was like the white boy around niggas who was out rapping everybody, and it's like he had a chip on his shoulder, like, yeah, I know I'm a white boy, but fuck that, And then obviously he got embraced by like Dre and Snoop and like
and
50,
everyone,
like, you know what I mean. And then he was still cool for a time period, but it was like the white people then accepted him back once he had gone clear. Because remember, like white people, like early doors, when he was still when he was still doing battle raps and shit, like they didn't really fuck with Eminem. Like they called him like a wigger and he wanna be black and all that. Like they didn't fuck with him. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like once he came back around and went clear.
Bro, is there even such a thing nowadays as that? Is that even a thing anymore?
A wigger?
Nah. Is that a thing?
That don't exist no more, bro. That's just what they call you. It's just young people now, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you call them kids now. To get what
just young people now.
Yeah. Isn't that mad? Like, that's the thing, you call somebody now, innit? Like, you couldn't even call somebody that now, because it's like, all these niggas talk like niggas, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I was in London, obviously my mum's birthday, like about a week or two ago. And we were just like walking down one of the high streets, innit? And I think it was around the time like maybe kids had got out of school or something. And I can like hear these kids talking. And obviously, you know, the typical London accent. You man, I see them man there. And like, they're all like, they're just messing about. They're just kids, innit? Them man there, blood, trust me. They don't like, next time we play football, you man are going to get smoked, you know, blood, trust me, fam. And they're all laughing.
Yeah.
I turn and look, bro. I turn and look, bro. It's a fucking Chinese kid talking. And like, just for a second, I was baffed for a second, bro. Because this is like and again, I'm not trying to sound fucked up in it. I'm not, but just my brain wasn't expecting to see that. It was just like a Chinese kid. It's like, yeah, you see them, man, but they don't want none of that shit, man. Like but that's just how that's how all the kids talk now, fam. Like, you know what I mean?
The language you build now, fam. Yeah.
You get what I mean? It's like, it's one of those. But
so there's no such thing as a wigger anymore. See, that's why man ain't got nothing left to say no more, fam, because he did it. He accomplished the mission. He did it, fam.
You know what my nigga said? Then say that. Then at least say that on the track, bro. Because he just anyway. Enough about M. Enough about M. If you want to put the two tracks together, that's fine. That is, you know what I mean. We doing this for like convo and shit. I personally I just don't think that M's response was quite that, but I can hear it. All right. So you did them two. So I said you said Machine Gun Kelly, so I won't say that. This one that I thought was an interesting pick, but having listened to it again and shit, it's definitely a diss track. J. Cole, KOD. Because he's sending for.
Wait, what makes you say that's a diss track?
Because do you remember that era in hip hop when like Lil Pump and with Smoke Purp, I think your name is, that whole J. Cole thing, like that whole thing that was a thing. Like now, J. Cole's not saying.
Does that mean 1985 is a diss as well, or is that just like prophecy? Because I didn't put that on the list because I was just like, that's not he dissing, man. He just telling them like it's just prophecy.
That's why I didn't put it on there either, because he didn't diss them. He just said this is what's going to happen to you. But on KOD, he actually dissed them. Like these Lils talking about this, talking about that. These niggas couldn't be on my level. They're like he dissing them on the track, but he's doing it in a J. Cole way. So it doesn't sound like a diss track, but it is. Do you know what I mean? So I thought that was like a bit of a different take. So yeah, I've got that one.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so you say KOD was a diss?
I think so. Listen, if you don't think it is,
so does that mean 1985? So again, I mean, you know, because he like atting a lot of men without atting them in 1985. So
I'll tell you the reason why I didn't put 1985
or no?
I'll tell you the reason why I didn't put it in the honorable mentions, but the reason I didn't put it on the list is because the whole track isn't about that. He just uses portions of the track, as you say, to kind of tell them man what's going to happen. But the whole track itself isn't about that. Whereas KOD, KOD is actually a lot less direct than 1985. It's like a weird thing. Like 1985 is very like, you know who he's talking about. KOD is a lot less direct, but the whole track he's talking about them niggas. Do you get what I mean?
Now who's them niggas though?
Again, it's all the Lils. It's that whole wave that was like, fuck J. Cole.
But that's the reason why I couldn't put any of them in this list. Maybe in the honorable mentions. But again, because we parametered this last time and we said it's a track dedicated to somebody. It's aimed at you, fam. It's not like a vague guy. It might be. It's you, fam. I'm talking to you, fam.
You know what? All right,
because that's what we said, right?
I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that because I feel like I could argue it, but I feel like your point is better because KO.
Because then
it's a diss track because I know how to read between lyrics. I know how rappers write lyrics in it, but ultimately you are right.
It's not direct.
Yes,
it's not direct.
You are right.
You know what I mean?
It's like, put it this way: if he was talking about me on KOD, I'm responding to that immediately because he's dissing niggas on there. But you're right; it's not direct. So okay, I'll concede that. You right, I'll concede. So I'll go up the list.
Crazy. So,
and the next one I've got on the list, bringing it back to the UK sides, Chip, Flowers.
Flowers.
The one that he dissed Stormzy on in the petrol station.
Flowers.
There's no debate if that's a diss track, right? There's no debate if that was a diss track, right?
Man, do you know what it is? Yeah, Chip he's one of 2 artists that have made it on my list 2 times, fam. And that one there, that should have been on the list too, fam. So technically, I think Chip is the greatest diss track artist of this era, fam. Both sides of the pond, fam.
I think so, you know. I think so. I think Chip is to diss tracks what Steph Curry is to the 3-point shot.
Yeah,
maybe not as extreme, but you get the premise of what I mean in it. It's like, I'm not saying Chip can't do anything else, because he can do other stuff, but he exceeds and excels in that particular skill set. Because you're right, same for me. Chip is on the list more than once for me. You know what I mean? But you're saying you've got two other tracks.
Flowers. How could I forget them?
So am I right to put Flowers on the mutual track then, on the mutual list?
Yeah.
All right, we'll put that one on there. Because like, again, Chip was one of those that I was going through them, and what I didn't want to do is have 5 entries that were Chip. Do you get what I mean? Because really, you could go through his catalog and you could probably get 10 tracks of just him. If you know what I mean, you could probably find that. But I was trying to diversify it, but like, it got to a certain point. It's like, he has to go in there again, bro. Like, he has to go in there again. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I think on my side of the list, he's got 3 entries so far. Now that's nobody wants smoke with Chip. We've said this before. We've said this before. Like, nobody in this music thing, in this rap thing,
I mean, again, I'll tell you the truth.
Trying to hear all that from.
I'll tell you the truth, like, and I've said this on like the early episodes and shit. I think I definitely believe I could get the job done against him, but it wouldn't. The people may not think that. It would have to just be like the people that know what this thing is. They'll be like, like, he got you, sort of shit. But like, I think I would know how to get it, but that's not the conversation. The niggas who is currently out in that arena of shit, in that kind of group of artists and shit, none of them want any kind of lyrical warfare with Chip. Like, they don't.
They even Stormzy, the prodigal son, was like, do you know what? I think I kind of made a mistake here.
Let me think twice.
Showing up at man's yard, fam. Do you know what? Let me just back up for a second. Let me go hang out with Dave and them, man, and do a little indirect, fam. And he do an indirect, and man will say, hey, fam, I saw that, bro. Don't listen,
bro.
Don't play with me like that, fam.
Chip turned Dave mute, fam, and I like Dave.
Man,
I like
said,
Dave.
hey, man.
Chip said to that nigga, bro, listen, if you stand next to that nigga while he dissing me, blood, I'm on you, fam. Let's be very clear, bro. Don't spud that nigga while he dissing me, fam. Because if you spud him while he dissing me, I'm on you, bro. And you don't want it, fam. Chip said, ain't you the same you that... The Chip said to him, ain't you the same you? You talk about Rambo knives. Didn't you talk about police should bring back stop and search? Like, ain't that you, fam? Like, Chip said, bro, don't stand next to him while he's dissing me, fam. And you know what Dave said? Dave said, you right, bro. You right.
Nah, you know what? I don't even know this nigga, fam. I don't even, if you even brought this nigga around here, like, what? Who this nigga? What's his name? Mick Stormzy. I don't even know this nigga, fam.
And I like Dave, bro. I'm not trying to make him look funny and shit. I'm just saying, when that shit happened, Dave really... Because again, he's another one. Dave is another one who seemingly... He's like, yo, anybody who wants it, like, you all know I do this thing in it. Like, we can do that. And like, when Chip said on the track, like, bro, if you want it to be certain, it can be certain, bro. And he removed anything to do with Stormzy from his shit. I was like, God damn, nigga.
What the disadvantage here for anyone going against Chip now is like, bro, this nigga been in so many like different battles and different scenarios. Everybody has tried to hit him with any kind of bullet. And they try to hit him with the 2.2, with the 4.4, with the 50 cal, with the 7.5. You know what I'm saying? They try to hit man with the bazooka. They try to hit man with the nuke. It didn't work, fam. Man's like a cockroach out here, fam. Man's still out here, fam. What you saying now, fam? That's Chip.
And another thing that he's done very well. Like, I'm sorry, go on, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? It's like if you're an artist, yeah, and let's say like you got a grievance with Chip, how you gonna buzz that from? Because everybody's buzzed that same thing from.
No, there's definitely a way, bro. There's definitely a way, bro.
I mean, yeah, there's ways, yeah, but then it's like, you know what I'm saying, for the regular rap nigga fan.
That's what I was gonna say. The problem is, if you one of those rappers in that world, then don't ever try that nigga. Because if you in that world under that persona, you can't fuck with him. Yeah, because he has all of the cheat codes for niggas in that world that will try and fuck with him. Now, if you're a nigga that don't exist inside that shit, you can talk to him about something else. That's the most I'm gonna say. Because I've said from time, I'm not giving away the IP of how I'd beat that nigga. Pause. But with Chip, you have to talk to him about something else. And when you talk to him about something else, I don't know how equipped he'll be to talk to you about something else. You know what I mean? But nah, he in the world that he exists in, like, and I think another thing that goes in his favor as well, he's become like the gladiator in the arena that the people want to see now, because they see him split bare people's wigs. You know what I mean? So it's like, anytime you come out, wigs get split, bro. So we want to see this nigga split more wigs. So like now, even if Chip doesn't win the beef hands down, because he's just got so many people that fuck with him when he's beefing people, they'll just say Chip won because that's the feeling that they're used to. They're used to when he did somebody, that's it. Do you get what I mean? So he kind of has that narrative shit on his side as well. So now, big up to Chip, man. Now, big up to him, definitely. I had said flowers, so it's you now. It's on you.
You know what? Yeah, we're gonna go to a whole different. We're gonna go to a whole different. Thing, and I'm gonna pull out Tory Lanez. I mean, it's not like it's not. The thing is, it wasn't like a diss, but it was like.
Is it the Joyner Lucas
competition one? Kind of thing? Yeah, the Joyner Lucas thing. The Litty again.
I put that in honorable mentions. Yeah. Because I definitely thought that as well. Yeah. We can put it on the list.
It's not like again, It's not like a diss.
I just see what you're saying now. That's why I didn't put it on the list, because it wasn't like a diss. I was like, they're
just like. But then what's the thing about it is like they sparring. Do you know what I mean? They're not like they're not pulling punches, but they're not like
it's the same concept.
They don't dislike each other. Yeah, they don't like dislike each other, but they're like sparring at full strength kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So like I put that in there. I thought, you know what? Yeah, man, done his thing, fam. I remember listening to that shit and being like, man got smoked, fam. That's how you gonna come back from that?
Because I also put the you know, when he did the thing with Don Q, the same thing with Don Q. I also put that one on honorable mentions as well. Yeah, because like that was the whole point where he was just like, yo, if any rappers just want to get into some dish, because again, this was, I won't say the name of the track, but this was around when the track that's the number one on my list got dropped, and just it was like diss track fever was in the air. People just kind of
that time there.
Around that time, and I remember Tory come out and was like, "Yo, listen, we ain't got to have no like real beef or no shit, but yo, any rappers who just want to do this lyric thing, let's just bar up in it." So obviously that's when people come out and da. And to be fair, man, I feel like Tory barred up everyone that came at him. I feel like he barred niggas up, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Alright, what was that track called again? The Joyner Lucas one.
Litty again. Well, there was actually like 3 in it because he did like a ZZ.
He did it with Meek Mill. Yeah.
Yeah, and other things. There was a couple of things. Yeah, there was like a couple of back and forths, but yeah, I think it was the Litty again remix.
Right.
That's the one I think he was on his once.
The one without Meek.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I'll go up to my next one. I have Joe Budden Making a Murderer. This is when Joe, obviously, when he was like the early days of the podcast, and then him and Drake got into that whole thing.
Yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah. I don't know if you've listened to those diss tracks, but if you just want to treat yourself to just a nigga just spitting at somebody, Joe Budden making a murderer, bro. Joe is what Joe does to Drake is what I'm talking about with Chip. Because niggas have tried to diss Drake before in a certain way, but you can't talk no money shit with Drake because he's richer than you. You can't talk no sales shit with Drake because he sells better than you. You can't talk bitches with Drake because he gets more than you. Like, there are certain things you can't talk to him about. But listen to Joe Budden making a murderer and what Joe, the way that Joe speaks to that man, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck how much money you've got, my nigga. I'm talking to you, bro. Like, yeah, all the listeners, do yourself a favor, fam. Joe Budden making a murderer.
Go check that out, fam. Go check that out. Fam.
Yeah, I'm putting that on the list.
Spirit, fam.
Speaks to man's spirit. He talks to the man that he is, bro. You know what I mean? I'm talking to your soul, my nigga. Like, your money can't save you, bro. Your clout can't save. I'm talking to you, fam. Because behind all of this, who are you, bro? Who are you, bro? I know who you are. This is who you are, bro. Yeah. Nah. Joe Budden making a murder is something else, fam. Yeah, that was ill. That was ill.
Because, he, you know, the wicked thing about that is like it's just how the whole Drake thing is built out. We better get into a different conversation right now.
Go.
He said he spoke to man's spirit, fam. It's like you talk about starting from the bottom, but you're not that, fam. You was on TV. What is you talking about? You was at the bottom of what, fam? How do you mean, bro? Man's spirit was shaking when he heard that. He said, not Joe, fam.
Man said, bro, how you got the people waiting for Party's album when you taking all the songs off Party's album so you can go and put it on your Party album? Like,
and how you got the people waiting for Party? Man, listen, man, this is what I mean, fam. It's like, man's spirit was shaking, fam. He's like, fam, listen, if I engage this man, fam,
but different.
Especially at that time as well, fam. It's cool. Don't worry.
How can Joe say to man, yo, he ain't sold a brick in his life, but he sold a lot of Graham, bro. Like, nah.
Bruh.
Joe was talking to him different on that shit, fam. He was, because when you, that's what I'm saying, bro. In the art of like lyrical war and shit, it's like martial arts almost. It's like you have to know how to hit certain spots that person has no training on how to defend. Because again, if you a nigga that's gonna try to talk some fly boy shit to Drake, like I'm flyer than you, no one's gonna go for that. No one's gonna go for that because he's gonna be able to talk some shit that's really way out of your budget. Do you get what I mean? But like now, bro, fuck all this other shit. I'm speaking right to your insecurities, fam. I'm speaking right to this shit, bro.
Joe. That took that, fam. Goddamn,
bro. Man said. He's talking all this shit to me. Weren't you the same nigga that was scared to pull the camera out at Hove Show? Like, something like that. Because there's a bar from years ago. It's on that Say What's Real track that Drake did when he covered the Kanye shit off 808 and Heartbreaks. And in the bar, he said something about being at a Jay-Z show, but he was embarrassed to pull his camera out and take a picture. Because I don't want to look like a fan. I don't want to look like some sneaky guy, but I want to take a picture of man. And the fact that he flipped that bar back like 10, 15, like that's the shit I'm talking about, bro. Like if I'm dissing you, fam, I'm going through everything, bro. I'm cataloging. Everything is stored, bro, because I'm speaking to who you are, my nigga. Like,
and I'm going to go through everything that you got from me and be like, so you out here saying this, and that, but then you going ahead and did this.
Anyone who's listening, if you just want to treat yourself to just a nigga dissing a nigga on wax, and it's not I'm going to kill you or I'm going to shoot you or none of that bullshit, just a nigga catching a clean fade on bars, Joe Budden making a murderer, do yourself a favor still. So yeah, that was my next one. So back to yourself, Mr. Sins.
Joe Budden making a murder. Goodness me. Oh, man. I guess we was going to get here at some point. Back to back.
Okay. We're going back to back.
Man, even the instrumental was disrespectful, fam.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you, yeah. Back to back is I've put that as number one. That's my number one. Like,
that's the number one.
I put back to back as the number one in terms of just a dick. If you had to ask anybody, the last 10 years, name a diss track that was 9 out of 10 people, I feel like they're saying that one. I know that Drake is fucking more popular than Jesus. I understand, but I think just in terms of crafting a song that not only it became the fucking thing got Grammy nominated, my nigga. Like, the track is such a slap that if you have no idea about the feud, you're gonna rock out to the song. He created a track that they're gonna play in the clubs. He created a track that you can listen to in your headphones. He created a track that can play on the radio, and the whole track is dissing you, and everyone knows it's dissing you. But again, he's not saying I'm gonna come and shoot your grandmother's house and none of that, bro. Is it a world tour or your girl's tour? This ain't what she meant when she said to open up more. Bruh.
That nigga said, where you been? Where are you? We've been waiting for you, fam. We're waiting.
I waited 5 days, nigga. Where y'all at? I drove here in the rain, drove in ARM. I'm not sure what it was that really made y'all mad, but I guess this is what I gotta do to make y'all rap. I mean, whoa. Jeez. Nah. In terms of just a tune, bro, it's too smooth.
No, you know
that's
what?
The fucked up shit about it. It's just smooth, blood, and he's hitting you, blood.
A great song, fam.
A great song. Take the diss part out of it. It's a great song.
It's just a great song, fam.
And the fact that he crafted it into a diss track that you would have to listen to for the next 3, 4, 5 years, blood, because it's a great track. Like, it's brilliant. Because even say someone like Chip, as great as Chip's diss tracks are, and as great as he is at doing that, years later, you don't really go back and listen to that shit, or you don't really you're not going to hear that shit just playing somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Because they're diss tracks. They're not really designed. They're not designed to be songs. There's no structure to it. There's no thing. It's just barring someone down. This nigga put a pre-hook, a hook, a bridge, and versed man up, bro. And it wasn't no lyrical, miracle, spiritual shit. It was like, all right, bro, I'm going to hit these bullet points. We're going to sing this hook again and we're going to get out of here, bro. And we're going to just dance on your head top for the next 5 years, bro. Like, now, to me, back to back, it has to be the number one diss track of the last 10 years. Like, I can't name another diss track that was as impactful as it, that I feel like people enjoyed as much. Like, if you can name one, please, in it. But I can't think of any other track that did what that tune did. It's the only diss track in history that's been nominated for a fucking Grammy, bro.
My only thing is, that's cool. It got nominated for a Grammy and all them things there, but impact wise, let's say even impact on an artist's trajectory, like the opponent's trajectory,
yeah.
Bruh.
Because it was Meek had a very long, 2-3 years, bro. Like, Meek.
It's been long for man, fam. But then I'm saying, we say back to back, and you have put that at your top spot,
I put it at the top,
A story of Adidon, fam.
See, and
that's man full of points right there, fam.
Great. I put that in my honorable mentions. And the reason I did that, because I was going to put it in the list, the reason I did it is because, again, to me, the entire track isn't really dissing, man. He's not. What? Obviously, he's just let me try and get this out, please. Let me try and get this, please. Listen, he's obviously dissing him right? But what was the actual diss that he said in the tune? He said, you don't write your bars. Again, you signed to someone that signed to someone, and you're hiding a kid, and your best friend's really sick and he might die soon. But he didn't really diss him, though. To me, it's a similar thing to J. Cole's 1985. Like, to me, the way that you looked at that is the way that I looked at the Pusha T thing. When I'm listening to the song, it's like, he's not really dissing this nigga. Do you know what I mean? Like, in back to back, Drake was dissing that nigga and disrespecting that nigga. Like, I don't feel like Pusha T was actually dissing him in this song. I feel like it was like a big reveal. It was like, I lured you into this trap to tell the world that you
where I disagree, where I disagree, like, bro, there's diss tracks where man is saying this and man is saying that about you, whatever, but I think about it like this, pre that track, we saw a bunch of people dissing each other or whatever, but it's like, that was one of, at least like in this era, like you said, between like 2013 and now, that's been one of the, like, tell me another track that has done more damage to somebody's reputation. Because again, like you said, you can't go at man about his money because he got more money than you. You can't say anything about his sales because his sales are better than yours. You can't, do you know what I mean? Talk about like his fan base because his fan base is probably like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's that thing. And that's that's like, if there was ever one song, that like, let's say, was what's the word that I'm looking for? You know, when something changes suddenly. For like, it's something, let's say like something small happens and then everything changes suddenly. What's the word I'm looking for? You don't know. But it's like, see, like nothing has done worse change. Nothing has been more like, what's the word I'm looking for? Nothing has been more damaging, for an artist than that track to me, fam. Because all these other diss tracks, it's like, cool, y'all dissed each other, but then like y'all still exist like in your spheres and stuff. But then with that track there, it's like Drake couldn't even come back to his own people, fam.
You know what, Will? I'm going to be honest with you. While you've been talking, I've pulled up the lyrics to this song. And you are 100% right. Like, you don't even need to continue. I'm reading the lyrics.
Come back to his own people, fam.
Let me just read
his own people looking at him like, my brother.
let me read the shit to you, dog. Drug dealing aside, ghostwriting aside, let's have a heart-to-heart about your pride. Even though you're multi, I see that your soul don't look alive. The M's don't count different when baby divides the pie. Let's examine why. Your music for the past few years been angry and full of lies. I start at the home front, I'm on one. Dennis Graham, stay off the gram, bitch, I'm on one. You mentioned wedding rings like that's a bad thing. Your father walked away at 5, hell of a dad thing. Marriage is something that Sam never had, Drake. How you a winner, but she's coming in last place. Monkey suit Dennis, you parade him. A Steve Harvey suit, nigga made it. Confused, always felt like you weren't black enough. Afraid to grow it because your fro wouldn't nap enough. Since you name dropped my fiance, let him know who you chose as your Beyonce. Sophie knows better, ask your baby mother. Clean up her IG, but the stench is on her. A baby's involved, it's deeper than rap. We talking character, let me keep to the facts. You're hiding a child, let that boy come home. Deadbeat motherfucker playing border patrol. Adonis is your son and he deserves more than an Adidas press run, and that's real. Love that baby. Yeah. Hold on, let me just go a bit further down.
Your man couldn't even come back to his own people because his own people was asking him like, what's the crack here, my lad? What's happening here? Because like this guy's saying all these things, like you're gonna have to like defend it somehow or something. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to,
said, And he deserves more than an Adidas press run that's real. Love that baby, respect that girl. Forget she's a porn star. Let her be your world. How dare you put gay in my verses? I'm selfish. I want all the curses. I'm pre-booking the churches. My verses, 3 hearses. If we all go to hell, it'll be worth it. Already aligned with the greats. And on that same note, the only ones I chase are 2 ghosts, still giving you classics. That's the only thing that dates me. Over your 40, hunched over like he's 80. Tick, tick, tick. How much time you got left? That man is sick, sick, sick. I got the devil flow, nigga. Sick, sick, sick. Yeah. You know what, bro? Mm-hmm. I was completely wrong, and that's gonna go on the list. Like, you know what I mean? Listen, don't ever let it be said that I won't admit when I'm wrong, bro. Don't ever let it be said. Don't ever let niggas tell you that I can't admit when I'm wrong, bro. Like,
ever since then, your man doesn't sound convincing no more at all, fam. You try to talk this big man gangster talk, this, that, oh yeah, I got loads of money, this. We're just not convinced no more, fam. Do you know what I mean? It's not convincing, fam.
I will say this, though.
I still have anything to push it.
I still have back as number one.
Do you know what even made it worse? He's like, oh yeah, Jay Prince told me not to reply because it would, like, destabilize things, and it would, like, people would get hurt. Man, your career is hurt right now, fam. Your reputation is dead. Do something.
Like, I think, again, like you said, because of how the shit went out, like, I think even if Drake had lost that back and forth, but he went out like swinging, I think for the people that fuck with him, they would be able to be like, yo, he went out swinging. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just kind of seems like you're the guy that's used to bullying everybody, and then one day somebody punched you in your face, and then you called your dad. Like, that's what it looks like. That's why it looked like, fam. That's what. Do you know what I mean?
That's why it's not even that it looked like that.
I don't know none of these niggas. I don't know any of them, so I can't say anything is or isn't what it is. Them niggas might be brethren. I don't know them, man, so I can't say what happened. But it looks like the nigga that's used to being the baddest man around got checked and he couldn't deal with it. Do you get what I mean? And like you said, I do think that leaves a stench. And Drake has been dissing Pusha T ever since, by the way. Like, ever since that happened, Drake has been like, almost every track that he raps on, like not singing and shit, there's at least 8 bars in there where he said,
do you know what I mean? It's a local indie Raz, fam.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's clearly, it's rent free in it. It's like Pusha T, I think, is definitely rent free with, man, because in his whole career, he's never had anybody that's pulled his dress up like that in front of the world. And again, I'm not even like anti-Drake. Do you know what I mean? I'm not even one of those people. Like, again, I saw man from the start of his shit, and like, I followed man's career. Do you get me? So I'm not even like anti him, but throughout his entire career, he's never had anyone pull his skirt up like that. Because again, it almost felt like, you know how you spoke about scripts and shit in the NFL? It almost felt scripted the way that shit happened. Like, obviously, Ye's getting all these people to come through to work on the shit, and then Drake goes through, and whatever happens, and and then Pusha's got his album, and Pusha's like, yo, the Daytona album, last track, fuck that, I'm dissing this nigga, and fuck that, bro. So he disses Drake, and then Drake comes back with and again, this is the next one on my list, to be fair, but Duppy Freestyle by Drake. Obviously after the Daytona verse, and then Drake came back dissing Ye in it. Because again, if you remember, Drake has only ever put his toe in the water with Pusha T. He's never gone all the way there. He'll usually diss Pusha and then diss Ye and then diss Pusha through Ye. But he's never just gone there like that.
Man said, how dare you put him in the verses? I want all the curses.
Do you know what I mean? And like, again, if I'm being honest, I think in terms of the actual, Now, but as I'm reading the lyrics though, because all right, this is what I was gonna say.
Disrespect, pure. Bro, how are you gonna talk about my brethren that's like in ill health, fam?
That has multiple sclerosis, bro. And say that man is sick,
and all that,
sick.
Fam. And then you're gonna be like sick, man.
Yeah.
Oh, what do they do?
Because like the thing that again just pushed it over the top was obviously people finding out that Drake had this kid, which again I always found really crazy because the news of Drake having a kid had come out like 3 years before, and obviously they
hear about that,
bro. I remember when that broke, and it was like Drake, but the whole thing was like Drake allegedly has a kid. But like I remember that came out though, because the mums came out in it. Like the mum came out and like she was.
Oh, Miss Graham came out herself and was like, or like the baby mum.
Bro, this is like 3 years prior to any like the Pusha T diss track. Like the mums came out because she was unhappy with whatever was going on, with like whatever was happening out now. But she basically was coming out on that like he's a deadbeat dad thing. Like that's what she was saying. Like you don't see his son. He don't.
The baby mums was saying that.
Yeah. The baby mums were saying like he don't look after his kid. He don't see his son. He don't. He's acting like he don't have a kid. And I remember that came out, but it never. No one spoke about it, and it just went away. I remember it just went away. Do you get what I mean? So obviously Pusha T, because again, bro, if you look at his kid, bro, his kid's like almost 10 years old, my nigga. Like it's not a newborn kid. Like it's an older kid, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, like now at this point, yeah, it's an older kid, but like at that point, well, it'd have been like toddler still, like now, like 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, something like that.
When did this track come out? One second. Was it
like 2018, 2017?
2018, bro. That's 5 years ago, fam. So the kid would have been. Let's say the kid is 5 then. The kid is 5 then. Do you get what I mean? Like the kid is a born kid that's in the world. It's not a newborn baby.
That's like a big man. They talking and walking and eating for.
Do you know what I mean? Talking and that. Do you know what I mean? Like the kid was the kid was around. You know what I mean? And like Pusha again because it almost feels like he baited Drake into that with that Daytona verse. It does really feel like that now that we're talking about it, because Drake's the sort of guy where a lot of people have tried to diss him, but he's not responded to a lot of people. Like he picks the people he responds to, like almost like a Floyd Mayweather type of thing. Like he picks the fights where he knows this guy's enough of a name, but I know that I can beat him. So I'm going to diss this guy and I'm going to get him out of it and clean him up. Do you know what I mean? Clean him up and get him out of it. It's going to be another W. And like the thing with the Pusha thing, I don't think anyone cared about anything else he said in the track apart from you're hiding a child and the 40 thing. Like, because like I said, as I'm reading the lyrics, I'm like, rah, he's disrespect.
But that's what I mean, because man will forget, he talks about his Marge, he talks about his old man, he talked about all sorts of things from. But the highlights and the standouts of the thing was like, oh yeah. Okay, first of all, he talked about his kid from.
Yeah.
Anytime they get to that point and level, even when it's rap, now it's a serious business, fam, because you're talking about my youth, fam.
But and again,
anytime in any rap beef, think about this. Like, there's been lots of rap beefs here, and there's lots of rap niggas that got kids and stuff. They never talk about each other's kids because they know that's a line that's not to be crossed.
But what I'm saying, though, what I was going to say is even that feels like a trap he set for man, because you have to remember the way that Pusha premises it in the song is like, bro, you spoke about my wife, so now we go in there. So now he's not positioned as the bully. He's not positioned as the one that went out of bounds. Because Drake, again, went in the Duppy freestyle and he says, like, you're going to make what? I'm going to ring it on you like Virginia Williams. Like, that's Pusha's wife's name. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So Push was like, all right, bro, cool, say nothing. I'm so glad that you did that. So now I can hit this button, bro. Now I can hit the nuclear codes, fam. Like, let's go, fam. Do you know what I mean? And like, still, because the reason why diss tracks are really like interesting is because there is a formula to doing it. If you're dissing somebody, right? Again, there is an element of public perception that comes into that. So usually it'll either be two people that are on, you know, somewhat of an even playing field that have a legitimate maybe gripe or an issue, and they're exchanging and just the best man
so
wins.
now they're like expressing to each other like, I don't like that you did this, and I don't like you because you're this.
Exactly. The other aspect, it's usually the David and Goliath story. There's usually someone that kind of takes the role of the underdog. And again, going back to Chip very quickly, why he's very clever, why Chip is very clever, and like why a lot of people can't ramp with him in this dissing thing, is because Chip always finds a way to position himself as the underdog. He always finds a way to position it like he's defending himself and man are coming at him. Even with the Stormzy thing, 100% Chip manufactured that himself, 100%. He did the project with Skepta and the youth from D Block Europe, and on the track, like, he put so many subs in there for Stormzy that you know that man are gonna hear this in it. But there was enough plausible deniability where, you know what I mean, I could be talking about anybody.
Like, I could be talking about anyone, you know what I mean?
He baited man out. Obviously, Stormzy did that track and said, like, is he sending for me? I don't know. I don't know, like, all of that sort of shit. And then Stormzy let an ego lead, made a silly mistake and pulled up to that nigga's house, fam. And see, again, this is why I tell you this guy Chip is calculated. You know when the video of that happening came out? You know that had happened like 5 months prior.
Yeah, it had happened like time before. I remember when it even happened. We were talking about it, like, this is not like a new. Do you know what I mean? This is like this had happened already before.
But Chip is so calculated that it's like, all right, I've got this ace in my back pocket. I need to manufacture the circumstances enough so that I can present this to the world to be like, look what this nigga doing, fam. Like, I'm the underdog. This nigga's doing this to me. So now I have to defend myself. Like, it was very clever how he played Stormzy, because he played it. He definitely played it, fam. He definitely played it because Stormzy never would.
Knocking on your head from the inside.
Bro, even if they had like, brother, talk to him different, innit? Even if Stormzy and Chip had some shit behind the scenes, yeah, because a lot of these man have stuff behind the scenes, none of it ever came out in it. Do you know what I mean? Stormzy never openly said anything on tracks or anything about Chip, like he never dissed him on nothing. But Chip, for about a good 6 month period, just kept throwing little things out there, and then when Stormzy finally bit the bait, he flipped it as though Stormzy was troubling him, like out of war shit, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, nah, your boy from he got a wicked hand from him.
But you see how I'm saying that I saw the play and I understand the play. That's why I'm saying if circumstances ever arose where I was in it with man, it's like, I know what your play is.
Do you know what it is?
Because I know your player, bro. What do we talk about with the footballers or the basketballers before? Like, when I figure out your formation, bro, I can create a new system, bro, that's going to counteract what you think works effortlessly. And man have attacked you from the left and attacked you from the right, but no one's ever attacked you from here, bro. And here is what I'm going to score, bro.
I'm going to do you a favor, yeah. I'm just going to go at Chip, yeah, forever and ever until I'm done rapping. Yeah, I'm just keep going at Chip. Every track here, I'm gonna do a Drake here, and I'm gonna do a look in die every track from. You know what I'm saying? And then, yeah, whenever man be jumping up and being like, oh yeah, who's this guy saying what about me, fam? That's your chance right there to just end, man, right there, fam. That's your opening opportunity, fam.
But you see, even how you would play that, yeah, like if you were doing that and a man eventually said something to you, if I came jumping in, the perception wouldn't play in my favor. I would have to manipulate circumstances.
Because you got in guy your way into it as well. Do you know what I mean?
So hear me in it. So hear me. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying the way I'd have to play it is like somebody's coming at my brethren and like I'm rocking with my brethren. So anyone who's not rocking with my brethren, and then you have to kind of just wear that on a couple tracks, couple verses, just let man know, bro, and like, and then you have to watch, man, and then you'd have to watch all the shit this nigga do, fam. Store everything, bro, because when you decide to speak to him, bro, you need to be able to speak to him about shit that he's not expecting you to speak to him about. Store everything, you know what I mean? And then like once you talk to him about something that he's never heard anyone say to him before, and you put that out, people can be like, oh shit, bro, no one's ever spoke to Chip like that before, bro. And now he has to say something, and then you put him on the back foot. It's like boxing, bro. You know what I mean? It's like if I know that you always throw the counter punch after the 1-2, I know you always throw that counter punch. All I've got to do is draw out your counter punch, because I know once your arm is extended, your chin is open, and all I need to do is just draw out your counter punch. And once it's drawn out, I got you, fam. Once I hit your chin, you're on the back foot because you weren't expecting me to do that. And all I got to do now is just, it's boxing, bro. It's chess in it. Like, it's yeah. Let's go to the next on the list. Today.
Oh my gosh, my battery's dying and I just gave up the last charger, fam. I'm on like 10%, bro.
Oh, you know what? We've hit our quota, to be fair, so round of applause to us, you know what I mean? We've definitely hit our quota. So we'll try and make this quick, so your battery can ding in it. We'll try and make this quick.
I'll give you two. So I've already said the story of Adidon, yeah. Exodus 23:1, yeah, and Chip Pepper Rhythm. I'll give you two.
Okay. Exodus 23:1. I didn't have that one down. I'll be honest with you, I forgot about that one. Like, I just didn't have that one down.
How you don't forget about that, fam?
Now that you said them niggas won't die for you. Signed to a nigga that's signed to a nigga that's
signed to a nigga. Man, how you gonna forget about that shit?
Now you said Chip Pepper Rhythm. The last one on my list, the other one, yeah, is Chip Dickhead.
Dickhead. Wow.
That's the one I've got.
How did I not think of that, fam?
Right now, I'm the boy in the corner. Come and then try me, dickhead.
Oh, mine. How did I forget about that?
Hold on, I need to bring up the lyrics for that one now, fam. Because, like, I was going through the Chip track, and I didn't want to just put bare Chip songs. You know what I mean? Like, so it was like, all right, let me try and find other shit. But like, when I was going through it, it's like, yeah, I had to make a choice. I didn't put Pepper Rhythm in, but I had to make a choice. And it was like, nah, like, Dickhead has to be there.
Oh my god!
The way he talks to those niggas on Dickhead, bro, is crazy.
No, I'm not tiny. Oh my
blood! Right now, I'm the boy in the corner. Come on and try me, Dickhead. Chip will carry out a bars. No, I'm not tiny, Dickhead. You thought I ain't got heart because I don't talk crud, but I'm not a dickhead. But you can't talk crud to niggas on crud, and that's how I know you're a dickhead. You don't like me because the truth hurts, and it always comes right behind. You spoke to Fecky, you spoke to Rich, you've been reaching out the sky. You on the sly. You want to lie for the kids on YouTube. You can't play with my mind. Look, I'll turn you into lamb neck soup. Can't pull the wool over my eyes. Shut up, you dickhead, you dickhead. Came to my ends like a dickhead. Didn't come back. Dickhead. Hat-trick's a dickhead. Patrick's a dick. Nah.
Your boy. Nah, you know what, yeah? Bro, listen, the more that we're going into this list, yeah, and this nigga keep popping up, yeah, nah, this nigga is the diss track nigga, fam. None of these American niggas ain't even near, man. They're like, nah, that nigga for that.
Bro, when you just talk about out and out disrespect, man said, came to my ends like a dickhead, didn't come back, dickhead. Hat tricks for dickhead. Patrick's a dickhead. Chipmunk's a sickhead. Whoa, about numbers sold. No, you ain't got 1 million sold. Struggling to pay rent. Are you on crack? Dickhead, I own my home. Tweet, get at me. Velar tracky gladly. Velar tracky swaggy. I would send you one, but no, you make the ting look trampy. Right now, I've got a couple Beyblade song, light work, spin a man, get my Beyblade on. 5 months, yeah, man take too long. 5 hours later, bang, another tune gone. Fake MCs, these fake MCs. Now, trust me, I can't stand them. Next year, I might squash it with the mobiles. This year, trust me, fuck you and them. Nah.
Yeah.
Because he smashed his mobile war, didn't it? Do you remember he smashed them because they gave him a mobile because off of that whole shit when he was dissing, man, and he smashed his mobile and that. Chip is
he not like I said, there's not a nigga that's existing within that space that's equipped to deal with man. And even if they're equipped to deal with man, it means that they have to go against whatever they have built already.
Yeah, it's a mad thing. These niggas come. I think like an honorable mention. Nah, go, bro, go.
I was gonna say, like he had said before, it's like, yeah, cool. You know, if you a nigga in that space, like ain't no doors for you, fam. Like it's shut down season for you, fam.
Can't. Because he's gonna talk to you differently. He's gonna talk to you in a way where your publicist and stuff, like they wouldn't have prepared you for a nigga talking to you like that, because he's gonna expose the lies of the music industry. That's what he's got in his back pocket, because he's done it all.
To talk like that, fam.
Do you know what I mean? Like he's done it all. He's done the multi-million, the pop songs. He's done all of that shit. So it's like he knows the fuck shit that man are doing to keep their image up, and all he needs to do is just pull on that cord, and niggas are not gonna want it. Like yeah.
No, doesn't.
To go against someone like Chip, I'll say this because I know it sounds like I'm being very arrogant and shit. To go against somebody like Chip, you have to be willing to. What do they say? Cut off your nose to spite your face. Like you have to be willing to not look the best in certain instances to win against him, because he's gonna make you look shit, and you have to keep remembering that when he throws that counter punch, his chin's exposed. The counter punch is a good punch, but if you can just stand it, his chin will get exposed, and like that's how you'd have to go at him. You're not just going to get like a clean 3 tracks on him and he's just done and dead and like he can't do that. It's not going to happen that way. Even if you beat him lyrically, he's good enough to discuss things in diss tracks that just question your image. So even if he's not responding to certain shit you say, he can like question how you are perceived by people, so people question that. Like it's dirty games, man. But he good. I give that boy his credit, man. An honourable mention I wanted to say to Chip as well is the Michelle rhythm when he cooked Young'un.
Michelle rhythm and him, bro. Do you know what? Yeah, nah. Listen, but you see, Young'un. Yeah, he should have just like stayed to his own business, because the Michelle rhythm, Little Clive. Bro, ever since then, we ain't heard a lick.
He became a pop star, innit? He started making girl tunes,
and not even that he became a pop star, bro. He swore silent for him. You know why? Because how in the heck are you gonna come back here to us, man? Yeah, talking about your bad man this, your bad man that. You hang out with drillers and bad man this and bad man that. Yeah,
bro. Listen,
Chip is still walking the streets and making records. He should have done something.
And never claims any of that bad madness. Like that's where Chip always gets people on his side, because his thing is never about licking you down. His thing is always, bro, you say you're bad, but you're not bad to bad boys. Do you get what I mean? You talking to me like this because you think you can.
See?
Like, I mean,
man, what did he say? He said, oh, what you literally were just reading it just now. He said
on the dickhead thing or something else.
You thought I ain't got heart.
Oh, you thought I ain't got heart because I don't talk crud, but I'm not a dickhead. But you can't talk crud to niggas on crud, and that's how I know you're a dickhead. You know what I mean? Like, it's as cut and dry as that. Do you get what I mean? Like, yeah. Now, I think, to be fair, man, we've kind of put this list together. Will's thing looks like it might have died, to be fair. I think potentially his battery might have cut out. But nah, I'm going to read back the list that we've kind of compiled together here today. Oh, are you back?
Yeah.
Are you back?
Yeah, I don't know what happened just there.
Nah, it's mine. And what's your battery on?
12. I'm on 12 right now.
Are you charging? Are you charging up?
Nah, cause I ain't got no. I'm trying to look for a charger right now. I saw one before.
Now, again, to be fair, we won't even be too much longer. To be honest, here, we won't even be too much longer because we've kind of like put the 10 together. But like, nah, Chip is like, as we say, he's battle tested in it. He knows his thing.
That's what I was saying. He got everyone's shoe size, fam. He got a shoe size for all y'all niggas. Yeah. The 10s, the 9.5s, the 9s, the 8.5s, the 8s. He got all y'all niggas. Don't worry about that. What you should be worrying about is how wide your feet is. You know what I'm saying? That's what you should be worried about.
That's funny.
Y'all niggas still out here talking about, this nigga ain't even got my size. I'm a 13. Yeah, he got that, fam.
Bro, what's peak here? What's peak is like literally Chip changed the trajectory of Youngen's whole career, bro. Because you remember when Youngen came out, it was kind of that street cruddy shit in it. It was all that cruddy bad man thing. The 4-4 in the 4-door in it. Like, that was the bar. It was the 4-4 in the 4-door. Do you get me? After that whole Chip thing, bro, all I saw was like this guy with gal singing in the track in like a theme park and stuff and making like Love Island songs and shit. I was like, he changed this nigga's whole life, bro. He changed his nigga's whole life.
Because he got your shoe size, bro. He got that 9.5 there in the back waiting, fam. Don't worry about that. That's what it is about this nigga, fam. And man didn't realize this when he was 16, but they should have started realizing when he was 19, 20, 25. He getting to 30 now, you know what I'm saying? Man should have knew already, like, this nigga got all the shoe sizes.
And you have to remember again, Chip, like a lot of people may like forget this, but again, you have to remember Chip was the kid who was spitting with all the grown men, as he said, as like a 15-year-old in like these. You remember them like 7-hour sets and shit? They used to go on YouTube and that, like Westwood or Logan Sama and that. Like, he was the youth in there spitting with all these grown men, spitting for hours and hours and hours. And it's like, when you're battle tested like that, when that's your training ground as a kid, like,
it's not even fair to all these other.
Your thing's different, innit? Your thing's different. Like, your thing's just different. You know what I mean?
It's a different business, fam. It's like, let's say, like, it's a different business, fam. It's not even. Everyone else shouldn't even be involved, fam. Only people from the era should be involved, fam.
Yeah, so my thing.
All these are the young niggas that don't even know what like bars are.
But they don't know. That's the thing. A lot of these man, they won't, like, all the guys that try to diss Chip, all they ever said to him is like, bro, you're not really street like that, and you made Oopsie Daisy. You made some pop track. Like, that's really all they had to say about him. They didn't really have a lot of this, like, bro, this is not the guy that you could compare with. Like, your bad man image is not going to save you with this guy, bro. Like, he specializes in deconstructing that shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not going to help you, bro. Like, yeah, it's a mad thing. Okay, I'm going to go through the 10 that we've got here. Before I do, I want us to come to a decision about the number one. I think it should be back to back, but I think that you said you got Story of Adidon.
I think Story of Adidon is like it in this era. That's like
all right.
That's again. It's about how much impact that it had on man, fam. Like, yeah, cool. Like, I mean, and at the same time, yeah, Meek Mill was like on the up and he doing this thing.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I hear you, and I don't want to say this, like the Story of Adidon wasn't impactful, but I think the reason it was more impactful was because it happened to Drake. I think that was more the impact than the actual track itself. Do you get what I mean?
But then it's like, this is it's I get. I'm trying to like land it. I'm trying to like land the point. It's like, let's say if I'm a new gladiator, yeah, I'm a new gladiator, and then there's you, Drizz. You've been the champion for a long ass time. You know what I'm saying? You've been whooping everyone's ass, and then I come through, and you whoop my ass. It's not a mad thing. You know what I mean? Like, cause you the nigga, you've been whooping everyone's ass. You know what I'm saying? I come through, you know what I'm saying, trying to put my little chest up and down. Yeah, you gonna kick them down. Yeah, boom, get him out of here. But then it's like, there's one of them old niggas that's in the back being like, yeah, your technique is weak, youngin'. Your technique is whack. Your technique is weak, fam.
But you see what the difference with it was? Oh, go on, sorry, go on.
Because it's like a old nigga beating a young nigga. Oh yeah, pause. It's like man, goddamn, it's like an old nigga whooping a young nigga off. Yeah, right.
Pause, man. Pause, man. Hey,
the young nigga ain't got. And then the young nigga gonna be like, oh yeah, you know, the only reason why I ain't want to punch that nigga back was because he old. Or like, because like my like older people told me don't punch this nigga back because he old.
And that's what I was gonna say. Like the reason why I think there's a difference with the impact is like, to your gladiator example. There's the one guy who's the gladiator and he murks everybody in it because, you know, they fight to the death in it. And he murks everybody, like anyone get in the ring and he murks them and shit. As he said, this old guy who they know is a good warrior, but he's a bit older, whatever, but he comes out and him and this champion, they're going back and forth, and it looks like, yo, this old guy is kind of fucking him up a little bit. But then the emperor stops the fight. So we never really get to see how it actually happens. Like, the fight gets stopped. But where the fight was stopped, the old guy was
the emperor.
I'm in the example, bro. I'm not calling him emperor. I'm just saying in the example of the Roman Colosseum and shit in it. This guy, fam. This guy, bro. You know what I mean?
This nigga, fam.
I'm saying in the example of a Roman Colosseum, it's like Caesar, whoever the fuck. It's like him stopping the fight partway through. And then the champion saying like, yeah, bro, the only reason why I didn't get back and kill this nigga is because the fight got stopped, you get me? So I had to stop. And the old man saying, bro, I was whooping your ass, fam. The fuck you talking about, bro? You know what I mean? Like, that's the difference. Where I hear what you're saying, I think in terms of impact, in terms of quality of a song, in terms of what was being said to a nigga, how you were talking to a man's soul and insecurities. Story of Adidon is hard, but I think that back-to-back just hit harder in the culture. Again, to what you said about scripts and narratives and shit, I think in the story of that shit, the way that shit landed was just, it was cinematic the way it happened. Like, I remember, bro, put it this way, I remember fucking where I was when I first heard the tune. I was working this dickhead job in Birmingham. and we're doing like sort of customer servicey shit, but we can like go on YouTube and listen to music and that. I remember I went onto SoundCloud, bro, and there was fucking because my man barely put shit on SoundCloud anymore. It's fucking Drake in it, and they put the track on there, bro, and it literally was uploaded like fucking 6 hours ago, and it's already got millions of shit on it. I was like, yo, what the fuck is this, bro? And I'm not worth listening to this shit, bro. And I'm like, nah, he talking to this nigga. Like, and I remember, obviously, once you get out of that and you obviously talk back to your people, and just the impact of that shit. I remember, again, even people at the workplace, like, yo, have you heard this new Drake track? Like, I remember the impact of the track. Do you get what I mean? It was the track, the story of Adidon, for me. The thing that people really were like was, oh shit, Drake had a kid. I didn't know Drake had a kid. That's what I feel like was more impactful about that, was that bare people found out he had a kid and they didn't know that he did, as opposed to the diss track itself. Whereas, again, we've just gone through the lyrics and shit. As we're reading the shit, it's like, rah, Pusha T's talking to this nigga. But none of that like, people weren't really impacted by that bit the way they were impacted about the kid. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only reason why I'm putting back to back
sensationalism, though. But then that's sensationalism, because like we gonna forget about what it actually was that was very disrespectful about that track. Because like, yeah, cool, he talked about like man having a kid or whatever, and that's disrespectful. Ooh. But then, man, like I said, there's a bunch of rap guys that have kids that just are not going to bring that into the sphere, because we're not going to talk about each other's kids like that, and we're not we can talk about each other's personal situations like vis-a-vis girls and things like that, but we're not going to talk about each other's kids like that. Because you tell me, when was the last time in a diss record that somebody said something about each other's kids or whatever, and it didn't get biblical?
But this is what I'm saying to you, though. I'm saying, you said like it's sensationalism and shit, and I hear you, and I agree with that. But to an earlier point you made in the pod about artists that used to talk about, you know, I used to go platinum when people had to buy in the stores and shit. It's like, well, that's just the time that you were in, and so that was it's the same. It's the same thing. You're saying sensationalism, but that's the time that we're in, bro. You know what I mean? We're in the time where the sensationalized thing is going to hit more than anything else. Because, like we said, really, the kid bit is the least disrespectful thing in the whole track. That's the least disrespectful thing.
Most disrespectful part.
He doesn't disrespect the kid. He says you're hiding a child. The child deserves more than that. Embrace your son. He's not dissing the
mention of the kid. Just like him saying that there's a kid
I understand.
That's
but what I'm saying
made it a thing, fam.
But what made it a thing is that people didn't know he had a kid. That's what made it a thing. That's what I'm saying to you. If people knew, cool. All right, do you think if people knew that Drake had a son and it was like, you know how he's out with his kid now? Do you think if people knew that then and Pusha T released this song that it would hit the same? It wouldn't, because the thing about, and Pusha T's smart for doing it. He's smart for doing it because he realized we're in a sensationalized era, and if I bar this nigga's head off, nobody's gonna give a fuck. I rap better than him already. Nobody cares about that. But what they will care about is this, because again, I'm pulling his dress up. Bare people don't know this nigga's got a kid, so I'm gonna tell the world he's got a kid. It was sensational, and he was smart to play it that way. Like, I respect it, but the sensationalism is what made the track hit like that. Do you get what I mean? Like, it wouldn't have hit that way if that was known information already. Like, to be fair, if people knew Drake had a kid already when he put that out, people would say Pusha T lost that back and forth. They would absolutely say Drake won that shit. Absolutely. Because people love him enough where they're going to deride him anyway. And like we said, bro, if you ask anybody about that track, they're not going to talk about the shit he said about Drake's mum or his dad or Drake feeling like he's not black. They're not going to talk about that. They're going to say, yeah, it's mad how he said the shit about his kid because he revealed. Do you get what I mean? That's what they're going to go to. And that's sorry, I know I spoke over you, but that's the only reason why I put the back-to-back thing ahead. Because the back-to-back thing, there wasn't anything to overly sensationalize about it. There was no like super reveal that no one knew. Like there was no, it was just like, yo, your girl's a better rapper than you and she's bigger than you. And I sent for you before, you didn't respond. And we're going back to like, it wasn't nothing crazy. But the way he constructed it, it was a track that would just keep playing and playing and playing. Niggas don't go back and listen to the story of Adidon. No, people don't go back and just listen to that shit because it slaps. They don't. The reason it hit so hard was because, oh my God, Drake's got a kid that he's hiding. That's what it was. Do you get what I mean? I'm sorry.
Man. Hey, man. I mean, oh no, dog. If you're a nigga like me that really appreciate the artistry, we'll call it that, the artistry, and you know, I don't know, like if you just want to like hear something. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, and like I do this sometimes. I'll go back and listen to some of the shit because I'm like, oh, I'm interested in how it's made. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, let's say even if it wasn't for like me trying to like make this list or whatever, like at some point I'd go back and listen to that. Do you know what I mean? There's like other things that I'm definitely sure that I would never ever listen to again. But like, if it wasn't for this list,
I'm gonna give a perfect example.
That I wouldn't be like, I'm never gonna check this out again if it wasn't for this list. Man.
I'm gonna give a perfect example, of like what I'm talking about. It's the same thing with Tupac's "Hit 'Em Up." Like, if you actually listen to what he's saying, there's a whole heap of dubs that are like littered in there that are really wicked and bad. And people don't really remember. What people remember, that's why I fucked your bitch, you fat motherfucker. That's what they remember, bro. Yeah. When they think of that song, that's what they remember. Yeah. When you actually read the words and read the rest of the verse, Pac's talking to Biggie, he's talking to Diddy, he's talking to Mobb Deep. Like, Pac's talking to a lot of niggas.
All them niggas. He talking to all the bad boy guys. He said,
but the thing that's
if you want to be bad boy, then it's fuck y'all for life, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we all that. Yeah.
And he was like one of the first guys to introduce this concept of a diss track being a hit track. And I don't think that he made it for that. I don't think he necessarily made it to be a hit.
I think it just happened.
It just happened, but that introduced that concept to the world. Like, even again, I go back to the Drake, the back-to-back thing. I definitely feel like that nigga would have studied a track like Hit 'Em Up. And it's like, all right, why did this work? What was it about this that worked? Because, he's talking shit, but when niggas sing this shit, you know what they sing? Call the cops when you see Tupac. Call the cops when you see Tupac. Who shot you, but that nigga ain't finished? Was this the return of the menace? Nigga, I hit him up. Like, the people, when they embrace the track, that's what's going to stick to them. So, the niggas that are lyricists and rappers, like, they going to listen to the verses and the words. They going to get into all of that. So you do that for that. But for the diss track to hit, for the people to be like, nah, he cooked that boy, they gotta be able to sing that shit. And I definitely feel like that nigga Drake took that into consideration. It's like, I can speak all this shit about Meek Mill and Yo, Meek Mill made a diss track about Drake after that shit that was way more disrespectful than Back to Back. Meek Mill told the world that Drake got pissed on by one of T.I.'s brethrens, fucking, that he got beat up in some, like, he said bare shit about Drake. And you know what happened? Nobody gave a fuck.
Nothing, because we didn't care, fam. How'd you come out?
Because it didn't matter. Do you know why? Do you know why?
You're not the first person
to say the crib going back to back. Going back to back. Like, once that hook landed, once the people heard for the first time that back to back, it was done. It was over. Whatever anybody says in any track now, bruh, it was done, bro. It was done. And that's why, again, to the same point that you made, and this is why I don't want to make it sound like I'm saying the Pusha T track was like chump. because it definitely was not joke. Bruh, like, and this is why I want to say, like, the Pusha T track, I don't want to make it sound like I'm saying that was like a chump tune, because it wasn't. Like, he did his thing. I'm just saying Drake connected so many dots on that diss track. If we're talking about the FIFA overall, the overall for that diss track, it has to be like a 95, bro. Starting before any games, like an overall, just in terms of catchiness, talking to a nigga, disrespecting a nigga and being smooth, not coming across as the angry guy, not coming across as the guy with
back, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just one of them.
Back, yeah.
And I think, like, if I'm gonna rank Pusha, you know what? Bring the conversation full circle. If I'm gonna rank the diss tracks, to me, personal opinion, I'm going to compare. Back to back is LeBron, and Story of Adidon is Steph. That very particular way, that track was powerful because of that very particular thing. Which makes an impact.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
But in terms of a holistic track, you haven't even let me finish, bro. You haven't even let me finish, fam. You haven't even let me finish, bro. I'm saying in terms of just a holistic thing, an overall thing, yeah, an overall track, the same way LeBron is an overall player. His stats are up all over the board. I'm saying as an overall track, in terms of, again, catchiness, punchiness, lyrics, whatever. As an overall track, the stats are up. I feel like the Story of Adidon, although the stats are up on it, in the same way, Steph Curry is an elite basketballer without his three-point shot. He's very good, but the three-point shot takes him to a different stratosphere. And it's not to disrespect that, because I respect it. But I can also see that if you do take that three-point shot out of Steph's game, it doesn't make him shit, but you're taking a big weapon out of his arsenal. In the same way with the Story of Adidon, if you go through the bars that we just did, it's all that he's going at that nigga, but that the reveal of the kid is a big part of why that thing slapped like that, a very big part of it. And if you take that out of it, I'm not saying the diss track would be shit. I'm just saying I feel like you would notice the difference of impact. And I don't fault Pusha T for that. I don't fault him. Again, he played it beautifully.
Yeah, man, he did.
Chef's kiss, you get what I mean? He played it beautifully. But, like, I just think in terms of overall
right there, for
me,
doing his thing.
And again, maybe it's just me, but for me, just overall parameters, just if I'm comparing a track, if I'm comparing one track to another track, back to back wins to me. Like, I'm not going to try and convince you. I'm not going to try and convince you, but if I'm just comparing two tracks in totality, there are things about Story of Adidon that are better, but overall, back to back to me is a better track. To me, you don't have to agree with that, but to me, back to back is a better track. If I have to listen to one of two songs for the rest of my life, and it's out of those two choices, I'm choosing back to back personally. I'm choosing that. I'm not saying anyone else has to. That's the right choice. I'm just saying, if I had to choose,
if you're gonna take it to that and be like, oh yeah, it's either one of these two, yeah, I'm gonna listen to back for sure.
But now you can't say that though, bro, because you say that this track is better, fam. Like, you know what I mean?
But like, if we're talking about diss tracks, boy, like my boy, like, yeah, we talking about like, oh, there's mine. Yeah, like in terms of diss tracks, yeah, you know what? In terms of like, let's say diss tracks, let's say even we're gonna break the term down. They say disrespect, whatever, right? But then it could also be disruption, which I understand the standpoint where you're coming from and saying, oh yeah, nah, my man had a bad disruption track.
You know what? I think the difference is
a bad disrespecttion track, fam, because it's cool for you to say all that, but
you know what? I think I've realized what the discrepancy is. Yeah,
I'm not thinking about it right now. I'm going back over it. I'm trying to think about the bars and like what makes more impact and what stands out more. It's like,
all right, you see the argument that I think that you're making for the story of Adidon. And if this isn't right, just tell me that it's wrong and I won't try and argue it. But I think it's...
not good. Go ahead.
I set you up, right? Yeah, that was an assist right there in front of the goal. Yeah. If you missed that shot, I would have been sad. I think it's like, say if somebody was to ask who's the greatest rapper of all time, and I'm not saying this is your answer, just follow the hypothetical in it.
Gotta be Wayne.
One person says Jay-Z, and then another person says Black Thought. Now, the reason the person says Jay-Z is because they're looking at all of the parameters, not just the lyrics, but the business acumen, the this and that. In terms of the greatest to ever do this rap thing, it has to be this guy, because look at what he's been able to do with this rap thing. Whereas the other person saying, yo, lyric for lyric for lyric, it's this guy. In both instances, in the parameters they're talking, they're both correct. So that's why I want to say again, I hear what you're saying about the story of Adidon. I hear it. If we're going to break it down, it's definitely a more disrespectful track than Back to Back. It definitely is. The only thing for me that pushes Back to Back over the top is the fact that it's a better song. Because having a diss track that's a great song is an amazing advantage. Because now you plug into an audience that gonna fuck with this shit, that might not even know what this shit is about. Again, the Chip example and shit, like with Chip, when he disses somebody, he goes in, he goes crazy, he's cold, da-da-da-da-da. But if you, I don't want to say a casual listener, but if you're like someone who's not into that sort of thing, you're very seldom going to go back and listen to that. It's like, all right, when the Chip shit was going on, like obviously I'm with my girl here in the crib in it, so she would like listen to the stuff like while I'm listening to it and that. And she'd be like, yeah, like he's going in, he's doing his thing, like, you know what I mean? But my girl would never go back and listen to these Chip diss tracks. Like, it's just not going to happen. They were like a moment thing. They were dope in the moment and you go past it. If you can make a diss track that people just want to listen to as a song, to me, you can't beat that, because I don't care what you said in this, bro. Niggas are gonna sing this dub to you for the next 15 years. I win, bro. Niggas won't even remember the bars in your shit. These niggas are gonna sing this dub to you for the next 15, bro.
But then that's the wicked thing about arting is like yo, there's a difference between you know what I've realized here. Yeah, I think I've realized a difference between arting and the rest of everyone else's thing. It's like the rest of everyone else's thing is like, oh yeah, there's a difference between here and this guy can say this and blah, blah, blah. Like, but arting is like, yeah, but can you rap though, fam?
And that's where for me,
are you gonna be better than me? Yeah. In the next 16 to 32 bars, like, you're not going to be better than me in the next 16 plus 32 bars, fam. So, go on then. Because I'm going to give you 32 bars.
This is the great thing. This is the great thing about diss tracks, though, because what you're saying is right about rapping. What you're saying is right. The art of diss tracks, what you learn, that diss tracks are not just about the bars. That's what I'm saying, bro. Diss tracks are not just about the bars, bro. Because there are niggas with diss people who, like, when you compare the songs, the nigga that everyone says lose, like, again, the Joe Budden and Drake thing. When you compare what both people did, Joe Budden washed that boy up, fam. But if you ask, I don't want to say it casual, but most people would say that Drake won that off of the little thing that he said on French Montana's song. You know what I mean? Like, people say he won it off that. But it's like, if you actually compare the tracks, Joe said a lot more than he did. But the art of it is like, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? It's that kind of concept.
Make a sound. Yeah,
it's like, yo, even if you say better shit than me, if they like my shit more, did you win? Now the rappers will be like, yeah, he won because he rapped better than you. That's cool. And that's cool. But unfortunately, the way that the diss track thing works now, the rappers ain't the ones that you trying to market your shit to. Do you get what I mean?
Man.
And I'm not, when I speak about this, I'm not speaking about it in terms of like you and I and shit like that. I'm talking about the niggas that we're talking about. Do you get what I mean? And I'm saying that with them sort of man, the key to victory is that same shit. Something that's gonna keep playing and playing and playing and playing. Bro, that nigga's this song charted, bro. And I know you could say, well, it's Drake, of course it's gonna chart, but he's put a lot of songs out that have not charted. That's it. That shit charted, bro.
That's very true.
And fuck the Grammys. I don't care about the Grammys, but it's the only diss track in history that's been fucking nominated for a Grammy, bro. I'm saying, I hear you with the story of Adidon. Pusha was way more disrespectful, way more. But my thing is just like, yo, if that back-to-back shit, bro, like, I remember what that shit did, bro. He had Meek Mill up on the screen at the OVO Fest, bro. He was just playing all the memes. Man. I remember being on Twitter when that shit happened, bro. And that shit took over the internet.
Oh, your girl's tour.
Bro.
My boy. I was
bro. And it's like, again, even to your... Bro, even to your rapping point, yeah, even to the thing you said about like, but are you gonna rap though? It's like, imagine a nigga rapping his heart out and shit, and a guy step up and give him 8 bars, and the 8 bars sink him. It's like, rah, you did all that rapping and I sank you with 8 bars. Like, did you win because you rapped more? Like, that's the fucked up thing about diss tracks. Do you get what I mean? That's the fucked up thing about diss tracks. Like, you can rap better than a nigga and not win that shit.
It's still...
Because, you know what I mean? Like, and again, so back to the main thing we were saying, because I do want to rap soon.
Like, man, you can't get down. I mean...
All right, what we'll do then, yeah? What we'll do. We'll put 1 and 2. I think his thing died. Nah, man, I don't want to talk to nobody. I think Will's battery died. Fuck's sake. Well, you know what, yeah, seeing as Will's not here to fight his point, you know what I mean? We're going to cast a vote now. So everyone who votes for Drake back-to-back to be number 1 on the list, say aye. And everyone who votes for Pusha T, Story of Adidon to be number 1 on the list, say aye. All right, so that's the end of the voting, and the ayes have it. So Drake back-to-back is the number 1 on this track list in the last 10 years. Oh man, that was so much fun. That was a good pod, man. I hope you guys enjoyed that. You know what I mean? We tried to get into that and shit. You know what I mean? See if we can invite Will back into the room. Hopefully he'll jump back on soon. Yeah, I gotta tell him that he lost the vote in it. Like, I gotta tell him, bro, you lost the vote, fam. Especially if he don't jump on now, bro. Like, you know what I mean? I gotta tell him we held a vote and Drake back-to-back won in it. So I don't know what to tell you. But come on, broski. There you go. There we go.
Yeah.
You back?
Yes, I'm back. But y'all niggas is telling me. Y'all niggas is bullshitting me and trying to tell me.
Listen, man. Listen, man. We held a vote. We held a vote, fam. We held a fair vote. I said, if you think this...
That's what they said.
We held a vote. You know what I mean?
Man, hold on. They said that's what they said. Man, do they know that my bar is on 4%, fam? So I can't even say anything back then.
That's crazy, bro.
My shit better be on 0, fam.
That's crazy, bro. You should close your apps down.
The only time I'm about to say something back here is when I get back to the cribble, fam.
Yo, Will's gonna do episode 92 when he gets back to the yard and he by himself.
Listen, hold on, because I'm at my cousin's house right now. I'm at my cousin's house right now. If I leave here, it's gonna be fucked up because I ain't got no connection. But then I got connection. I got connection, fam. It's
That's
not
crazy.
like I ain't got connection. You know
damn,
what I'm saying?
Dog.
I'm just here because.
Damn, dog. That's crazy, man. Damn, Daniel. Damn, Daniel. That's crazy, dog.
White bands. Back with the white bands. Yeah, nah. 3 times for me.
Oh,
yeah.
my God.
Hell no, my boy.
What we'll do, yeah?
I'm going to say it like this. Go ahead. I think you might have something a little bit more like.
Nah, what I was gonna say, yeah, because obviously we've and I was out. Obviously, when you cut out before, I was just saying I like this list thing, man, because we're going back and forth about it. I like it's good. It's good. So because we weren't able to come to a consensus, yeah, we'll put 1 and 2, joint 1 and 2. Pusha T, Story of Adidon, Drake back to back. Is that the fairest way to do it?
You know what, man? I'll put that'll do.
In the name of diplomacy, right? That's the fairest way to do it.
Them niggas can handle 1 and 2 together.
So nobody's first and nobody's second. They're both joint 1 and 2. That's just what it is.
Yeah, that's cool.
We'll get him that. We'll get him that. So I'm going to go down the list as I've got it written. Yeah. I'm going to go down the list as I've got it written. And then if you want to switch anything around, we'll switch around. So joint 1 and 2. No, fuck that. I'll go from 10 and I'll go up. So number 10, we had Remy Ma, Sheetha.
Amen.
Is that cool? Yeah.
We'll put amen. We'll put an amen next to it.
Amen next to it. Number 9, we had Machine Gun Kelly, Rap Devil, with an asterisk of the Eminem Headshot track as well. Is that fair?
Nah, we'll put the little asterisk next to that.
I think when we do the Denzel films, I think that's going to be very fun as well. I think that's going to be very, very fun. Number 8, I've got written here, Chip Flowers.
Man, come on, dog. Come on. I mean, I want to put that on the list, but man, goddamn, I feel like y'all niggas. You know what? I'm gonna put that on the list. I think that's on the list.
Yeah. You reckon?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least top 5. At least. Come on now.
You're saying potentially top 5. All right. Well, I'll read the rest, and if you want to move them around, we'll move them around in it. So number 7, I've got Tory Lanez, the Litty Again remix, the Joyner Lucas.
Say again, not every again. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Hold on. Number 6.
I can leave my cousin's house, man. The niggas gonna be like, goddamn, them niggas is out here, man. No.
Number 6, I've got Making a Murderer, Joe Budden.
That's Joe. I mean, okay, we'll put Joe in it. We'll put Joe in that conversation. We'll put Joe in that conversation. You hear me?
Number 5, and I didn't have this one written down, but when you said it, I think you had to go in there. Number 5, we got Chip Pepper Rhythm.
Pepper Rhythm.
And then number 4, I've got Chip Dickhead.
Dickhead. Oh man, you know what? Bro, that song there made me forget about everything else, man. I
Yeah, to
forgot
me,
about
that's his best diss
everyone.
track. To me personally, that's the best diss track he's done.
Dickhead.
Personally, yeah. That again, Dickhead has a very similar formula. I don't want to say to back. I don't want to say it's a similar formula. But if you look at the way the bars are constructed, the way it's that dickhead, you dickhead, 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 dick. Like the construction of it
Nah, cause
is so
yeah,
good that like
you're
even if you
all
don't know
that
that
fam.
shit word for word, you can
You're
join in that
all
shit at
that
some
fam.
point because it's
Nah,
structured
you're
like that.
all that fam.
Yeah, like
It's
so. Yeah, that.
constructed like that fam. Yeah,
Yeah,
even if you don't
yeah,
think it, you also that fam. Yeah,
yeah. Legit,
so are you, bro. Even if you don't
legit.
think it, you too, my guy, you too.
So that's number 4. Number 3, I had Pusha T, Exodus 23:1.
Oh, why can't the kid? Wait. I've got a problem. I got a problem. The key doesn't come out of the door, fam. Oh, fam, I
What?
can't even come out. I can't even make the key come out of the door, fam. I don't know.
You you see, I love Will. I love Will so much, man. Like Will is like one of the funniest guys I've ever met in my life, but he's funny like unintentionally, like just him just doing day to day shit. He's just so hilarious because I have an image in my mind right now of him being there with the key in the door, and he's like, "Blood, like yo, the key won't come out the door." And
No,
I just because obviously, if you say that to somebody, they're gonna be like, "Bro, the
keep
chip trap, bro." They'll be like, "Blood, shut up, you dickhead! Just pull the key out. Are you a dickhead?" Like they were like, "Just pull the key out." But I can fully imagine Will just there, like, "Bro, the key won't come out of the door." You
You're laughing.
know? You're a
You're
legend, bro. You're a legend forever, man. You are an absolute legend forever, bro. Oh man.
goddamn. Keep it.
I said I had said Pusha T Exodus 23:1 was number 3 in it.
Number 3 of your whole list. 3.
I've written them down as we said a minute. So all right, what do you want to move around?
No, you.
No, I don't mind. Like, no, I don't mind,
Nah,
bro. I'm saying because you
it's
said the
like
chip
no,
flowers thing. You said that was too low. So
no, no.
where would you put that? Like,
Nah, because what it really is like I'm I'm registering as a, like the wait. I need man. Listen, it's too late for me to be asking a lot of questions right now. Fam. It is far too late for me to be asking a lot of questions right now. Then, one of my cousins here, she was just here just now, fam. Just now, fam. And I could ask her and be like, yo, how could I answer this question and not be in trouble, fam?
oh dear, what's the question?
The question is, who the greatest rapper alive, fam? That's what it really is, fam. That's the question that we're really trying to get at, fam. Like who could get at who the most.
But that's what I'm saying. I think with stuff like that, you have to define what you mean by rapper because just like in football, in it, there are different tactics that work against different styles of play. And somebody could be technically a better rapper, but they may not be able to go against a different style. That's, you know what I mean? It's like the diss track thing. I personally, I'm of the belief. So again, this is my own personal opinion, but I don't think diss tracks live and die on the bars the bars are obviously a massive part of it. You need to have like something you're actually saying. But I think there's so much more that goes into it than just what you say on the track. I think like flair goes into it, charisma goes into it, like how you're able to poke at certain things. Like, I don't think it's just how well you rap bars. Because again, if that's the case, then if we're looking at all of these things, really, the Eminem track should be number one. If you're talking about the technical ability of just how well you rap, Eminem raps better than all of the people that we've said on this thing. But because
and technically they do he does rap bad. Like there's not even a technical
it's not even
gap
close.
for them. Like
just,
it's not
it's not
like
close.
like he rap better than them, and then there's like going to be a technical gap where he can like catch
like,
up or whatever, and be like,
the ability to rap. Like Eminem has the ability to rap better than all of these people. But would you say Eminem Killshot is a better diss track than Chip Dickhead? All right, disconnected. But like, you wouldn't say that. Do you get what I mean? You wouldn't say that it's a better diss track than the story of Adidon. You wouldn't say it's a better diss track than Back to Back. Do you get what I mean? Like, you wouldn't say that. And so for me, it's like, I think in the diss track thing, it's deeper than just the bars, bro. Like it for me, it doesn't just live and die on the lyrics and the bars that you say. Like it's a lot more that goes into it. It's like performing in a sense. Like you can have a sick track that could be really good for a live show, but then you have to present and perform that. Do you know what I mean? And like in the performance element, it's not just about you reciting the words perfectly to the track, because you can sit on a stool and recite the words perfectly just how they are in the track, like to perfection. Or at the same time, or instead of, you can like be jumping up and down and being proper active and lively, and maybe you might miss a word here or there, or maybe you might, pause, take a breath so you don't say the whole verse and stuff. But how that performance then goes across to the crowd that you're engaging with, it's much more of an engaging performance and people enjoy it a lot more. Do you get what I mean? And so I think the same thing with diss tracks. It's like it to me, it doesn't just live and die on what is said. I think there are so many other tangibles that go into it. Just even timing. Like even timing is so important with diss tracks, because you could have a wicked diss track and just drop it too early or drop it too late. Do you get what I mean? Or having dropped 2 diss tracks before, you drop 1 too many diss tracks, and now people are like, all right, bro, like even timing and stuff like that is so important. So yeah, I'm gonna go over this list quickly. Give Will a bit of time to reconnect. Hopefully he can jump back on. If not, we can close it down. But number 10, we have Remy Ma, Sheetha. I'll say this as well. This is no particular order apart from the top 2. Because again, I just kind of wrote them down as we were saying them. So this is no particular order, but I'm going to give it like this. So number 10, we have Remy Ma with Sheetha. Yeah. Number 9, we have Machine Gun Kelly with Rap Devil with an asterisk with the Eminem reply headshot. Yeah. Number 8, we have Chip with Flowers. Number 7, we have Tory Lanez Litty Again remix, the diss against John Lucas. Number 6, we have Joe Budden with Making a Murderer. I think it's called Part 1. Yeah. Number 5, we have Chip Pepper Rhythm. Yeah, that is another one for Chip, to be fair. Number 4, we have another one for Chip with Dickhead. Yeah. Number 3, we have Pusha T, Exodus 23:1. Yeah. And then joint 1 and 2. So there's no first place, so there's no second place. Joint 1 and 2, we have Drake Back to Back and Pusha T, Story of Adidon. And that is our list that we've compiled of the top 10 diss tracks in the last decade since 2013. Again, my guy Will hasn't been able to jump back on. Probably have some connection issues or his battery might have died or something like that. But I hope you guys have enjoyed the episode. It's been very fun. We've gone like 5 hours, man. Jeez. Yeah, you know this one was good. We've gone over 5 hours, bro. So now, big up to everyone that's listened and that. Again, if you're listening on the Stereo app, please go and follow Will. Please follow myself. Hit the YouTube link at the top and subscribe to the YouTube page. If you're listening on YouTube, just hit subscribe, man. You're already there. You know what I mean? We're trying to do this thing organic. We don't pay for promotion or anything like that. So if you come here and you fuck with it and you rock with it, you one of the people that are part of the organic building of that shit, man. So, you know what I mean? It's even just the small steps we've seen the pod take from us just recording it and uploading it and the people that fuck with it and stuff. We really appreciate that shit, man. Again, my guy Will isn't here, but, you know, big up to my brother Will as well. You know what I mean? This has been the OnlyMans podcast, episode 91. Make sure to tap in with us again next week where we're going to talk up the things and that. And yeah, man, until we speak again, love, blessing, peace, all of that. And we'll be back soon, man. All right, man. Peace.